Madam Clerk, we ready to go?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we are ready.
Madam Clerk, we're all set. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. We're all set?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we are all set.
Great. Thank you. Well, good morning. I'd like to convene today's public hearing of the GE Committee, Friday, March 4, 2022. There are two bills before us today, Senate Bill 184 and House Bill 5262. Concepts, both of which I'm sure are familiar to this committee. We've debated these issues in the past. I look forward to debating them again and here having the public hearing today. A few things before I begin. When members of the public do testify, they'll be given 3 minutes to testify. I ask that you please adhere to the 3 minute. You will hear a notice from the clerk when your time winds down. I ask please respect that time frame. We've got over 80 people signed up to testify today. Got a long day ahead of us, and a lot. We want to make sure everyone has the opportunity to speak. One other quick announcement: there are several other committee meetings going on currently. So that's why if you see people coming and going, or if we're not all here at the same time, it's because many of us have other meetings ongoing right now. For instance, Judiciary now has a meeting going on at this very moment. So there's several people who are on these committees and will be in and out at various times. With that being said, I would like to begin the public hearing. First up is Secretary of State Denise Merrill. Good morning. Oh, yes, excuse me, Senator Sampson, your hand's raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just thought we might have an opportunity to say a word at the start of the hearing.
Of course, I apologize. Yes,
it's not required. Of course, it's at your discretion, but we typically do it. And I was prepared to make a couple of comments. So thank you for.
I apologize, Senator. Please.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you for your indulgence. I really appreciate it. I want to welcome everyone to the public hearing today. I look forward to a fruitful discussion, of course. I just want to express my concern that I do every time we have a public hearing via Zoom, which is that I'm very much in favor of maintaining this process, because I think it's great that we are able to accommodate so many new people who might not have come out to testify if we were only doing it in person. And I think that's great. But I do also want to reiterate the concern that I do believe we need to get back in the legislative office building for these committee meetings, and that they do take place in person. Ideally, I would love a hybrid system. I think that we can accommodate that. I think that would be the best solution for the public. But I do want to express concern, because there are quite a few people who do not have access to a computer. They do not have access to Zoom. They don't have access to even the internet that is satisfactory to participate in our hearings. And I think that's unfortunate. And I also do want to reiterate that you're going to see some folks come and go on the committee today, because there are other committee meetings and hearings going on, including myself. I'm also serve on the Judiciary Committee, which is simultaneous to this. That's not the way things should be done in my book. I think it's actually disgraceful that these committee meetings and hearings are often done simultaneously, knowing full well that the members cannot be in more places than one at a time. And it's not the way I would do it if it was up to me, but that's what we're living with. It's just another way for the majority to move their agenda with less opposition. And to me, it's not right, but we're living with it. And I just want the public to be aware that we're doing the best we can under those circumstances. And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate your comments. Any other comments or remarks? Seeing none. Madam Secretary Denise Merrill, good to see you again. Good morning. Thank you for being with us. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you, Representative Fox, Chairman Fox. Good morning to the ranking members, Sampson and Master Francesco, Vice Chairs Haskell and Thomas, and members of the committee. I am Denise Merrill, and I am Secretary of the State of Connecticut. And just let me say at the outset, it's great to see everybody, even by Zoom, but I have testified for many years before this committee, and before that was a member. And this, is my last year as Secretary of the State. So I just thought I'd say that, because it's a little bit nostalgic for me. All right, you have my written testimony. I would like to talk about both bills before the committee today, and both of them would change the state statutes defining who could use the absentee ballot procedure to conform the language to the language in the state constitution. So in other words, the statute would be changed, not the state constitution. The Constitution currently allows voters access to absentee ballots because of, quote, absence from the city or town of which they're inhabitants, and, quote, because of sickness. These bills would simply put that constitutional language in statute, and it would mirror it exactly. Although this change in language would make it somewhat easier for a voter to vote by absentee ballot, and I support this proposal, it does not allow universal access to absentee ballots without requiring the voter to provide an excuse. But it is an important and reasonable step to take while the constitutional amendment to allow all voters to access a vote by absentee ballot if they choose to do so is waiting for a second approval by the legislature in 2023 or 2024, and ultimately by the voters on the ballot in 2024. Senate Bill 184 would also extend temporary changes to the absentee ballot statutes made by the legislature in the last 2 years through the 2022 election. The legislature made these changes for the election in November 2020 because of the COVID-19 crisis, which necessitated allowing Connecticut voters to vote by absentee ballots if they chose to do so. The Connecticut Supreme Court decided in August of 2020, with an opinion issued in February of 2021, that this measure is constitutional, holding that sickness in Article 6 and Section 7 of the Connecticut Constitution is not limited to an individual voter's illness, and it's broad enough to include a specific disease like COVID-19. The legislature then extended those changes at the height of the COVID-19 Delta variant. Of course, since that time, another variant, Omicron, has spread across the world and appears to now be receding. The COVID-19 pandemic is ongoing, and we simply don't know when another variant will emerge, how fast it will spread, how severe it will be, or when it will peak. Voters voting in this fall's elections should be allowed to choose to vote by absentee ballot if they desire, and should not be forced to make a choice between their health and their right to vote, as we have been saying all along. Every voter and group that I speak to makes the same request. Let us choose to protect our health and vote by absentee ballot in 2022, as we did in 2020. Allowing voters to be able to request an absentee ballot using COVID-19 as an excuse would be a welcome change as the COVID-19 panic continues and new variants emerge. So I support both these common sense, voter-centric bills. And with that, I am open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Any questions or comments? Senator Sampson, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That always takes me off guard because my hand's actually not raised. It's, but I do recall that we have these icons in the corner to note when we want to speak. Good morning, Madam Secretary. Delighted to see you as we get the pleasure of your presence in our committee once in a while. So thank you for being here today. I have a few questions, and before I start, I just want to make sure that I do want to circle back to your final comment because I'm in agreement with you on the subject that people do deserve to make choices about when they should be allowed to vote and how. And my line of questioning might lead some people to believe otherwise, but I am very, very strongly in favor of providing as much access to voting as possible. But I am equally concerned about making sure that we protect the integrity of elections. And to me, that's the focus of my questioning. I guess the first thing I want to ask you is, were you the source of these two proposed bills? I know that this is very similar to the legislation from 2020, or not legislation, the executive orders in 2020 that ultimately allowed for COVID voting, for lack of a better term.
Yes, we were. The language mirrors the language we proposed last year. So in that sense, yes, it is our proposal.
All right, thank you. Since that's the case, you mentioned COVID quite a few times in your opening remarks. I didn't actually get to see your testimony. I'm sorry, I was looking for it last night and I didn't see it online, but I'm sure it's there now. Is this language that's before us primarily because of COVID or for other reasons? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, at the time through you, Mr. Chairman, when we originally proposed it, of course, it was certainly in response to the COVID situation. But we also recognized that the language in the Constitution was pretty broad. And so we just, we asked to have that implemented, basically. But it is, since then, has been interpreted by the Supreme Court as being broad enough to include other forms of public health emergencies, if you will. So I think our sense was that this decision, certainly in the case of 2020, should be in the hands of the voter to decide, because ultimately all these questions of absentee ballots, the question rests with the voter as to how they interpret. Are they going to be out of town on election day? Do they have illness in mind? Is there something that's preventing them to get to the polls? So ultimately it is their choice to determine that. Of course, they have to go before the town clerk and sign something saying, yes, this is my decision that I feel that I meet these tests.
Well, I appreciate that answer very much. I don't know that I agree with it. I don't think that the definition in the Constitution is broad, and we will certainly touch on that in a moment. Mm-hmm. And I would also say that it's not entirely up to the voter. I mean, we do have laws. We have a constitutional requirement. We do have a statute. I can't decide whether or not I'm going to obey the speed limit or stop signs. I mean, it's not really up to individuals to make a determination. They have to fall within the guidelines of the law. But I guess since we are focused on COVID, is it your impression that the public health emergency is continuing? I mean, is there a public health emergency right now? And more importantly, do you believe that there's a public health emergency that will occur in November that we should be making a change now for? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Well, I guess I'd say I'm not an epidemiologist. I have no idea. And I think it's the $64,000 question, isn't it? Everybody's been struggling with this question. But whether or not there's an ongoing public health emergency, it would certainly behoove us to prepare for that eventuality, I would say, because we really need quite a bit of notice if the legislature is going to act to change this interpretation again for the purposes of the 2022 election. There's quite a bit that goes into it ahead of time. So I would just suggest, this is a decision that has to be made by the legislative body as to whether they want to extend this situation to the 2022 election. But I'm glad we're talking about it now. And of course, we're going to try to speculate, but none of us know really where we're going to be in November.
Thank you for that answer. And through you, Mr. Chairman. So I hear what you're saying, and certainly nobody knows what November is going to bring, which is why it kind of bugs me a little bit that we're talking about COVID as a purpose for modifying the Constitution. I would also say that, the last time we did this, it was done by executive order. It did happen relatively quickly, even ahead of the July primary in 2020. And if it's a matter of simply redefining a statute to conform to the Constitution to change the eligibility requirements, I don't think that requires any time frame at all. That's just a change in the law and the change in people's understanding of it. What might take preparation is if there is some additional changes, like a mass mailing of ballot applications, which is my great concern, and I believe the ultimate purpose of this legislation. So I guess let me ask this question. So this change is not just for this November. If these bills, one of them is adopted or both of them, that would mean that we're going to have these changes effectively going forward permanently. Is that correct through you, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. The change is permanent in the sense that we are at the first part of it in particular, where we're changing the statute. We're simply conforming the language of the statute to the Constitution. It's important to remember that. We're not really making a change. We're changing the wording in the statute to mirror the language that's in the Constitution. And so that would make it, it gives it more clarity in terms of when a court goes to determine it, or we have a case before us, we can make a better determination of what the interpretation would be. But in that sense, yes, this is a permanent change to the statute, not to the eligibility in the Constitution.
Thank you for that answer. And thank you again, through you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to go back and debate that subject with you, and I plan on getting there because, we had this legislation last year, and I offered an amendment to change this language, which I think is identical or very close to what was proposed last year, with the actual sentence from Article 6 of the Constitution, and it was rejected. So we're going to come back to that, but I think we should reconsider saying that we're simply conforming, because I don't think that's accurate, and I think that'll be clear by the end of this conversation. But before I get there, I really want to get to this situation. Let me ask some basic questions first off. First thing is this, and I will point out that the Senate, the United States Senate yesterday actually passed a resolution ending the state of emergency nationally. So again, predicting November is to me a complete mystery, and I don't understand this bill because of it, but I'll try not to editorialize too much. Madam Secretary, through you, Mr. Chairman, what does it cost to mail all of the ballot applications to the people on the voter rolls in the state of Connecticut? And also, what does it cost to mail the ballots as well? And maybe you can give me a little detail, like, what does it cost in a primary and what does it cost in a general election? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Well, first of all, we did that mass mailing of applications as a one-time thing with federal money in 2020. We have no resources or intention of doing it again because it doesn't seem warranted. So normally applications are obtained by a voter themselves from our website or from their town clerk or registrars of voters. And so I don't have any way of knowing what the total cost would be. I don't have with me the number that it cost us. It was a federal grant that we used to mail the applications. I could call on, if you want a specific answer to that question, I do have Attorney Ted Bromley, I think, is on the line. Maybe he recalls what the approximate cost was for mailing those applications as a one-time cost. We do not mail ballots, so every town would mail the ballots out, and I have no way of knowing how much that costs statewide. So Attorney Bromley, do you want to quickly come on and see if we can recall what that rough number was for mailing the absentee ballots statewide, the ballot applications, that is? I know there's always confusion about that.
He's present. I'm not sure if he's.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You're fine.
Okay, great. Yes, hi, I'm Ted Bromley. I am a director of the Elections Division for the Office of the Secretary of the State, here with Secretary Merrill. So in 2020, when we did do the project for the statewide absentee ballot application mailing, the total price tag for that mailing was approximately $1.5 million.
Thank you, Attorney Bromley.
You're welcome.
Senator Sampson, I believe the floor is still yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate that answer. I've seen it widely reported that the elections cost $7 million. I got to assume that you're mailing out at least somewhere between 1 and 2 million ballot applications, and then a number of those obviously would be returned and a request would be made for ballots. And we did that in both July and in November. It doesn't seem to me like $1.5 million would cover that. Maybe a little more digging and hopefully we can get a more accurate number going forward. But I don't want to waste the time of the committee. Suffice it to say, it's millions of dollars to send those ballot applications. And I appreciate, Madam Secretary, you saying that you have no intentions of doing the mass mailing again. But that brings up a couple of other concerns because for one thing, in 2020, we did this because there was the COVID pandemic afoot, apparently. But in 2021, there was no mass mailing by the state government, although there were some towns that chose to do so. And there were quite a few political candidates and party officials that chose to do also. And I just will express my concern with that, which is that if we are going to leave it in the hands of the average person to send out ballot applications once making everyone in the state eligible versus the current system where you have to be eligible by very narrow circumstances, you are essentially creating a situation where the Democrat candidates and party machinery would be targeting their voters and mailing their prospective voters that are going to support their candidate. And the Republicans will do the same. They will target their voters and they will send them to people that they think will vote Republican. My concern about that is that what about everybody else who is not a targeted voter? They are going to be left out of that. It doesn't seem like a very just thing to do. And in fact, even less just than mailing out the ballot applications to everyone. But when you say you have no intention of mass mailing again, does that mean you will absolutely not do it in November? Or does that mean that you expect that the towns will? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Well, first of all, I'd like to respond to some of the things you raised here. First of all, nothing here makes everyone eligible for an absentee ballot. What we're doing is clarifying what that excuse looks like. You still have to have a quote excuse to get an absentee ballot. As far as the applications being mailed, for many years, candidates have always mailed applications out. You have to remember, applications are available to anyone who wants one if they go online and get one, or go to their town clerk and get one. You can fill it out right at the town clerk's office and hand it right in if you're on the voting rolls. So, no, we have no intention because we have no resources to do a mass mailing. If towns choose to mail to all their voters in their towns, as some towns, as you said, did, I think it's a good thing. It's making it easier for people to vote. If they choose to vote with an absentee ballot, they still have to sign the paper saying why they're using an absentee ballot. We still are a state that requires you to have an excuse to get an absentee ballot. Nothing changes that because that's in our state constitution. I, for one, wish it weren't like that. I think any voter who chooses to vote by mail or by absentee ballot or whatever you wish to call it should be able to do that if that's what they choose to do. If they're on the voter rolls and they're an eligible voter and they're 18 years old and a citizen of the country, they ought to be allowed to vote in whatever way is easiest for them, particularly during a time when it's difficult for people to get to the polls for one reason or another. So I would just say, yes, it is certainly not our intention because we have no resources to do so. I think it's much more effective if the towns continue to manage absentee ballots and all other election-related expenses and situations that go on, like registering voters. It's all done at the town level.
I appreciate that answer, Madam Secretary, and through you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I don't disagree with you about giving control over to the public to make more decisions and have more access to voting, but that's not what we're debating here. I mean, frankly, we're debating a very specific piece of legislation and an interpretation of the Constitution. On another day, and I would be delighted to have the conversation about no excuse absentee voting or anything like that. because I'm very much in agreement with the fact that we want to provide access to voting. But I can't help but disagree with the characterization that you've made several times now, that this is just to conform to the Constitution and that it does not provide universal access. And I was hoping to finish our conversation with that, but let's talk about it since we're going to. You know, the issue really here is whether or not sickness applies to
workers that immigration status could be
Mr. Chairman, can you ask people to mute? Thank you.
Yes, please, if you're not speaking, please put your computer on mute. Thank you. I'll just understand them.
No problem, Mr. Chairman. As I said, through you to Madam Secretary, we've got to narrow down what the Constitution actually says. So I'll read it for the sake of the committee, because we're sitting here and this is what we're talking about. We may as well get it out in the open. Article 6, Section 7 says the General Assembly may provide by law for voting in the choice of any officer to be elected or upon any question to be voted on at any election by qualified voters of the state who are unable to appear at the polling place on the day of election. Now we're talking about voters of the state who are unable to appear at the polling place on the day of election because of absence from the city or town of which they are inhabitants, or because of sickness or physical disability, or because the tenets of their religion forbid secular activity. And I understand the argument that's being made in this bill, and the one that's been made continuously, which is that sickness doesn't say your sickness. But I would argue that none of these items say your in front of them, but it is implied that this it applies to a singular voter, because the other items absolutely do. You certainly would not ask for an absentee ballot because your neighbor is absent from the city or town which they are inhabitants of, or because your neighbor is physically disabled, yet it doesn't say your physical disability. So this is the debate we're going to have on this subject, is what it actually means. And I can understand that there was a court case, but I don't think that's the end all be all. The fact is that this the state of Connecticut has been operating as if sickness means a personal sickness since the Constitution contained this language. The statute was written to conform to that understanding, and we're just now trying to change it for some other purpose. And the purpose is what concerns me, which is the eligibility becomes everyone. And so let me ask you this question. So let's go back to this. So what about physical disability? The bills that are proposed before us both take out such persons ahead of physical disability, which would essentially enable someone, if this bill passes, to get a absentee ballot because some other person is physically disabled. What's your response to that, through you, Mr. Chairman?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. I can only repeat what the court said about this issue, and I will quote from what they said. They held that sickness in Article 6, Section 7 of the Connecticut Constitution is not limited to an individual voter's illness, broad enough to include a specific disease like COVID-19, not just COVID-19, you note. So I can only say that I agree with their interpretation, that just saying illness or sickness doesn't mean that that individual person has to have the illness or sickness. And that is what the holding of the court was. And that's, I'm sure, what people will go back to if a case comes up to challenge this. And it also says physical inability to get to the polling place is not a necessary requirement for rendering a voter unable to appear. And that's the heart of the matter. If you're unable, the whole situation is, are you unable to appear? And when you talk about whether it's due to physical disability or sickness or whatever it is, the voter is the one who determines if they're unable to appear. And they have to swear to that. And so I don't know how much further we should go in trying to restrict people from getting absentee ballots. It's clear that we still have a restriction. I wish we didn't, because I think it should be the voter's decision as to whether they want to use an absentee ballot. But this is how far the courts have gone at this point. And I have to say, I do agree with their interpretation. That's all I can say.
Well, thank you for that answer, Madam Secretary. And through you, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the court's interpretation, and I've read it also. I think it's erroneous, but it's also not relevant today, because what we are discussing today is whether or not we are going to change the relevant statute, which I believe goes back to the Constitution. And I don't believe that court's erroneous interpretation is relevant in the future challenge of this law, if there is one, or whether or not we are to modify this information or modify what the statute says. And by the way, your point is that it's if someone is unable to appear, but yet the statute or the proposed bill before us actually removes the language that says during all hours of voting. Effectively, what you are changing here is you are not only saying that you don't have to be personally ill or personally out of town or personally disabled, but you're saying that you don't even have to be missing during all of the hours of voting. My interpretation of this statute, and I believe the court, if we got the same court to look at it, would agree with me that we've created no excuse absentee voting with this modification. And how do you respond to that? Through Mr. Chairman.
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, we have not done that, because what you're doing is removing the language that says all hours of the polling place was added in the statute. We are free to change that if we think that someone's absence has to be all hours of the election day. And so that still is a restriction. You have to swear that you're going to be absent from the jurisdiction during part of election day. That would make you unable to appear at the polls. That's the main point. You, the voter, decide that you need to use an absentee ballot because you're unable to appear at the polls for those reasons. But those words were added in later. They are not in the state constitution. So they require that actually requires an additional limit on your ability to get an absentee ballot, which I don't think is constitutional necessarily. If the legislature chooses to take that language out, there is no reason that they shouldn't be able to do that if that's the will of the body.
Thank you for that answer, Madam Secretary. And I don't disagree with you that we should be able to make that modification if we want, but by doing it, you are removing the qualifications that require someone to have a reason for obtaining an absentee ballot. The Constitution also says the day of. The statute says during the hours of voting. That is a distinction, and I will grant you that removing it is not as critical a change as redefining what the Constitution says about sickness. So for example, what is meant by sickness? Let me ask that question. If we're simply going to modify things from the way that it has always read, which is such electors or person's illness, which I believe conforms with the intent of the Constitution, which refers to a specific voter's inability to appear because of sickness. What is it meant when we simply use the word illness? Whose illness are we referring to? Through you, Madam Chairman. Or Mr. Chairman, sorry.
Oh, oh, we had a change there. Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. That's open to the interpretation of the section of the statute, and that will be determined when it comes about. Could be determined in a number of ways. I'm not here to make a determination about any specific case that would come before us, because we'll have to wait and see what comes up as an issue. But essentially, you are all these sections of the statute rely on the voter to come up with the excuse, if you will, and to determine. The voter first has to be the one who says, yes, I am going to be out of the jurisdiction, let's say, for part of the election day, which will make me unable to appear to vote. And so it starts with the voter, and should start with the voter, because they are the ones all along. Always, the voter has had to be the one to step forward and say, I'm not going to be around on election day, or I have an illness, or there is an illness that will prevent me from getting to the polls. That's the main point, is that it has to make you unable to get to the polls. And that clearly is in the hands of the voter to decide if they meet that test.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I don't disagree with you, but that is the precise problem with this language. in my estimation, which is that if you leave it up to the voter to determine whether or not the word illness is a reason for them to be unable to appear, there is no test. It becomes no excuse absentee voting, which is what I'm trying to illustrate here. In fact, people running for Secretary of State in both parties, and I don't have you on record calling this no excuse absentee voting, although I wouldn't doubt if you did also. Everyone knows that the 2020 election was a no excuse absentee voting election that was never intended. When you say, when you remove such electors or persons before the word illness, now you just have the word illness. And I was trying to get at whose illness we're talking about, because that doesn't seem to be clear. And in fact, when you just say because of illness, it doesn't mean anything. I mean, you could say because of spaghetti. That's not a reason. The reason would be that there is a pandemic, that there is someone else who's ill. To just say because of illness, because illness is just a word, and it could imply illness that occurred in the past or in the future or never. It just says because of illness. Does that mean that someone who was sick with malaria in South Africa in 1825, so therefore because of illness, that illness, I would be able to vote by an absentee ballot in Connecticut in 2022. That would be a stretch, but I believe that's exactly what you're creating by not defining illness as such electors or person's illness. But the point I'm making is that you've also done this with disability. Why are we removing the word such electors or person's physical disability? How on earth would that make sense? Does that mean that anyone can obtain an absentee ballot because of physical disability? Does that mean that if a neighbor has a physical disability, that someone would be able to get an absentee ballot? Because that's precisely the argument that's being made with the word illness. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, perhaps I'm looking at a different version of the bill, but in my version of the bill, such electors or person's physical disability is still in the language of the proposal. The only place it's being removed is to qualify illness. I would also argue, that we still, with the changes to this statute, we still have some of the most restrictive language in the country to obtain an absentee ballot. There are only 2 states that ever had this in their state constitution, which makes it extremely difficult for us to make it easier for people to obtain absentee ballots, even in a situation like COVID-19. So I think to say that just by removing this qualification to the word illness to conform it to the state constitution creates some sort of open door to absentee ballots is simply not true. I wish it were, but it's not. When you say, well, does that mean somebody's illness in South Africa? How does that meet the test of not that voter not being able to get to the polls? See, you're forgetting about the second part of all this, which is that person has to swear they are unable to get to the polls because of whatever they're claiming is their excuse. And so that is still the case. I wish it weren't. And I look forward to the debate on this issue next session when we can possibly get it on the ballot so that everyone in the state can vote on whether or not they'd like to have access to an absentee ballot if they so choose.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. You've been unbelievably clear about your desire for no excuse absentee voting. And again, I appreciate it. And I'm closer to you on that issue than you can imagine, but we're not discussing that. What I'm trying to illustrate here, and I'm hoping that you can help me and convince me, because you have yet to show me that this is somehow not creating a backdoor way to no excuse absentee voting. If we debate and vote on no excuse absentee voting, that's fine. But that is not what we're doing here today. Other than I believe this proposed change, it creates that as a backdoor mechanism to get there. And as I've expressed, my real concern is not even about opening up, absentee voting. It is about opening up the opportunity for ballots to be mailed to every person without the protections in place that other states that engage in that activity have. My concern here is that by redefining the statute to say that it's just illness and not a specific person's illness, you have essentially made everyone eligible, because illness is just a word, and illness has existed through time in memoriam and will into the future. And furthermore, by the language in these proposed bills does remove such electors or persons as a requirement based on physical disability, in fact, enabling you to get an absentee ballot because of someone else's physical disability. I think it makes absolutely no sense. We're obviously not going to get anywhere on that subject. We're just going to agree to disagree. But I think I would encourage people watching to read this language and come to their own conclusion about whether or not, when you take out the words such electors or persons in front of these conditions, that essentially you're allowing anyone as long as any other person meets those conditions. And I just think that that's an appropriate way to do it. I want to get back to the point of the mailing of ballots. When the ballots were mailed in 2020, Madam Secretary, how many of them were returned in the mail? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Through you, Mr. Chair, first of all, no ballots were mailed, right? We keep getting this mixed up. They were applications for absentee ballots, right?
Yes, ballot applications, but ballots were also mailed as a result of the responses of people who requested them.
Well, ballots are always mailed to those who request them by the town clerks, not statewide, but by each town. When you send in an application for an absentee ballot, your ballot is mailed to you, right? With lots of checks and balances and separate envelopes and all those things that we talk about all the time. But just to be clear, right? So
through you, Madam Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I completely understand that, and I meant the question that I asked. I was going to ask how many ballot applications were returned also, but I did ask how many ballots were returned, because ballots were mailed to people who requested them and they were returned. And do you have that information? I know how the process works.
Oh, okay. Well, I just wanted to be clear, because you did say the mailing of ballots. And so I just wanted to be clear. Ballots were not mailed without applications. People applied for them and then they were mailed to them. I mean, I'm just clarifying that because I know there's a lot of confusion about that, because many states do just mail ballots to everyone on the list. We do not do that, or anything even close to that, honestly. So your question was how many of the ballots that are mailed by the town clerks were returned to be voted. I don't think I have that information with me, but I can get it to you. Maybe Attorney Bromley, got any data on that?
Attorney Bromley, are you still with us, I believe?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chairman. Again, Ted Bromley. I don't have the exact number. We can certainly get that for you, Senator, but I do know that in 2022, generally speaking, we had about a 3 to 5% population of voters that voted by absentee ballot. And in 2020, it rose to approximately 30%. But the actual hard number, we would have to get that for you.
Thank you for that information from the both of you guys. Through you, Mr. Chairman, it seems to me that it's important information to know both how many ballot applications were returned in the mail and how many ballots were returned in the mail. Since we are in the process of doing a very significant expansion of eligibility for mail-in votes. And that's the concern here, and always has been, is the security of such an election. Can you tell me through you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Secretary, can you tell me how many ballot applications were returned possibly in the 2020 primary or general election?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I do have that information because we were the ones that mailed the applications in 2020, both the primary and the general election. But just to make sure everyone understands, the voter file is maintained by the local registrars of voters, one Democrat, one Republican in each town. Roughly 75,000 applications that we were mailed out, and we mailed out, I think it was probably close to 2 million, were returned by Postal Service. About 8% of those mailed out, which is, by the way, less than half of the national average of returned election mail, according to the Election Enforcement Commission. And I just think I'd take this opportunity to say it's because we have pretty accurate voter rolls. More than 150 of Connecticut's 169 towns had return rates less than half the national average. 164 towns had rates below the national average. We are leaders in maintaining accurate voter rolls. So, and that clearly has to do, has something to do why we had such a low return rate, because our rolls are pretty accurate, and it's difficult. It's a difficult job to maintain those rolls. But I think the registrars do an extremely good job of it. And of course, we've done some things to make it even better. For example, allowing you to change your address at the DMV, because that's something people don't think to do when they move. They don't necessarily think, oh, I better call the registrar of voters and change my voting address. And so we've been able to do a really great job of making these lists much better than they have been. And I would say also rejected absentee ballots. That's always a question people ask. I'm going to foretell what you might ask me about besides the number that were returned, because this is always a question. When people send in these applications and these ballots, are they doing it correctly? And we've had a lot of problems with people not understanding how to fill out their absentee ballots. It's very complicated. But I would say we are doing well on that too. And I credit that to all the information that went out during 2020. We had less than 1% of the ABs were rejected by town. We have those numbers by town, and half as many were rejected as in 2018. So again, I think we did a great job in 2020 of informing voters on how to do this, and I think it shows.
I'm going to briefly interject here for a second. And Senator, I think I understand where you're going with the line of questioning in terms of security and the mailing of ballots and things of that nature. I just, I think the issue of the mailing of applications is not included on the bill. I'm not asking you to not ask certain questions, but I just want to keep in mind that in the underlying two pieces of legislation before us, another one addresses the mailing of applications. So I just want to keep that in mind, and just so that we kind of keep that in the forefront. All right, thank you. Senator, the floor is still yours. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your concern, but we are addressing legislation that is the exact repeat of the 2020 language that was adopted that enabled the mass mailing of absentee ballot applications. And that's why these questions are coming up, because to me, that is the great concern, which is that once you make this modification, you are in a position to now mail every voter in the state who's on the voter rolls, which you can only do if they are all eligible. And the repeated arguments that this doesn't make everyone eligible are obviously erroneous, because you did it in 2020. You mailed everybody on the list because you made them all eligible by virtue of modifying the word illness. And that's what's being attempted in this statute, and the concern that I have. And I also want to just thank the chairman for his patience here. I am not trying to take a long time here. My questions, generally speaking, are quick to the point. The answers less so, and I appreciate the secretary's interest in making her points as well. And but please, I'm trying to get through this as quickly as possible. But I do have questions. Through you, Mr. Chairman, your statement was 70,000 ballot applications were returned in the 2020 primary and general combined. I have seen numbers reported upwards of 250,000 ballot applications. That's not accurate. I just want to make sure we have the proper number, because to me, that's a grave concern, partly from a cost standpoint. We're spending a lot of money to send these things out. And if our voter rolls are inaccurate enough that we're actually getting tens of thousands is concerning enough to me, but if it's hundreds of thousands, it's even more concerning. That number is accurate, 70,000. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the number was 75,000, and that is what has been reported to me. And it is approximately 8% of the applications mailed out. I believe it is for both the primary and the general, but I could check that. I don't know if Attorney Bromley knows if that data is just about the general or about the primary as well.
Attorney Bromley, do you wish to intervene? Interject?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, that number, Madam Secretary, that's correct. That number is for both.
I thought so. Thank you.
I appreciate that answer, Madam Secretary, through you, Mr. Chairman. Although I will tell you that by my math, 8% of ballots at 75,000 would mean less than 1 million ballots were mailed, or ballot applications, pardon me. And that's just not possible. There were certainly, as you just noted, almost 2 million probably. So I don't know how those numbers do jive. But we can come back to that. And if there is further information that says that number is not 75,000, I'd certainly like to know about it, because I believe that the citizens of Connecticut need to know that information accurately to determine whether or not this legislation is good. So what is being done through you, Mr. Chairman, to resolve the errors that are clearly on the voter list if even 75,000 ballot applications were returned in the mail? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Through you, Mr. Chair, as we have noted many times, all keeping of the lists is done at the local level. We do our level best to keep up with people's movement, but it is always a snapshot in time that we know that there are people who have not changed their address appropriately and so forth. So there will always be a certain number of addresses that are no longer accurate at any one time. We do update the lists every year. Every town is required to do that, and they do that audit of their list, and that's all I can say. And I think we are on record as having some of the most accurate lists certainly in the region. And we do all we can to make sure that those lists are kept up in the way they should be. But that is really done at the local level.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So, Madam Secretary, during the primary and the general election in 2020, I received numerous correspondence from my own constituents suggesting that they did not receive a ballot application, even though they were a registered voter. I received many other individuals' correspondence telling me that they received ones for people that no longer live in their home, duplicates, because one in their married name, one in their their maiden name, for children that had moved out of state to go to college, what have you, deceased people, etc. And notably, I'm a landlord actually, so I have some tenants, and one of my tenants shared with me the fact that they received maybe half a dozen ballot applications for people that had resided at the same address over time. These are real world things. It's hard to gauge how prevalent those circumstances are. But to me, that is a concern, and why I brought up the notion of resolving the concerns with the voter list. I know that there are other folks that are on our public hearing today that are going to elaborate about their own experience with the voter lists. But I guess my question is, how do we know if we are sending out ballot applications to 1 million or 2 million people simply because their names appear on the voter list and may appear multiple times or have the wrong address or are otherwise an error? How do we know that if that person responds with a ballot application and we send them a ballot, that we are actually sending it to the right person? And furthermore, how do we know that that ballot application is being returned by the proper party? And the reason why I asked this question is because it's noteworthy that during the debate on early voting in the state Senate several years ago, Senator Martin Looney was the person who brought it to our attention on the floor by saying that he prefers early voting to no excuse absentee voting or any type of mail-in voting, because you never really know, I think was his words, who is returning that ballot. And that is my concern also. Let's provide access, but we have to make sure we provide the integrity of the election. Other states have stringent requirements for voter registration because they have large numbers of mail-in voting. As you pointed out, we have 1 or 2% typically. But in 2020, when we expanded the eligibility to every voter, which was done by virtue of redefining illness and sending out the ballot applications to every person, we had a huge increase. But other states that partake in this type of mail-in voting scheme, they have signature verification process. They have barcodes. They audit the ballots that are and applications that are returned. What protections do we have in this state, Madam Secretary? And I'll add one other thing, which is that you took credit for a very low denial rate, 1 or 2%, but isn't that because we basically approved every ballot that came in, whether the signature was accurate or it was missing a signature or it was just an X? These are the things that have been reported to me, and why I'm being a pill today. I apologize. It's because I want our elections to be beyond question and above doubt. So if you could respond to what are the security protocols? Do we have a signature verification process? Do we use barcodes? Do we audit absentee ballots? Do we approve ballots that come in without signatures, without matching signatures? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman. No, we do not use a signature verification process, mostly because we have never had the need of it. We don't use that many absentee ballots generally, but signature verification processes are notoriously unreliable. And honestly, we have looked at it in the past and decided that at this point, it would not be, it's not the right process for verification. Verification is basically done by the town clerk. They check the name against the application. And first of all, just be aware, we're not mailing ballots to people blindly. We're mailing an application. Anyone can fill out an application for anything. And so, but they have to, the first thing is they have to be on the list. And secondly, you have to sign by penalty of, it's a big penalty too. This is not a fraudulent application. So you're required to say, yes, I am the person that's being sent this application. So it's all controlled by that. And the town clerk checks you off the list, and you're taking a chance if you would do something like that, that the person whose name you are theoretically stealing would be not voting themselves. They would be, but what if they're voting? You would be caught immediately. So honestly, we have seen very little evidence that people are sending in fraudulent applications. The fact is, yes, there are a certain number of people that are on the list more than once. If you have moved in the last year, since the last time they canvassed their district, it's likely that you could be on the list, both in your new residence and your old residence. That doesn't mean you're going to vote in two places. There's nothing illegal about being on a list more than once. But what is illegal is voting more than once. So I think our system works quite well. We have had very little incidents of anything like that happening. And the fact is that the mailing of the applications has actually helped us clean up our lists. Because remember, when those 75,000 roughly applications came back as undeliverable, we sent them to the towns, and the towns then took them off the rolls if that was appropriate. It's just that we're very, very careful before we take someone's name off a voter roll. There's quite a long process to take someone's name off. You have to have notice of it, and you have to have not voted in several federal elections. So, and there's reasons for that. You are denying someone their right to vote the minute you take them off that voter list. So all I can say is, again, we do the best we can to keep accurate voter rolls. We are known for being one of the best states for doing that. And the checks and balances we have in place seem to have worked quite well up till now. So that's all I can say. And I do have confidence in the way we're doing things right now. I don't know if we should look at, I don't even know what you mean by auditing the absentee ballots. Would you mean like going back to try to find out if every person is who they say they are? How would you even do that? I'm not sure. There's been a lot of talk about audit processes lately. And you just have to remember the fundamental law is that we have anonymity. We have private ballots. So you're never going to be able to go back and find out who cast that ballot, hopefully, because you have a right to have privacy with who you voted for.
Thank you for that answer, Madam Secretary, and through you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that lengthy answer, actually. But let the record show that when I asked, if we have any actual security, the only thing that you brought to my attention was that we are careful, allegedly, about our voter list. And I think we've already illustrated that we're not particularly careful about our voter list. Someone also pointed out to me that 8% of 2.4 million voters is 184,000, and that the statistics that are out there reflect 184,000 returned undeliverable in the general and 100,000 in the primary, for a total of 284,000. If the number is actually 75,000, I apologize, but I have no reason to believe that these other numbers are inaccurate, since you pointed out 8% yourself. You also noted that why would we audit? Because we'll never know who actually sent that ballot in. I think you were making my point, Madam Secretary, that that's the concern with a very fast expansion of mail-in voting, is it's never going to be as accurate as in-person voting, where you can identify the voter. I just think I'm going to wrap it up right now, Mr. Chairman, just because I know a lot of people are patiently waiting, and I am very sorry for how long this took. But I have one final question, which is, through you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Secretary, what would you describe as the difference between the election in 2020, November 2020, and if there was a no excuse absentee voting election? And please answer me, respecting the fact that you decided that every person should get a ballot application in the mail simply for being on the voter rolls, which would imply that they were all eligible. And in fact, your insert on those ballot applications indicated that every person could in fact check off the box for COVID. That implies that that was a no excuse absentee voting election, and that you could in fact vote because of COVID, not even because you had COVID, or not because fear of COVID, and not because your neighbor had COVID, but because of COVID. And the fact is that 1,000 years from now, because of COVID will still apply, because it doesn't say who it actually has to be ill. And I know I'm getting into the weeds here, but I'm trying to find out in your mind how you separate that election from an actual no excuse absentee election, since everyone at the time, including the governor of the state, referred to it as a no excuse absentee vote election. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I can only repeat what I've said many times. The reason we all took those actions in 2020 was because we never wanted anyone to have to make a choice between their health and their vote. I still believe that is true. And I think that is, to a great degree, the reason we're doing what we're doing today and offering this amendment to the statute. And that's all I can say. I think it was the right thing to do. I still think it's the right thing to do. And I think these decisions should be left in the hands of the voters. Let people vote. That's all we want to do. We want to make sure everyone can exercise that right to vote. And that's how we chose to do it. And I still stand by it. I think it was the right thing to do.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary, for your answers today. And I appreciate that answer also. And again, I agree with you. I want everyone to have access to voting and have the right to vote, but it does require a change in our state constitution to allow people to vote by absentee ballot outside of the reasons that were suggested. You did that in 2020 without a change to the Constitution. And this proposal before us, I believe, attempts to do the same thing, since the same exact language. I think it is clearly unconstitutional. I'm more than happy to have the debate about modifying the Constitution, but that is what would be required. And I will just leave it right there for now, Mr. Chairman, because I want people to understand what we're truly debating here. It should not be an argument about how one person wants the widest access of voting and someone else does not, because we all want the widest access of voting. But we have a constitution, we have a process, and we should also be concerned about the integrity. And with that, thank you very much for your indulgence today, Madam Secretary, and your patience with me. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sampson, for your questions. Up next, Representative Francesca, your hand is raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, Madam Secretary. It's very nice to see you.
My pleasure.
We normally, before we start our committees, we get to meet and we get to either Zoom or meet in person to kind of discuss, excuse me, legislation. There's many times that we're debating issues on the floor. We didn't have an opportunity to meet with you this year. And there's many times we're debating issues on the floor that I wish you were standing right there so we can get an answer, because nobody has all the answers. This is your job. You are the expert at it. You know all the answers. So I apologize if I have a lot of questions for you. We did not get a chance to meet. So my first question is going back to the issue of illness and sickness. And what I'm not understanding is, if the interpretation of the court is that illness could be any illness, and it's quite broad, why is there a purpose? What is the purpose of changing our Constitution if that is already in there? If the court's already determined that illness could be any illness, it's broad, why would we go through the effort of trying to change our Constitution and getting that question on the ballot?
Well, I guess I would say because the Constitution contains a number of reasons that you can get an absentee ballot, including illness. But if we change the Constitution, those restrictions wouldn't be in the state constitution at all, as I believe they should not be, but only in statute, where we could adjust them as needed. And so that's the only reason, that's the real reason we need to change the state constitution. We are the only state now that has these restrictions in our constitution. Most states do not have these restrictions at all, certainly not for applications for absentee ballots. So that's the reason that we need to, the statutory change we're making today is within the state constitutional language. And don't forget, all of this is only if someone is unable to get to the polls due to these reasons or excuses. And so that restriction is still there. It has to make you unable to get to the polls because of that illness or physical disability or whatever excuse it is you are saying that you have for being able to get an absentee ballot. If we had no fault absentee ballots, you wouldn't need an excuse at all. And that's the reason we need to change the state constitution.
Thank you for that answer, Madam Secretary. So basically, though, when you put the word illness in there, and if the court determined it could be broad, it could be pretty much any illness, that really is no excuse absentee voting, because what other reason would you have other than you're out of town, you're in the armed forces? I certainly understand that. In my mind, that is no excuse absentee voting. So I don't understand the notion of trying to change the Constitution. Because it already exists. If that's their determination, there's absolutely no need to change it going forward. I understand where you're coming from, but in my mind, it just really doesn't make any sense. I wanted to ask, going back to illness, and our Constitution is clear of the interpretation in my mind, and I think in all of the voters' minds when they fill out an application for an absentee ballot, they're talking about themselves. And it's clearly in our Constitution, it's referencing that whole actual section really is talking about yourself. I don't think anybody reads the Constitution when they read that section and think they're talking about someone else. In fact, in your testimony that you submitted today, you even referred to their health and their right to vote. So I think in all the voters' minds, they're talking about themselves. Would you agree?
Yes, of course, but you have to remember it's also because their health was dependent on whether or not they would be exposed to illness if they went to the polls. So to make people safe, to make themselves safe, they were concerned about their health.
Thank you. So through you, Mr. Chairman, the issue of mailing out the applications in the 2020 election, should this legislation pass this session, what will be on the application for them to check? Right now it says COVID. What will that say?
I don't think we've determined that yet, but I'm assuming it would say that you are able to get an absentee ballot due to illness. And, you know, that's, I think it would probably revert to the original language. I don't think we would say anything about COVID.
So COVID would, you think COVID, when who makes that determination and when is that done?
Well, it depends what legislation passes and what exactly it says. And then our office would adjust the forms as needed.
So if the interpretation is to, if the language in this bill is referring to illness, is it safe to assume that the application for a ballot would have to say illness? Because clearly you're changing it to illness here in the legislation in the bill. It's not really referring to COVID as as an illness, but it's really illness. Am I safe to assume that that will be changed to illness?
I'm assuming it will revert to the original language that we always use on the forms because we're really not changing anything. We're just removing the qualifying language from the statute that qualifies illness as not necessarily being a person's actual physical illness itself. So I'm assuming, and I don't know, I haven't thought this through yet, but I'm assuming we would use the forms we always use.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chairman. So if you can refresh my memory, I don't have the original form with me. Does it say your illness or your sickness on the original application prior to it being changed to COVID? Can you recall?
I don't recall myself. Maybe I can call on Attorney Bromley again to refresh my memory as to what the form actually says.
Are you available?
Oh, yes, Mr. Chairman. I think the answer to the question actually depends upon which
Can you
piece
just
of legislation.
identify yourself again briefly? Attorney Bromley, just for purposes of our.
Oh, yes, this is Attorney Bromley again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that the answer to the question actually depends upon which piece of legislation we're talking about. The piece that would actually pretty much mirror the 2020 election changes for COVID actually physically prescribes the language that we need to put onto the forms. So of course, that would be put on the forms, whatever the legislation prescribes. If we're talking about the one that simply changes the list of reasons why you would be voting by absentee ballot, then of course any forms would mirror the language that would be in the legislation, which is what it currently is now on our forms. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Attorney Bromley. Representative, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we have two bills before us today. We have 184 and 5262. Can you clarify which one you're referring to? So are you saying that 184 would change the language on the application to be illness, and Bill 5262, if that passed, it would still say COVID? Can you give me a little bit more detail on that through you, Mr. Chairman? I'm sorry. This would go to Attorney Bromley. I apologize,
yeah.
Madam Secretary, because he probably would have that answer.
Right. That's true.
Attorney Bromley. Attorney Bromley, there you go.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Ted Bromley again. So the legislation that simply is changing the list of reasons why you would be voting by absentee ballot, those are the exact reasons that are currently on the application for absentee ballot, verbatim. And so we would change the check boxes to reflect whatever the legislature changes the language to be. The COVID excuse legislation, of course, prescribes exactly what we need to print on all of the materials. So, of course, if that piece of legislation passes, we would print on the materials exactly what the legislation is telling us to, verbatim.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for that answer. I both of these bills say illness. They refer to illness. So I'm trying to figure out which one are you talking about? If you wouldn't mind specifically giving me the bill number that's before us that is referring to COVID-19. And I'm assuming it's Senate Bill 184. Is that correct through you, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I can clarify. Yes, Senate Bill 184 has both pieces in it. And including the one, and obviously the section of 184 that has extending the legislation that was passed last year to 2022 would have mirror the same language. I was referring actually to just the first section because that's the one that seems to have the question, which is where we're just changing the statutory language to mirror the constitutional language. I'm assuming that would not have COVID language in it. We would revert, I assume, unless otherwise, the language is changed in this proposal. Sometimes the language will change to tell us exactly what needs to be said on the application or on the ballot. And so that would depend on what exactly was passed. But as written, we would, I assume, revert to our original applications without any mention of COVID.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Through you, Mr. Chairman, it appears to me that both bills really are the same. Maybe one's a little bit more elaborate, a little bit more detailed, but they're basically just referring to changing it to illness. And that's why I was questioning it. But one of them is a little bit more broad. So should Senate Bill 184 pass, it's possible the language on the application will refer to COVID. And certainly if it's just the other bill, it would just refer to illness. Is that correct? Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I don't know, is that a question to me or are you?
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It was just a clarification. I get it. Don't worry about it. So on the question of mailing out applications as it was done in the 2020 election, the applications that were mailed out in the 2021 municipal elections, those were done by towns by their choice. Would you be able to point to me in statute or requirements of where it allows a town to do a mass mailing of applications? Is that a direction that is just guidance from the secretaries from your office and they make that decision at each election, or is there something in statute that allows for that? Would you be able to point that out to me through you, Mr. Chairman?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, it is a specific statutory reference. I'm not sure I could give you the exact number, but I can get it for you. But maybe again, Attorney Bromley can clarify. He's the one that's most knowledgeable about Title IX.
Attorney Bromley, another question for you, sir, if you're available.
Thank you. Ted Bromley here. I do not know that statutory reference off the top of my head.
Thank you, sir. For Representative, you stumped Attorney Bromley. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm assuming in the last municipal election, were the towns notified that they can mail out applications to every voter? It's not common. We haven't done this in the past. It's really something new because of the pandemic. So how were they notified that they were able to do that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe that towns started asking us if they could do it, and we didn't see any prohibition against it. Bear in mind that candidates have for years mailed applications to their constituents, and that's very common, actually, by both parties, by the way. And so I'm not sure if towns have ever done this before. It's probably largely a question of resources. We did it in 2020 specifically because we were very concerned that people didn't know how to vote in a pandemic and what had happened to change those rules. So I still think it was an extremely good idea to do it because people became informed of what was going on and what their rights were. People were frantic about not being able to get to the polls. I remember specifically getting hundreds of questions about it. So while we have not done it in the past, I think it turned out to be a good thing to do. It was very informative for everyone. And towns, I think, felt the same way. They felt that they needed to let people know that either the change was still there or wasn't still there in that case. And so, it was very important that they let people know what was going on. So I think it was something they decided to do, but certainly there's not a prohibition. Anyone can get an application online anytime they want to. Candidates can mail them out. Anyone can mail them out. You know, they're just applications. They're not ballots. So it was never considered a big deal to mail applications to anyone. So I don't know if the question has just never come up, but there is certainly no prohibition against it.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. And should an application be mailed out either by a campaign committee or the towns? It is my understanding, because I know there was an issue in the last election about a wet signature and who can pre-fill them out. Is it my understanding that those applications cannot be pre-filled out? They can just be mailed to the address. Is that right? Through you, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. That turned out to be a very complicated question because the laws are meant for situations where people are mailing out 5 or 10 of them. And so there was a requirement for a quote wet signature, but that even became complicated because what is a wet signature exactly in these circumstances? Is it okay if it's a photocopied signature versus there's another kind you can do? So, but bottom line is, yes, there is a requirement that if you mail a certain number of them out, you need that person who's mailing them out, whether it's a candidate, a town chair, whatever it is, needs to sign every one of them. If they're pre-filled out. If they're not, they're just a blank piece of paper. So then they don't need a wet signature.
So if you wouldn't mind through you, Mr. Chairman, what do you mean by they're being pre-filled out? What information is on there?
Name, address. Again, you know, there's an extensive opinion about this, and I'm going to get into deep water if I get into the weeds too much on this. So again, if you want a lot of information about exactly how it should be filled out and so forth, you can fill them out. It's just that if you fill them out in a certain way that has the name and address on it, then you need to have the signature of the person actually sending it. And forgive me, but I'm forgetting why that's true, but it is in statute somewhere. And so again, I guess I'd refer to Attorney Bromley to clarify this, because this is a very complicated law, frankly. And again, probably not designed for this situation, which is why it became complicated when people started mailing these applications out. So Attorney Bromley, would you help me out here?
Attorney Bromley, floor is yours again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Ted Bromley. Yeah, so that requirement that an individual sign in a wet signature way, the application, if they assisted an individual to fill it out, basically name, address, etc., which is basically the only information that is on an application for an absentee ballot. Then that individual would have to sign as assisting the applicant with that application. It is, as the secretary said, it is an issue that is currently being reviewed by elections enforcement and with our office. And I would anticipate prior to the election season in 2022 that there will be some additional guidance with regard to exactly what the quote unquote wet signature means going forward.
Thank you. I think it's really important that we have that information. Obviously, we know that there were some problems in other areas. I mean, I understand you're assisting someone in filling out the application and there needs to be a wet signature on it. But when people are doing a mass mailing of just applications, right, and it's already pre-filled out and all they need to do is sign it and send it back, is a problem. So I'm hoping that sooner rather than later, we get clarification on that. Thank you for that, Attorney Bromley. So just quickly, Madam Secretary, you had mentioned that Connecticut is a leader in our voter rolls. And we use the ERIC system. And if I recall, I thought we only updated that system once a year. I actually had a constituent ask me that was trying to get some information on how the voter rolls over the past few years, how many people have been added to the voter rolls and how many have been deleted from the voter rolls in the ERIC system. Would you be able to give me that information? Would you know, or if you don't have it now, if you can send it to me? How do we find that out? And who has access to the ERIC system?
Through you, Mr. Chair. The ERIC system is an information sharing system across state lines. It's a consortium of states. And again, the information goes to every town registrar. One Democrat, one Republican, remember. And that information helps us keep our rolls accurate for obvious reasons. We don't necessarily get information about people who died in another state coming off the rolls. And so this has helped us a lot using this system, because other states now share that information, as do we. The information, I'm not sure exactly how it comes in. I think it goes directly to the towns in question. And I'm not sure how often they get it, but it might be just once a year. And they then correct their rolls based on the data they're getting from other states.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chairman. So do we know how many voters were added to the ERIC system and deleted to the ERIC system year over year? And because I guess I'm assuming that the towns are reporting that to an ERIC system, and your department is pulling that information. How do we get that information?
Representative, I'm not sure we get it on a statewide basis, but again, I'm afraid I have to defer to Attorney Bromley, because he is intimately involved with all this. But I'm not sure exactly how that information comes in. I don't think it comes in statewide, but I could be wrong about that. So Attorney Bromley, can you help me out again?
Attorney Bromley, the floor is yours if you're available.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Ted Bromley again. So first, we don't add names to a registry list because of ERIC. So all ERIC does is, as the secretary correctly said, it's an information sharing. And what they do is they compare the voter registration lists of various states, including most recently Florida, with Connecticut's. And what it does is identify people who may have moved out of Connecticut to another state. We also get the exact same information from the United States Postal Service in the National Change of Address system. So what ERIC does is pass those names along to us. We provide that information to the registrars, who then investigate whether or not the individual in question really did move either to a different town in the state of Connecticut or to a different state. And if they were able to identify that individual, then they must follow the federal law procedures in the National National Voter Registration Act, where they have to provide sufficient notice to the voter to either contest that they have not moved out of the state, or to provide them with sufficient notice that they will be removed and an opportunity to register in their new state. So again, we don't add names, nor do we really subtract names. We identify voters who then are basically removed from our voter list if it is appropriate through the normal National Voter Registration Act / Canvas procedure that is in both federal law and built into our state statutes. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative, the floor is yours again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you don't add or you don't remove names. I mean, I'm assuming they have to come off sometime. Is it automatic? I'm assuming when people register to vote, it's an automatic thing that goes into the ERIC system. And when that voter is updated, whether it's by address or duplicate, I know you're saying we don't take it off. How does it come off? Is it an automatic process? For you, Mr. Chairman. I guess this is a question for Attorney Bromley. Yes, again.
Attorney Bromley, did you hear the question?
Yes, I did, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Again, this is Ted Bromley. So again, an individual could be removed from the voter list for only a very few specific reasons. One, if they request it themselves. Two, if they die. Three, if they're a felon that is currently in custody. And the only other reason that they can be removed from the registry list is if they have been identified as somebody who has moved from Connecticut to another state, and they have been given the federal law opportunities of the National Voter Registration Act to respond. So in the National Voter Registration Act, that process is that they're sent a notice If the voter does not respond to that notice within a period of 30 days, the voter is listed on what's called an inactive registry list. They remain on the inactive registry list for a period of 4 years, unless they actually do some type of election-related activity, such as sign a petition, vote in a primary, etc. In those instances, the individual could be restored from the inactive registry list to the active registry list. However, if somebody remains on the inactive registry list for a period of 4 years, then they are removed from the official voter rolls. And all of that is federal requirements that must be adhered to by every state, all 50 states in the US. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess the only reason why I'm asking is because I kind of wanted to get to how about the ballot applications were returned. So I didn't hear you say anything about duplicate names in there, how those would be cleaned up on the voter rolls or in the ERIC system. It was more people who moved, maybe people who have passed away. Is there a process for looking at duplicate names so somebody can register as John James Smith and maybe as John J. Smith? Excuse me, or whatever. Can you clarify that for me through you, Mr. Chairman? I guess, excuse me, this is a question for the attorney.
Attorney Bromley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Ted Bromley here. So yes, there is a duplicate process. There's actually 3 different duplicate processes. The first is that we actually get 4 reports from ERIC. As I was talking to, the first 2 that are most relevant are the moving within the state, moving outside of the state, which is also incidentally the NCOA report from the post office. We also get a death report from where ERIC interacts with the Social Security Administration. And we also get a duplicate report where ERIC runs the database against itself to identify any potential duplicates. In addition to that, there is already a statutory requirement that we run a duplicate list ourselves and provide that to the registrars to identify if in fact individuals are duplicates and they're not just seniors or juniors and twins with the same date of birth, etc. And then also, in addition to all of that, the main reason that the Help America Vote Act was passed and every state in the US has to have a centralized voter registration system is so that it helps to reduce duplicates. So when an individual is entered into the voter registration system, the system automatically does a statewide search to see if potentially that voter is already registered in another town. And if they are, they can be removed from one town's registry list and brought into the new town and registered to vote. So there are many different ways that duplicates are addressed through the process. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that answer. I appreciate it. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for just kind of giving me the opportunity to ask these questions. I know they're kind of going off track a little bit, but this is the only opportunity really to speak with the Secretary of State, although I'll be more than happy to ask you these questions on the floor. We try to avoid that. Thank you. Madam Secretary, I'm just questioning, you had mentioned about the applications being sent out and then how many ballots were sent out. Obviously, we know that they're 2 different things. I'm looking at a document that you had on your website that there were 716,214 absentee ballots were requested and issued to voters. Can you tell me, is that for the 2020 primary or the 2020 election in November? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I believe that's for both, but I'm not certain. I can certainly get you that information. I don't know if we'd have it right here. If it's on our website, if it says 2020, I'm assuming that would be for just the general, but I'm not certain. Ted, I hate to keep picking on you, but I don't know if you have more information than I do. What do you think?
It seems like a low number for the primary and the general election. So I'm just trying to figure out where that number comes from.
700.
Is it an average or what?
Attorney Bromley, any information?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Ted Bromley again. Unfortunately, I don't have that information. I don't know where on the website you are referring to, and so I don't have that off the top of my head, but certainly we can look at it and provide you with some more details.
Okay, thank you.
Perhaps,
Thank you.
Madam
Yeah,
Secretary, if you could follow up with our representative, that'd be very helpful on this information. It'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Be happy to do it.
Yes, I
Representative
would
Cole.
appreciate, it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, it was a document dated December 3rd, 2020 that you had sent it out. You kind of were talking about the statistics about absentee ballot applications and how many people
Okay.
returned. And I was just trying to figure out, you had said to Senator Sampson that the amount of applications that were returned were 75,000. Was, when you had mentioned that number, was that for the applications or the ballots themselves? Because I understand that there was a number of ballots that were not counted.
Yeah, that's all done at the local level. The only thing we are referring to are the applications because that's what we mailed out. So we got 75,000 back, apparently undeliverable.
Okay, thank you, Madam Secretary. So through you, Mr. Chairman, so if I'm looking at the numbers on here, 716,000 applications were sent out or issued, requested and issued to voters. And if I guess what I'm trying to figure out what the return rate on that was, I believe it was 35% of those were returned. Is that right through you, Mr. Chairman?
Oh, through you, Mr. Chairman, I just got a clarification on all this. The 75,000 returned were just for the primary because when we mailed applications out for the general election, they were returned to the towns. They were not returned to our office. So if they were undeliverable, it would have gone to the town clerk. And that's why we don't have that number.
Oh, I understand. Okay. Thank you through you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, I understand. So these numbers that I'm looking here probably were just for the primary, all of the other ones that were returned to individual towns.
That's right. We figured eliminate the middleman, so to speak, because eventually we would have to get that number to the town clerks ourselves or the registrars. They would be the ones that would have to manage the list. So if they were undeliverable, we'd have to, it was just sort of eliminating that one piece. It just went directly back to the town.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And if an application or if a ballot was returned, are they matching? And I know you had mentioned that there's no signature verification. We don't have that. And you didn't mention to Senator Sampson that you thought that system was flawed. What in your mind is the right way to protect the integrity of our elections to ensure that the person voting is that person voting, whether it's in person, because I always believe there should be a photo identification, or through absentee ballot? Certainly have no problem with people voting through absentee ballot. We want everybody to vote, but I have a lot of concerns when there's no checks and balances. So you were alluding to the fact that signature verification is not the way to do it. It's not accurate. What in your mind is a safe way to secure that our elections? There has to be some processes in place. What would you recommend? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think our best, the best way to do this is just compare the roll. If someone is sending back an application of absentee ballot and they're on the list and they live at that address and they are signing something under penalty of fraud and years in prison, that they are that person, I think that's the best we can do. And I don't see how, the signature verification problem is, of course, our signatures change over time. It's the same problem we have with photo IDs. Our photo changes over time too. So those aren't necessarily better ways of securing anything. I think it has worked very well. We don't have any evidence that there are numbers of people sending in ballots for people that they aren't. And so, to create a process that would be expensive and cumbersome to make it even more difficult for people to cast their ballot seems to me a bad idea. I think we're doing very well as we are. We do have checks and balances. And in terms of, the application, you're not so worried about. You're worried about the ballot. And we have all kinds of, separate envelopes. You have to sign in various places and not in other places. The thing is then matched against the list when it arrives. And of course, the ultimate protection is another person isn't voting. who has that name and address and social security number and all the checks that we have on who that person is. So maybe in the future, there will be technology that'll help us out. I don't know. But right now, that's, I think, the best we can do.
Thank you for that answer. And through you, Mr. Chairman. So the only way, I understand people are signing like an affidavit. They're attesting that they are who they are.
Yes.
Okay, it's really, it doesn't make any sense for them to check that box and do that if we're not checking on the other end to verify their signature, right? Because there's a signature on the outer envelope. When they send in the application, they're signing the application. So that application is not saved and matched to the signature in the outer envelope when they send the ballot back. So the only way that that statement could be true and accurate if there was a check and balance. It makes no sense. Through you, Mr. Chairman, how do you check that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't agree that it makes no sense. Signatures change. You couldn't, it would be very, very difficult to even verify two similar signatures. You know, it's just the whole signature verification process is extremely difficult to verify using a signature. That's all I'll say. You know, it's not something, you know, I've looked at it. They do it in some states. It's an extremely expensive, cumbersome system. You have to train local people to match signatures. They're not comfortable with it. They're not handwriting experts. You know, so the whole thing, it's a lot of effort for, I'm not sure, much return. I think in the end, the fact that they're registered on the list, that they're responding to something that was mailed to them at the address that's been recorded on the list, and the fact that they're attesting to the fact that they are that person is probably good enough. You're always going to have, you know, how would you know when they're standing before you that they're the person they claim they are? I mean, you've got a problem doing that no matter what. To some degree, it relies on the fact that they registered with identification to begin with, and now you're just reiterating that registration process in a way. So that's all I can say.
Thank you. Well, I guess the way our elections work here is we're just kind of going by the honor system, because nobody has anybody been prosecuted for you know, having a false signature or not saying who they were? Do you know if anybody in Connecticut has been prosecuted? Because in order for that to happen, the signatures would have to be checked, and it's apparent that we're not doing that. So I guess we're just using the honor system here. Would you agree with that? Through you, Mr. Chairman?
For you, Mr. Chair, no, I would not agree with that. It is not just the honor system. We just went through the list of things we do to make sure the person is on the list, they're responding from an address that is on the list, and they are attesting to the fact that they are that person. And, you know, no one else is voting for them in that same place. I don't know if we've had any cases of that kind, which would occur if, let's say, you sent in a false name, you voted for somebody, and then whoops, that other person turns out to vote also. That would be sort of a problem, and it is one we could trace and prosecute. I would suggest ask the Election Enforcement Commission. I don't know if that's ever happened, but that's my case. It rarely happens. If it does at all, you know, we're not going to be able to chase down every example that might happen with 2 million voters. And so it seems to me an awful lot of effort for not much return, honestly.
Well, thank you. I thank you through you, Mr. Chairman. I will wrap it up. I appreciate your time and the lengthy questions that I had. I know there's other people that certainly have a lot of questions. I won't get into the whole illness and sickness. I think Senator Sampson covered that very well. I certainly agree. It just seems to be too broad to me. I don't think the intention of voters, even, I believe it or not, I think people fill out an application for an absentee ballot. I don't think they're going to be thinking of somebody else as being sick. They think they're going to be thinking of themselves, because it's been like that for decades, for years. So I don't understand it. I do think we are just kind of creating no excuse absentee ballot, but that's just my opinion. But I appreciate your time, Madam Secretary. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you giving me the latitude to kind of go on a little further and ask these questions. I'm sure more questions will probably come up during the day, and if I do, I can certainly chime in. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Palm, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Out of respect for all the members of the public who've been waiting a very long time, I will ask one question only, having said how much I appreciate, Madam Secretary, your keeping the electorate safe during the pandemic and the nimble and very effective and safe ways in which you have conducted voting. My question is a little bit broader. I am curious, how do your colleagues at NAS perceive Connecticut generally, since we have among the most restrictive voting laws in the nation? Does this ever come up? And I will be very happy with a very brief answer, because again, I'd like to move on to the public. Thank you very much for all you do.
Thank you, Representative. Madam Secretary.
Thank you very much for that question, Representative. I would say we are considered an incredible outlier in this area. People are amazed that a state as progressive as Connecticut and as willing to allow people to vote as we are generally, and as good as we are on things like lists and voter registration, that we are one of the most restricted states by far of any other state. People are just amazed by that. And, you know, and it's not, would remind everyone that voting by mail is done in not just blue states, but red states as well. Utah, Montana, I could go down the list. So yeah, it's kind of amazing. And it is a topic of discussion among my colleagues.
Well, hopefully we'll be able to change that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Madam Secretary, for the clarification, NAS is not National Association of Secretaries of States.
National Association of Secretaries of State, bipartisan organization.
Great, thank you. Representative Blumenthal, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Madam Secretary. It's great to see you. And I echo wholeheartedly all of Representative Palm's comments about your office's performance especially during the pandemic, to help people vote and allow them not to have to choose between their health and the franchise. Lots of my questions have already been answered, and I also want to respect the public who wants to speak up. So I'll try to keep my questions brief. You know, one thing I wanted to ask about that I don't think has been addressed is I did kind of an initial review of past cases of recorded improper absentee ballot voting, including, I guess, both fraud and other improper absentee ballot voting. And it struck me, based on my review, that the vast majority of those cases have to do not with some sort of impersonation or someone who was not eligible to vote at all, but rather people who tried to get an absentee ballot or voted by absentee ballot when they didn't have the proper excuse under our very restrictive laws. And I was wondering, whether that's been your impression, whether you have any data on that, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I was just wondering whether you would agree with that observation or conclusion, and whether there's any data on that available.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. And thank you to both of you for compliments. We did a lot of work in 2020 to make it a good election, and I think we succeeded by and large. I don't have any data on that, but you are certainly correct. That is my impression as well, that any cases of absentee ballot fraud almost never result are due to some form of impersonation of a voter. We just never see that. But the proper authority to ask about that would be the Election Enforcement Commission, because they would get, sometimes we refer these cases to them, but they will be, I believe, testifying in a little while, so you might ask them.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And, it strikes me that the restrictive nature of our absentee ballot excuses may be just a trap for the unwary in some ways, and more confusing to people in the restrictiveness than certainly they need to be. And one question, it kind of occurred to me, you explained that essentially that one of the primary ways that someone would get caught trying to falsely impersonate someone else in an absentee ballot application or vote by absentee ballot as someone else is that they would get caught because someone else might vote. what is, I guess, how would we evaluate the likelihood of people getting caught? It strikes me that, if you have, say, a 60% turnout in an election, you would be taking an enormous chance if you tried to impersonate someone else that they weren't going to vote, because then otherwise there would be 2 votes for them and you would get caught and you'd have a 5-year felony that you'd be facing. So I'm just wondering, do you see that as a deterrent? Do you have any opinion on the numbers or anything like that?
Well, again, I don't think we have any data on that because, again, I think it has happened in the past. And I'm saying that purely from memory. It strikes me there was an occasion where someone came up and tried to vote and somebody said, oh, no, you've already voted. And I think it did go to the Election Enforcement Commission, but I don't really recall. It's extremely unusual for that to happen, obviously, because the absentee ballots are checked off the list as they come in. And so if that person had already voted, it would be checked off immediately. So.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And, I agree. I think, the way I think of it is if you're gambling that someone is not going to vote and you're going to impersonate their vote, you're taking an enormous chance. And if you do it multiple times, then you're almost certain to get caught. And so I see that as a significant deterrent to absentee ballot kind of voter impersonation fraud. And I think it's a significant check in the system on that sort of activity. And frankly, I think if you were trying to do that on a scale that might try to tip an election, you would just be really spectacularly unintelligent. So I think that's one reason why we don't see very much of that variety of voter fraud generally, but especially absentee ballot fraud. So thanks, Madam Secretary, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks.
Thank you, Representative Blumenthal. Senator Sampson, the second time, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate you indulging me. I know I was on the dais for quite a while with the Madam Secretary, but I do have one final question, and then this is in an interest of us trying to work together going forward, not only in this legislation, but potentially on the subject of a constitutional amendment for no excuse absentee voting. And it's very important to me. I neglected to follow up when we had an exchange about the mass mailing. And Madam Secretary, you said that you had no intentions of a mass mailing in the upcoming November election. And I would just like to follow up with that because between you and me, the rest of this conversation is almost moot if there is no unsolicited mailing of absentee ballots or applications rather. That is my concern. I think that our voter lists are a mess. I think that's easily documented. I think that every one of the problems, intentional or unintentional, as was just pointed out by Representative Blumenthal, there are a lot of things that happened. We had people that put their ballots in the drop box after the election. That is a problem that results from having a mail-in election. Those people were disenfranchised. They thought they were voting, but they didn't. I think we can resolve a lot of things because we are in agreement on providing access. My concern is security, and my concern regarding security is about the unsolicited mailing. If I had a commitment from you that we would not have an unsolicited mailing and maybe even a prohibition on a unsolicited mass mailing and rather spend funds on maybe a public service announcement to tell people just how easy it is to obtain an absentee ballot, I think we could come to a lot of agreement and universal bipartisan support for expansions in voting. So I would love your response to that, whether you're willing to make such a commitment today or not. I understand that might be difficult for you, but if you were, it would mean a lot to our future negotiations on this committee and possibly coming up with a positive result. Thank you very much for your indulgence, Madam Secretary, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. And I can only say that everything we do will be to help inform voters, whatever happens in this coming election. We have no funds at this time to do any kind of mailing of applications. I would prefer to spend resources, if we have them, on public information to make sure people know what's going on. And that is my primary concern.
I appreciate that very much. Hopefully I can get that commitment for you as we get closer to November. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Any further questions or comments from Secretary Merrill? Seeing none, Secretary Merrill, thank you very much for your time today. Appreciate your patience on the committee. Look forward to working with you in the session ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. It's been a pleasure to be here and to see you all. And thank you for taking on this very, very important issue.
Up next on our list, we'll move on to Brook Smith, followed by John Erlinghauser, followed by Stacy Zimmerman. Is Brook Smith available? There she is.
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of the Government Administration and Elections Committee. My name is Brook Smith, and I'm a first year at Yale College. I'm here today to speak in strong support for Senate Bill 184. This bill would make the pandemic an acceptable excuse for requesting an absentee ballot for the 2022 midterms, following similar decisions for the 2020 and 2021 elections in Connecticut. And the recent spike in COVID-19 cases is still fresh in our minds, serving as a reminder that the pandemic is still very much present and constantly changing. We don't know what the state of the world will be in November, and for that reason, it is critical that voters are given the autonomy to vote in whatever manner will best serve the health of both them and their families in 2022. As much as we all wish the pandemic would end, it has still yet to relent. The Omicron variant is far more contagious than any variants we faced in the early stages of the pandemic, and the new BA.2 variant is 30% more transmissible even than Omicron. COVID-19 is unpredictable and can mutate and resurge at any time. It is so important to have measures in place to protect the electoral process if the pandemic rears its ugly head again in November. Our society relies on mutual trust, and it is of the utmost importance that voters can trust their legislators and their fellow voters to keep them safe as they cast their ballots. Restricting voting mostly to Election Day would increase the volume of voters coming in and out of precincts, and there is real risk associated with such density of bodies. Contact tracing in Wisconsin following the April 2020 presidential primary identified at least 52 cases of COVID-19 associated with in-person voting directly, with a substantial increase in cases in the weeks following the primary, specifically in the localities with the highest density of voters waiting in lines and moving in and out of precincts. Justice for high-risk voters, including Black and Brown voters and senior citizen voters who suffered disproportionately from COVID-19, requires giving them and their families, as the slight change in language surrounding the illness excuse in Senate Bill 184 would allow, the option to vote from the safety of their homes rather than risking their health to vote in person. Furthermore, Connecticut has successfully allowed pandemic excuse absentee voting for the previous two elections. Fewer than 1% of absentee ballots that were submitted were rejected for any reason, and there was no significant increase in credible reports of voter fraud. In fact, conservative think tank, the Heritage Foundation, identifies only 20 cases of judicially proven absentee ballot fraud in Connecticut since 1988, with none of them taking place since the start of the pandemic. It is abundantly clear that there is no reason to force voters to cast their ballots in person during this time of such strong uncertainty. So I ask you to support Senate Bill 184 and provide equal access to the ballot for all, regardless of their comfort level during the pandemic. Senior citizens, immunocompromised voters, Black and Brown voters, low-income voters, and any voters who are just afraid of contracting COVID-19 at the polls deserve to participate in the midterm election and in every election for that matter, without feeling as if they must risk their lives to do so. And absentee voting will provide all
Your 3
Connecticut
minutes are now over.
Oh, thank you.
So if you want to finish up your comments to me. Brooke, if you want to finish up your comments to me, wrap up.
Oh, sure, thank you. Yes, please favorably vote this bill out of the Government Administration and Elections Committee so that every voter may feel safe exercising their constitutional right to vote this election season. Thank you for your time and consideration, and thank you for the moment of extra time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments for Ms. Smith? Representative Thomas, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Smith, for being here today. I just have a matter of curiosity. We often associate this expansion with, the older generation who might be fearful of going to the polls. And I'm just curious, I'm very struck by the fact that you are much younger than those we typically envision. And is this something that your peers talk about? Can you just explain why someone your age also is concerned about this issue?
Yes, of course. Thank you for the question. There's a number of reasons that this is important to me. One is just the general issue of equal access to the ballot. I am extremely interested in electoral politics. I'm majoring in political science, and it's just a passion of mine. I also think of people like my grandparents who voted absentee in the last couple of elections because they're aging rapidly and can't really get to the polls. And my aunt, for example, lives with them and cares for them. And so she did the same thing because she didn't want to expose them to anything. So I feel like that's a really important thing to take into account. And it's something that even young people can relate to because a lot of us have family members who are older and who are at higher risk for serious illness with COVID-19. And I also, while the personal illness clause in this bill would cover that regardless of the pandemic, I have friends who are immunocompromised at school, my age. And it's extremely important to me that they are able to feel safe in the electoral process as well.
Thank you so much for that, and thank you for being here today and engaging in the system. I appreciate it. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions or comments? Ms. Smith, have you submitted your written testimony to the committee?
I have not.
Can you please do so? Just if you wouldn't mind sharing your testimony, I think we'd all appreciate seeing it, getting it, ability to read it as well.
Yes, of course.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions or comments, Ms. Smith, thank you for being here today. Good luck with school. Just a quick announcement to the members of the public waiting to testify. You are, if you are in sign up to testify, you will be sent a request to be promoted to a panelist, and you have to hit confirm or say you'll have to accept the invitation to be a panelist in order to speak today. Just want to let everyone be aware of that. Up next, John Erlinghauser, followed by Stacey Zimmerman, followed by Keith Denning. Mr. Erlinghauser, the floor is yours. Good afternoon.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the ability to testify here before the GAE committee. I'm here on behalf of ARP to testify in support of Senate Bill 184 and House Bill 562. First off, AARP is a nonpartisan social mission organization that advocates for individuals age 50 and older. We have a membership of 38 million nationwide and approximately 600,000 in Connecticut. And we advocate at the state and federal level for issues that matter the most to older adults and their families. So honorable chairs and ranking members of the committee, I'm here not only as the community outreach and advocacy director for ARP in Connecticut, but I'm also a former registrar of voters, having served in the city of Ansonia for 16 years. ARP believes the right to vote is among the most basic of all political rights. Recent elections, however, have revealed many flaws and practices that make it more difficult for citizens to vote. These include registration impediments, long lines, lack of early voting opportunities, inadequate facilities, equipment, and staff at polling places, and language barriers, among other things. AARP believes that policy should be enacted that encourage and promote maximum participation in the electoral process. Connecticut should adopt voter registration and voting systems and procedures that expand the range of voting choices for all residents. Two of the major policy changes that should be adopted include no excuse absentee balloting by mail and allowing early voting, including no excuse absentee ballot in-person voting. Senate Bill 184 will extend through November 8, 2022, several changes regarding election administration as a result of COVID-19 and specify illness as a grounds for claiming eligibility to vote by absentee ballot. The Center for Disease Control reports that people over the age of 65 and those with serious health conditions such as heart disease, diabetes, and lung disease seem to be at the highest risk for severe disease and even death from COVID-19 related illnesses. It would be critical to the health and safety of voters to continue these common sense public health measures. House Bill 5262 would revise certain absentee voting eligibility statutes to more closely align with the language related to the state constitutional provisions dealing with absentee ballots. The state statutes are more restrictive than the Constitution, and these changes will allow an increase in voting options by voters. Options that over the last several elections, voters have demonstrated they want to be able to avail themselves of. So we encourage the committee to support both of these bills, and we really do thank the work that you, Mr. Chairman, and you, Senator Flexler, Madam Chairman, have done on these efforts. And I also want to thank and commend our Secretary of State for all the work she's done over her career and particularly during the pandemic. as it relates to these matters. So I'm happy to take any questions from the members of the committee and appreciate being here.
Thank you, Mr. Erlinghauser. Appreciate your advocacy and always appreciate your hearing from you and then seeing you again. Any questions, comments, Mr. Erlinghauser? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir, for your testimony. Appreciate you being here.
It was worth the wait. Thank you.
Up next, Stacy Zimmerman, followed by Keith Denning, followed by Diane Keefe. Stacy Zimmerman.
Good afternoon or good morning. I guess it's afternoon now. Good afternoon, Chairman Fox and the rest of the GAE committee. It's a pleasure to be here with you this afternoon. My name is Stacy Zimmerman. I am representing the Service Employees International Union, Connecticut State Council. We comprise 65,000 members in the state of Connecticut, both public and private sector union members. So I'm here today to support both items on your agenda. We believe that opening up the voting process, especially in these times we live in, is a wonderful thing. The anti-democratic movement we've seen facing the country and the world is very menacing. And we believe that this is the best way we can prove to the world, the state, and nation that democracy is the path forward. By opening up the ability for folks to cast an absentee ballot for, in this case, the concern over COVID, is a very, very important thing. We saw that thousands of people, apparently 650,000 people, used the absentee ballot in 2020. That is a wonderful thing to be able to vote on your own time, from your own home, and not risk yourself, your family, or others. As we move forward and COVID hopefully comes to an end, we believe that the constitutional amendment is another huge step forward, and we'd like to continue to see access to the polling locations and to the polls via the mail-in ballot as we move forward. So we need to push this democratic experiment that we've been doing for the past couple hundred years forward, and this is an excellent step, and we're proud to stand with the Secretary of State and those on this committee as you move this forward. Thank you so much. If there's any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman. Any questions, comments, Mr. Zimmerman? Seeing none, thank you for your time, sir. Appreciate your advocacy.
Thank you so much.
Next, Keith Denning, followed by Diane Keefe, followed by Carol Rizzolo. Keith Denning, are you present?
Hi, yes, thank you so much. My name is Carol Rizzolo. I'm one of the founding members of a grassroots nonprofit.
Hold on 1 second, Ms. Rizzolo. I think we're looking for Keith Denning is next. Is Keith Denning present? I don't think Keith Denning's with us at the moment. Up next then is Diane Keefe, followed by Carol Rizzolo. Diane Keefe, are you present? There you are.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Diane Keefe. I live at 249 Chestnut Hill Road in Norwalk, and I thank the members of the committee for listening to my testimony today. I support SB 184 because it represents support for the elderly, the disabled, the immune compromised, and especially for their caregivers. In particular, I was disturbed by the line of questioning that implied that the generality of the word illness is a loophole instead of an enabling factor for caregivers or others fearful of contagious disease, either due to their caretaking familially or by their employment. These folks should not have any additional barriers to their ability to vote during pandemics. We don't know what's going to happen this year, but it is better to be safe than sorry. Also to echo the comments of Ms. Brooks, by virtue of the low pay associated with the essential work of caregiving, many caregivers face additional challenges in meeting their voting obligation, and the daily challenges of meeting those obligations effectively disenfranchises those folks, and any specious arguments about voter fraud should not be considered by anyone in either party to be a legitimate reason for lack of support for SB 184. And I thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Keefe, for your testimony. Any questions or comments from Ms. Keefe? Thank you for being here today. Appreciate your patience with the committee and appreciate your advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Rizzolo, followed by Kelly Hyman, followed by Riona Dice. Ms. Rizzolo, I think the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Carol Rizzolo. I'm one of the founding members of a grassroots nonpartisan coalition of groups representing about 15,000 voters in Connecticut. We've met weekly for the last 2 years working on expanding ballot access to all eligible Connecticut voters. And I want to underscore eligibility in that previous sentence. One of the things that our study group has learned is that of the several voting restrictions that are needed, is that several of our voting restrictions are indeed not what was written in the state constitution. Rather, these were added later in statute. Anybody who knows me will be surprised to hear me say that I would consider myself a bit of a constitutionalist and an originalist. And what I particularly like about HB 5262 is it brings our state laws back in line with the wording of our Constitution. I imagine that the constitutionalists and originalists among us should be beaming with pride in this simple return to the original language of our founders. HB 5262 removes the requirement that myself as a voter must be ill in order to access absentee ballots. I'm the primary caretaker for my 99-and-a-half-year-old mother. If she is ill or physically unable to care for herself, I would not leave her side regardless of what time of day that might occur. According to our Constitution, I can use an absentee ballot because I'm caring for her. I'm proud to live in a state in which our founders recognized the importance of taking care of family members, as well as the importance of exercising our civic responsibility to cast our vote. Those are family values, in my opinion, and I do feel a certain pride that they were both grounded in the importance of civic engagement and family, and that I am as well. HB 5262 also accounts for my being out of town during most of the hours on Election Day. In 2019, my husband and I left our home on Election Day to go to New York City for a planned cardiac procedure. We left our house at about 6:15 in the morning. We weren't sure if he would be required to spend the night at the hospital, and so we planned accordingly. We chose to request absentee ballots, recognizing that actually this was an illegal ballot. First, because we left after 6 a.m. when the polls were open. And what if we returned before 8 p.m. that evening? We both consider ourselves law-abiding citizens, but what else could we do? Fortunately, again, the founders realized that being out of town for the majority of Election Day was an adequate reason to vote by absentee. I'm proud of our founders, and I'm a bit surprised at feeling myself a kinship with these men I never knew. They too understood that family, life, and civic engagement was and is foundational to our democracy, and we must do everything that we can to ensure that all Connecticut voices are heard and represented. I also wanted to speak in support of SB 184. We know the COVID numbers right now are going down. At the time of this writing, we still have 194 people hospitalized with COVID-19 in Connecticut, and 10,443 of our neighbors and friends have died from the disease. We have no crystal ball as to what the next variant's going to be and what it would look like, how many of us will get sick and die. We have no idea when the vaccine will be available for all Americans.
3 minutes are now over.
Thank you. I will wrap up, and I appreciate your time. This isn't a screed about vaccinations, but rather an honest assessment of the risks we all face as we navigate the strange new world of COVID-19. Voters like myself must be able to stay safe while exercising our constitutional and civic responsibility. So thank you for hearing me. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Mr. Rizzolo, for your testimony. Representative Blumenthal, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Rizzolo, for being with us today and being patient along with other members of the public. And I wanted to thank you for the work of your organization in expanding to the availability of balloting to all people who are eligible to vote. And I also wanted to thank you for illustrating through your own experience some of the representative experiences, I think, of a lot of voters who have dealt with our very restrictive absentee ballot laws. I think it throws into very vivid detail and sharp relief some of the really tough or impossible choices that we put voters in with our current absentee ballot statute. And as you noted, our Constitution does not say that it has to be that way, and anticipated some of these issues. So I wanted to thank you for your testimony and for being with us today, as well as your work more generally.
Thank you. And I don't know if I can respond to that, but I really do take my responsibility as an American citizen really seriously. I'm aware that our ancestors fought and died to have their voices heard, and casting my ballot is the way that I honor their memory and their sacrifice. It's imperative that we expand ballot access in Connecticut so that all voices can be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Chair.
ma'am. Thank you, Representative. Senator Sampson, hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for being here today, Carol. I just want to comment on your comments and for the benefit of the many people that are testifying today. I want to point out that we had the opportunity to pass no excuse absentee voting last year through the General Assembly and achieve a 75% majority in both chambers. Republicans stood ready to support no excuse absentee voting as long as we had the proper protocols and protections in place to do so. I just, I feel like I'm in the twilight zone listening to some of the commentary from my colleagues and including members of the public. There is no Republican or Democrat that I am aware of that wants to limit access to voting in any way, shape, or form. But we do have a constitution in the state. And in order to expand this type of voting, you have to change the constitution. That is how it works. And I, for one, have been a strong advocate of making that change. I just simply want to do it the right way, respecting our laws and the Constitution. And also, I want to respect the notion that we should not only expand access, but also guarantee that that election is worth trusting. In recent years, we've had lots and lots of debates and votes on election law that were done on a partisan basis. That's unacceptable. We should pass everything that has to do with elections as a unanimous majority, because if we absolutely need to agree on the process by which we are voted into office. If we are not agreeing, then there's definitely a problem somewhere. And so I'm just leaving it at that. And Carol, please understand, I heard everything that you said loud and clear. I feel exactly like you do. And I want to see the same things that you do. But at the same time, I want to go through the process correctly, change the Constitution correctly, and I want to not leave out the necessary requirements to ensure the integrity of the election. Other states that have made these changes and use a lot of no excuse or mail-in voting, they put protections in place that we do not have. And it's important that we do not overlook that, because the value of the vote that you referred to is something I am keenly aware of and just as concerned about. And that value of the vote is diminished if there are people that are not eligible who are voting, or there are duplicate votes, or people who are being omitted for some other purpose. We have to fix all of those things and be aware of it. We're going to hear testimony later today from people who do independent investigations on these types of elections, and they're going to tell us about duplicate votes. They're going to tell us about people that were disenfranchised because they didn't receive their ballot applications, or their ballots were tied up in the postal service and didn't get there until afterwards, or put their ballot in a box and it didn't get counted. Those things are all realities of the policies that we're talking about, and they are just as important as expanding access. We have to do both. And thank you for your indulgence. I appreciate you being here today. Your comments are taken to heart by everybody on this committee in both parties. I assure you of that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No, Senator Sampson, if I might respond to that, as it turns out, none of that is what's being debated in this particular issue, right? What's being debated are these two things. We've already had this type of voting through the pandemic. The pandemic hasn't left. But I have to say that I was really incredibly disappointed, and I don't need to debate this with you because there are a lot of people waiting. I was profoundly disappointed to hear you express such profound distrust of our Connecticut electorate regarding the word illness. If my neighbor is sick and I'm the one who is charged with caring for that neighbor, then I'm not going to go to vote on election day. And I do need an absentee ballot because I'm a caregiver. And that echoes what the first person said. But the way I heard both you and Senator Mastrofrancesco, where it was very similar, this distrust in the word illness, that I'm going to go out and perjure myself to see if I can get a 5-year felony sentence in prison because I was out of town or because I was caring for someone else. Anyway, we don't need to debate this now. There are a tremendous number of people behind us. I welcome the debate at a different time.
Well, Carol, since you brought it up, you clearly do want to debate me. And I
I
respect
disagree with you completely. I disagree with you completely. And it makes me crazy, actually, as a former physician assistant who practiced for 25 years, it makes me crazy to hear you say that someone is going to fake or misconstrue the words illness. Whether it's mine or my mother's or my husband's, I'm the caregiver in those situations. I was the caregiver in pediatrics and in the emergency rooms. So did that make it less illness that I'm concerned about? And in the pandemic, how can you even question it? So yes, I will happy to debate you, but I'm also happy to totally respect that there are 80 people behind me. So we don't necessarily need to get into it. I did hear you and both Master Francesco both speaking about it. I just completely disagree that the electorate is going to fake illness or misconstrue the word.
Thank you, Mr. Villa, for your opinion and your advocacy.
Thanks,
Senator
Mr.
Sampson,
Chairman. Do I have the floor now?
You can. I prefer if we kind of. I'll give you the floor to follow up, but I would like to keep in mind that we still have 70+ people be testify, and just for both members of the public and members of the committee to keep that in mind. And we're trying to be efficient as possible so everyone can have their voice heard. So, Senator Sampson, if you
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to take up the committee's time either, but I was trying to respond and Ms. Rizzolo spoke over me, so I just wanted to rate my turn properly. She misheard what I said clearly, because I never mentioned distrusting the public. I never mentioned the public's misinterpretation. I was referring to the committee and the bill that is before us attempting to alter the constitutional language that has existed for decades. Our laws in this state are written specifically to say that you are eligible for an absentee ballot because you are personally unable to vote for specific reasons. And we are talking about changing that in a statute without effectively changing the Constitution. I've also said that I'm unbelievably open to changing the Constitution for that purpose, but we have to do it the right way. And to be constantly described as someone who's trying to subvert the election process. I'm the opposite. I'm the gatekeeper trying to protect the election process for everyone while we increase access. And the people that are trying to increase access are doing it nobly, but less nobly if they are not taking into consideration the fact that we have to maintain the security of the election. Let's try and behave like adults here and respect other people's opinions when we discuss the conversation about whether or not we are going to expand the access of voting. And some people say, yes, let's do that, but let's try and make sure we maintain our security in the process. It's not a terrible position to take, I assure you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Any further question? Representative Mastrosky, your hand is raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Carol, thank you so much for your testimony. I just really want to make a quick comment. You know, when we speak, I think sometimes people hear things that were not said, and we kind of take things into context and kind of misunderstand what is said. I have never said that anybody or accused anybody of faking an illness, as you alluded to. I really just wanted to clarify that. I certainly understand your concerns. I have no problem with people voting during the day. Is like Senator Sampson said, we want to expand access. We are just looking for the process to be followed and to make sure that there are protections in place. Nobody has ever accused anybody of faking an illness, like you alluded to, or lying or anything like that. I really just, Mr. Chairman, just really wanted to make that point. Thank you. I appreciate your time, Carol.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any further question or comments for Mr. Zolo? Seeing none, thank you for being here today. Thank you for your advocacy. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Next, Kelly Holloman, followed by Riona Dice, followed by Patricia Rossi. Kelly Holloman, are you present? There you are. Good afternoon.
I'm here. Good afternoon.
Please.
My testimony says good morning, but I'm going to change it. Good afternoon, Co-Chair Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, Ranking Member Senator Sampson, and Representative Master Francesco, and the distinguished members of the GAE committee. My name is Callie Gale Heilman, and I'm the co-director of Bridgeport Generation Now Votes and a resident of Bridgeport, Connecticut. At Gen Now Votes, we're on a mission to strengthen democracy in Bridgeport and increase voter turnout in our local elections. We are a member of the Connecticut Safe Vote Coalition and organize our own Unrigged Bridgeport Coalition, which includes our important grassroots partners like the Greater Bridgeport NAACP, ACP, PT Partners, SEIU 1199, and more. I'm testifying today in strong support of SB 184 and HB 5262. We worked on the ground during our 2021 municipal elections and know firsthand how important the expansion of AB voting was for Bridgeport residents who are overwhelmed by the COVID-19 pandemic. We're still in a public health crisis, and no voter should have to choose between their safety, the safety of their loved ones, and their freedom to vote. We also support HB 5262 to amend the state statutes regarding the illness provision to align with the state constitution. We've come before this committee before, so let me be clear. We agree with our colleagues that there is absolutely no evidence of in-person voter fraud, but the closed nature of Connecticut's elections and the burdens placed on voters to exercise their right to vote does mean that local elections in our state can be manipulated when political actors are highly motivated. What we have in Bridgeport are paid political operatives that manipulate some of our most vulnerable voters, our elderly, disabled, low-income, and monolingual Spanish speakers. The current AB process makes it easy to abuse the system and to abuse voters. When we helped voters sue city officials in the Ganem campaign after Bridgeport's 2019 mayoral primary, evidence proves that political operatives in Bridgeport are paid to solely distribute AB applications, which is against state law, that they lie to voters about the laws governing who is qualified to use an AB against state law, that they forge voter signatures and applications against state law, and that they take voters' ballots from them against state law. State Superior Court Judge Stevens, in his ruling on this case, noted that it was the first of its kind and indicated that Connecticut's laws on ABs were being exploited and therefore required the close attention of the General Assembly. In particular, Judge Stevens called for the following reforms: early voting, the prohibition of party workers circulating absentee ballot applications, and an end to the strict requirements on the use of absentee ballots. In order to create an inclusive multiracial democracy in the state, we need real structural change. No one should come between a voter and their access to the ballot. What we need is to be freed from this abusive system. For the voters of Bridgeport, that structural change will come.
Your 3 minutes are now over.
I'm on, just wrap up. It will come when we amend the Constitution to expand no excuse access permanently by mail-in voting and fully restrict paid partisan operatives from inserting themselves between voters and their access to the ballot. I know you all believe strongly in democracy, voting rights, and fair elections. It's time to strengthen our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Salmon. Any questions, comments? Senator Sampson, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Callie, for being here. I appreciate your testimony thoroughly. I just have a question for you, really, which is that, studying this issue over the last several years and being involved in the debates on it, I'm very sympathetic to both aspects of your testimony, which are, number one, to try and expand access, but at the same time prevent, political, trickery, for lack of a better term. Let me ask you a question. I see the solution to this situation as an expansion to no excuse absentee voting, but also a simultaneous restriction on the unsolicited mailing of ballots. In other words, try and make it as easy as possible for people to vote and to obtain an absentee ballot application through whatever means necessary, through requesting one, having it online or through the mail or by a telephone call or by a text, or available to them in lots of different places, but putting it really on the individual voter to actually request it rather than having them widely available to be distributed by political operatives. I'm just wondering what your response is to that, and if you think that's a reasonable idea, or if you have some other suggestion along those lines. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you, Senator Sampson, because we agree that when it comes time for us to amend the Constitution, that we will have to put some reforms in place to protect the voters and voters' voting rights. But we would strongly disagree with your proposed reform. The problem is that in making it something that the voter must initiate, you encourage partisan actors to insert themselves between a voter and their access to the ballot. And when a paid operative inserts themselves into that process, some people do it ethically and some people do it unethically. And so what we would strongly recommend is that when the legislature does go to make no excuse access permanent, that you all fully restrict partisan operatives from doing that by fully funding, for example, fully funding the direct mailing of applications to every voter, or requiring that towns mail the application to voters during the elections. Because what you don't want is to have a voter, like an elderly disabled voter that lives in a low income building, to have to rely on a political operative in order to vote.
Senator Sampson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, no, I appreciate your comments very much, Callie. It sounds like we have some agreement. I'm not ready to commit to a mass unsolicited mailing, partly because I think that there's a great many people that do vote in person and are happy to do so, and it's an unnecessary expense. We're talking about a very, very small minority of people that might be in a situation where they are necessarily in a burden because they have to request their own absentee ballot application. I think if you're in a position where you can vote and you can vote by mail, I think it's not too much of a burden to ask you as a voter to request that ballot application, especially if we make it very easy. But I am with you 100% on the notion that we have to restrict political operatives. As I mentioned before, the municipal election that we had in 21 was a disaster, in my opinion, because what happened there is you did not have either situation. You did not have people requesting their own ballot applications, and you did not have a state-sponsored or municipal-sponsored mailing that goes to everyone. You left it up to political operatives alone. So that's what happened. You had the Democratic operatives and the Republican operatives sending ballot applications to their respective targets. And that's the worst kind of election. So we cannot leave this alone. That election that we had in 2021 municipal election is the worst type. So we are in agreement there. If we could get to a point where the voter rolls were satisfactorily updated and that we did have protections such as barcodes, signature verification, whatever it is, so that we can ensure that the proper voter is actually participating, I would agree with you that we could do a mass mailing, but we are a long way from there. And I really thank you for your input today, because I appreciate that you have a balanced approach and you are recognizing the desire for access and also the concern for political involvement. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Senator Flex, your hand is raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your testimony today, and thanks to your whole organization for the work that you do. I'm really grateful for what you've said this afternoon, because, I have been frustrated in the past, particularly in debates on the Senate floor, having to listen to people talk about elections in Bridgeport, particularly my Democratic colleague, saying what I don't believe were truthful things. And so to hear your perspective today about those gatekeepers for the most vulnerable people, I think is a really important thing for us to zero in on. And so can you just, if you don't mind, just tell us a little bit more, before we've been having this more expansive access to absentee ballots because of the pandemic. Prior to that, there would be a list in City Hall that people could have access to, right? They would know who would have requested an absentee ballot. And that was a real point of access for those political operatives that you're talking about. Can you expand on that a little bit more?
Yes, sure. And I just want to lift up what you said about vulnerable residents and vulnerable voters. Senator Sampson did say, that we make it very easy, right? But when you have disability, when you have a language barrier, when you have income, barriers, these are all barriers to voting and barriers to access to information, and that is being exploited. And so when we look at our voting system, you know, our voices are here to say we have to think about everyone and how everyone is being impacted. And then design a system that protects, you know, everyone's rights accordingly. And so what we have in Bridgeport is, I'm sure some of you are aware that you can sign out absentee ballot applications from your town clerk. You can go to the town clerk and sign them out, and you need to put your name down, your address, and how many applications you're taking out. And the applications are meant to be serial numbered for the election cycle that you are requesting them for. And in Bridgeport, we actually have political operatives. You can go to our AV logs, they're public records, who sign out applications for example, the November 2021 municipal primary. They sign out the applications in December of the year prior, so December of 2020. Now, why would anyone need to sign out absentee ballot applications almost a year before an election cycle is just blows the mind, because there's actually no reason for that. We know when elections start. They usually start, there's a period of time in which they start and they end. And so that's a real problem. And the access to the vulnerable populations that we're talking about, you and I can't just walk into a closed private building with a stack of AB applications and start knocking on doors. If you've ever campaigned, you know that a lot of buildings are closed to the general public. And so in Bridgeport, what we've seen is certain campaigns have found ways to use the same people year after year and pay them, very minimal rates, let's say $3 an application, because they have access to these buildings to go in and do the ABs, as they say. And so we really need to look at these reforms. Obviously, like the signing out of applications is a huge problem, how early it's allowed, but also, again, I say like our long-term vision is really that this middleman, this gatekeeper that you talked about, is eliminated entirely from the process.
Thank you. And then just one follow-up question. Is it your experience, again, outside of the last 2 years, which I would just argue that given the information you're sharing with us, the last 2 years have made the election more protected more voters, I would say. But outside of that, this pandemic absentee ballot expansion time, were there people who would go and look at lists and take advantage of the lists in the city clerk's office of people who had taken the initiative to request the absentee ballot on their own? And then that's another entry point for the political operatives?
Yes, but I would say that those lists, so, you also know, I'm assuming that once an election starts, the town clerk sends out the list of people who have requested absentee ballots every 2 to 3 days or weekly until it's closer to the date of the election, and they send it out, every 2 days or every 3 days. And send
it out. What do you mean? What's out?
Like it's publicly available. Like yep. you can see who's requested. And at least, I don't know in other towns, but at least in Bridgeport, you can sign up to receive it from the town clerk. So they'll
like email?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. And so it is a tool that campaigns use to chase ABs. And there's nothing inherently wrong with identifying, oh, this is a voter who's going to vote using an absentee ballot, and I should send a canvasser to their address and talk to them, right? There's nothing inherently wrong with that. But again, the problem is the amount of people in Bridgeport for whom that was not their experience. They did not request the ballot their own, on their own accord, because they were going to be out of town, or because, they were spoken to directly by someone who came to their door and said things like, you're on the list. You're signed up for voting. And you need to vote this way. And I'm going to come back when the ballot comes, with a stamp and that kind of thing. And if you've ever door knocked or campaigned, you know how vulnerable especially seniors are to manipulation, so.
Thank you. Thank you again for those answers, and thank you for your work, and thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Flex. Representative Petsker has raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Callie, thanks so much for your testimony today. You have some great information. I appreciate it. I just had a quick question to follow up to something you had mentioned, that the operatives had taken out applications for ballots in December of 2020 for the 2021 election. Is that correct? Did I hear you correctly?
Correct.
Okay. And I know for the 2021, was that for the municipal election?
Yes.
Or was it? Okay. So I know that when they probably took those applications out, there's the excuse for COVID was still on there. And I believe for the municipal election, those applications were changed. Do you know which application they received or they took out? I would assume it would be the one that had COVID as an excuse, because those were changed for there was no COVID as an excuse on an application for the 2021 municipal election. And I was just curious if you were aware of that, or if you knew how many there were.
No, I don't know. That would be a question to it would have to be, I guess, a request from the Bridgeport town clerk as to what serial numbered applications that individual took out, which, we could do to see. I guess my assumption would be that if in 2020, the applications had COVID as an excuse on them, then those were the applications that person signed out.
Yeah,
but I don't know.
Just interesting, because I know they were changed for the municipal election, and it just seems that if they had checked that box, it would be an invalid application. Now, I don't know if they sent that in to the town clerk or the register of voters and they could have sent them back the correct one. It's possible. I was just curious if you had any further information on it, but
right.
Thank
yeah.
you, Kelly. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Yes. And I'll just say, just for the context of this conversation, that this behavior of signing out applications a year before an election is not unique to the 2020-2021 election cycle in Bridgeport. It's a pattern of behavior.
It is. Well, thank you. Hopefully we put security measures in place. That's certainly our goal. We want everybody to vote. They want to vote by absentee, that's fine, but we really just want to make sure that it's secure and there's no issues going on like the ones that you're having in your town. So I appreciate it, Callie. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Here, was there any further questions or comments for Callie Hellman? Seeing none, thank you for your time and your advocacy today. Appreciate you being here. Up next, number 9, Rihanna Dice. Don't think she's with us at the moment. Followed by Patricia Rossi, followed by Ramya Hopley, followed by Linda D'Alessio. Why don't we go with Patricia Rossi? Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Fox. Good afternoon, leaders and distinguished members of the GAE committee. My name is Patricia Rossi. I live in New Haven, and I am the Advocacy Vice President for the League of Women Voters of Connecticut. I'm here today to voice the League's support for SB 184 and HB 5264. I didn't put my little paragraph in here about what the League of Women Voters is, because I think everybody knows we're a nonpartisan organization, and our main goal in life is to make sure that everybody's registered to vote, is an educated voter, and votes. We continue to live with the COVID-19 pandemic. These bills will preserve our ability to use an absentee ballot during a time this fall when we can't predict how prevalent the virus will be. Current levels of COVID-19 infection have declined, but the virus is still here, and no one can predict when the next surge will occur. The quick onset and ubiquity of the Omicron surge this winter makes that clear. We should not chance that another surge will come this fall and disrupt in-person voting. You and I define a successful election the same way. It is fair, secure, and allows for all eligible voters to participate. By settling on the rules for November now, we can plan for a successful election without last-minute changes that will likely be confusing and potentially expensive. We celebrate that nearly 80% of eligible voters cast a vote in November of 2020, the highest percentage ever, made possible in part by voters' ability to use an absentee ballot. So let's plan to match or top that level of voter turnout this fall by ensuring that voters can cast their ballots without endangering their health. Rather, we want to encourage their participation because it is critical to the health of our democracy. Thank you. If anyone has any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ross. Appreciate your advocacy. Did you submit your written testimony by any chance?
I did.
Okay, I'll take a look at it. Thank you. Any questions or comments from Ms. Rossi? And appreciate your patience and your advocacy. Again, good to see you again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Up next, Ramya Hopley. Not sure if she's present. With Linda Delazio. Linda present? There she is. And Delazio, if you can please activate your camera and begin your testimony, that'd be great.
Sorry, I'm trying.
There you
Can
go.
see me?
We can,
Yeah.
yes.
Hi, my name is Linda Delazio, and I strongly oppose Senate Bill 184 and Senate Bill 5262 for the following reasons. I thank you for allowing me to provide this testimony. So all I'd like to say is that as legislators and senators, you solemnly swore to uphold our Connecticut Constitution and the Constitution of the United States. Bill 184 clearly violates the Connecticut Constitution, which you all swore an oath to uphold. We have many viral illnesses every year, yet we have never had widespread mail-in solicitation of absentee votes for an illness. Bill 184 is vague and unclear in language and fails to define illness. Is it a personal illness, recent illness, past illness, family illness, friend's illness, a pet's illness? What is it? Our Constitution clearly states that the reason for absentee ballots are military service, out of town, personal illness, physical disability, religious reasons, election worker, or official. If these conditions are met, voters can easily request an absentee ballot from their town clerk like they have done for years. Introducing vague and unclear language into absentee ballots without a constitutional amendment by the voters violates our current Connecticut Constitution and is a violator of voter rights, voter integrity, and is frankly illegal. Legislatures and senators have sworn an oath to uphold our Constitution and have no right to violate it. The COVID-19 pandemic is clearly over by public health data and hospitalization rates. And I feel I can speak to that. I am a critical care nurse practitioner, and I have worked through this entire pandemic. There is no reason to have widespread absentee ballot mailing or requests for an unspecified illness, similar to what was done in 2020. This by law requires a constitutional amendment. I submitted written testimony with statistics that were taken from the Secretary of State's office, so I'm not going to go over that. What I am going to say is that I respect everybody's right to vote absentee with the proper checks and balances in place. We do not have that in Connecticut. That disenfranchises everybody's vote where a vote may be illegally cast. So we lack signature verification on absentee ballot envelopes. We have no idea whether our voter rolls are correct.
Your 3 minutes are now over.
So I'll just finish. Thank you for allowing me, but I ask you as a Connecticut voter, why now, with the good intentions of the senators and legislatures who swore to uphold our Connecticut Constitution, want to unconstitutionally change our laws? Thank you.
Thank you, Testimony, Madam. Appreciate your comments and your patience with the committee today. Senator Sampson, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here, Linda. I want to say that I agree with your testimony very much so. I guess I have a question, and that is, you raised a few concerns, but what would you describe as your primary concern? Would it be the expansion of reasons for eligibility for an absentee ballot, or is it more about the unsolicited mailing of ballot applications? What would concern you more? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
So I think that we don't have the proper checks and balances in place with the voter rolls. So yes, the unsolicited mailing, that would concern me more. Not that someone is requesting an absentee ballot for disability or for whatever reason they have. The thing is that the clerks, the registrars, don't have the ability to check to see if that person that solicited that absentee ballot actually is a Connecticut voter. I've been working with voter integrity groups throughout the state. I have been looking at this for over 18 months. Our voter rolls have many people on them that don't live in state, that are deceased, that are double voters, that have voted from addresses that don't exist. So and if you FOIA information from the Secretary of State's office, as I should be allowed to do as a voter, because I want to know if there's voter fraud, you cannot get any information. There is no transparency for anybody to check, and the registers are not funded to check.
Thank you for that answer. And through you, Mr. Chairman, Linda, what do you say to the many people that are testifying who seem to believe that our voter system was absolutely perfect in 2020 and that there is no reason to institute any further signature verification process, et cetera, and that those of us that are calling that into question are somehow trying to interfere with the rights of voters. I think I've made it pretty clear that's not where I stand, but that's the same trending conversation and debate we keep having instead of having a debate over whether or not we really need to protect integrity. How do you respond as someone who shares those concerns?
I think that you need to get involved. I got involved in March after the 2020 election. I wanted to see if there was voter fraud in the state. So I volunteered for a group, Fight Voter Fraud. I did absentee balloting audits. I was shocked. I was shocked. This isn't a bipartisan issue or a partisan issue. Whether you're a Republican or a Democrat or an unaffiliated, which I was at that time, I just wanted to know that people that were voting actually were Connecticut residents. What I found out was they were not. Certain counties are much more dirty than others. However, there are no checks and balances at the state's office. If a voter register wants to remove somebody from a voter roll, it has to go to the Secretary of State's office. They cannot remove a voter. People need to understand that. They cannot remove a voter. If they get 10 applications where they've done a canvassing and these people don't live there, they send the list to the Secretary of State's office, they're not removed. And then that voter votes in the next election. But we don't even know if that voter is actually the voter, because they don't exist. they got a return piece of mail, they never. So I think absentee balloting is great to make it available to people that need it. However, we do not have checks and balances in place. And this is why you are seeing the fraud across the United States. It's not, for us to think that Connecticut doesn't have fraud is just disingenuous. It doesn't respect me, who actually has seen the fraud.
Thank you very much for being here today, Linda, and I appreciate your comments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Thomas Randers, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. DeLacio. Sorry, you moved on my screen for being here and sharing your personal opinions. I just had a quick question, just to make sure I'm clear. You mentioned something about information not being available via FOIA. Can you explain what you're referring to?
So what I did was I sent a list to the Secretary of State's office FOIAing records that had to do with the 2020 election. And I received a letter back from their attorney that basically said they did not have those records. And these are all records that they are required by state statute to keep.
Such as?
I mean, I could go, it's a whole list, basically on who voted absentee, how many absentee ballots were requested, how many were returned, how many were returned as undeliverable. There was a number of things that I FOIA'd, and I also appealed the FOIA, and that got denied. So I understand. Yeah.
Sorry. No, I didn't mean to cut you off. No, I would love to see that if you wouldn't mind emailing it to me, because I am curious. I know we heard the secretary report on some of that data earlier today. So there might be more detail that I'm missing there. If you wouldn't mind sending it to me,
No, I will be happy to scan it to you and send it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions? Representative Francesco, your hand raised, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Linda, thank you so much for your testimony and the work that you have been doing, throughout the groups to bring awareness of some of the issues that we are facing when it comes to voting and absentee ballot. I think, and I would say that I'm sure most people in those groups that are out there want people to vote, and they have no problem with people voting by absentee ballot. They just want to make sure that the integrity is preserved and there are checks and balances in place. So I think it's a valid argument. And as we have said here, we have no problem. I don't think anybody on this panel or anybody elected here in the legislature has a problem with people voting by absentee. I don't think the request that we're asking for is unreasonable. We have checks and balances in place, and that the proper process is followed through from the beginning to the end. So with that, you had mentioned that you were working with some groups. Have you seen any, I would say, or talked to anybody where there were ballot harvesting, other people picking up ballots, dropping them off, delivering to maybe groups or homes or so forth? Did you have any experience that you might be able to share with that respect?
Only second party experience.
Okay.
Of people that have gone into nursing homes and done this.
Right, because you are in the medical field. So you have seen it through nursing homes, people going in. And I believe that is allowed because obviously they do need help, a lot of them filling out the ballot. But I was just wondering, the issue we heard with somebody in testifying from the Bridgeport area that, there's third parties going out there, operatives is just handing out applications for ballots. And I was wondering if you had heard of anything within the small group that you're working with.
Not necessarily that. We are dealing more with voter rolls and canvassing. So, we will have more, hopefully, to bring to this committee. What I will say is that anybody that doesn't believe that there is voter fraud needs to get involved in these groups so they can see this with their own eyes. We're not making this up. It's there. And I was as shocked as everybody else with this. Again, I think that we need to be able to make it easy for people to vote, especially easy for people with disabilities or that are caring for family members where they can't leave and wait in lines. However, there has to be a secure process where you know that that vote is actually coming from that voter.
Thank you. I agree. I'm just one quick follow-up question, because I know you work in the healthcare industry and you were talking about nursing homes. In your experience there, where you saw people coming in to hand out applications for ballots and assist, was there someone there from both registered parties, Republican and Democrat? Because I believe those are required. Did you experience any of that, or did you just see one person?
So again, this is secondhand, okay, because I work in critical care, but no. And again, I think we need to remember that the nursing homes were locked down. Family members were not allowed to go in. My experience in working in nursing homes are usually if a resident wants to fill out a ballot, usually a family member would bring it in and do that with the person. I don't know exactly what the process was. However, I don't feel the Register of Voters are funded enough for them to go into nursing homes, both of them at the same time, to be able to do like in Waterbury, where there are a lot of nursing homes. It's just not, it's not feasible. For anybody to think that it's feasible is just, you know, it's not.
Well, Linda, thank you so much for your testimony today and your time. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Mr. Lett, just a quick question to clarify. Did you, I may have misheard, did you say you were a registrar of voters? Did I mishear that?
No, I am not a Register of Voters, but I have been working with the Register of Voters in my town with these grassroots groups that are pretty much spread across the whole state. And we are well aware of what they've been going through and what they actually do, because they are just as upset as all of us with the fraud that is there.
Okay.
You know, and again, it would be good for you, all of you, to get together with all of them to hear their issues.
Wait, which town are you from, ma'am, if I may ask?
I'm from Wolcott.
Wolcott, okay, great.
Yeah, and I could tell you that I attended a town clerk meeting, and the Register of Voters said that the absentee requests that were mailed out from the Secretary of State, 80% of them were inaccurate for the voter rolls. So, I mean, I think that's valuable data. So 80% of what the Secretary of State's office had did not match Wolcott's voter rolls. And that's information that they testified in front of the town council with.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Moore-Mello, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I appreciate that. In a former life, I was an assistant town clerk, and I thought it was my understanding that those wishing to vote by absentee ballot in a nursing home had to vote, had supervised balloting. And that was the town clerks prepared the ballots, and we sent them to, or he gave them to our registrar of voters, and the registrar of voters or their designees went in and supervised that ballot process. I think we have a couple speakers who are coming up next, who are representatives of town clerks' offices or of the Town Clerks Association. And I hope that they can shed some light onto that. Because again, I haven't been an assistant town clerk in several years, but I did recall that there was a set process, and it's in statute that people voting by absentee ballot in nursing homes or other congregate living vote by absentee ballot. So I hope that one of the town clerks that are on can maybe shed some light on that when they speak next.
Thank you, Representative. Any further question or comments? Seeing none, thank you for your time today, ma'am. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate your patience with the committee. Up next, Anna Posniak, followed by Kate Wall, followed by Nicholas D'Amato. Anna, there you are. Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Nice to see you too. Good afternoon, Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, Senator Sampson, and Representative Mastro Francesco, and the distinguished members of the GAE committee. My name is Anna Posniak. I'm the Windsor Town Clerk and co-chair of the Legislative Committee for the Connecticut Town Clerks Association. Town clerks have a fiduciary duty to protect the integrity and fairness and transparency of all elections. It's a responsibility that we take very seriously. Town clerks issued over 665,000 absentee ballots for the presidential election. Ironically, COVID, the very reason that necessitated the need for the expansion of absentee ballots, was the key factor to our success. For the first time, we had access to federal and private grant funds for supplies, ballots, postage, and staff. Town halls were closed to the public, allowing us to use unused meeting rooms, vaults, to store and to process and store absentee ballots safely. We had a large pool of volunteers and part-time workers as we found our residents either unemployed, underemployed, or remotely working. Technology, as the Secretary of the State mailed out absentee ballot applications with voters' personal information and scannable barcodes that allowed us to reduce our processing time from 3 to 4 minutes to 1 minute an application. Voter marketing campaigns, including paid television and social media ads, encouraging voters to vote and how to vote successfully in absentee ballot. In 2020, it was critical to ensure that voters had the right to had a safe way to vote and protect their health. And it still is absolutely true in 2022. Thankfully, our lives are starting to return to normal. But as it happens, a dilemma is unfolding for the town clerks as we lose precious space to process and safely store the absentee ballots. We are beleaguered by staffing concerns. We do not have the absentee ballot barcode applications to reduce our processing time. There will be little or no marketing campaigns to educate our voters, and most importantly, without the necessary funds to process those high volume of applications we expect to see. An unfunded mandate will put undue pressure on our municipalities to fund the expansion of absentee ballots. The CTCA has serious concerns. There will be disparities in the election funding from one town to the next. Every voter deserves equal access to the ballot. And this is only achievable if all election officials across the state have equitable funds and resources to successfully administer the upcoming elections. We gained not only new, but energized voters in 2020. It would be a shame if poorly funded elections would lead to future voter apathy or frustration. The CTCA also supports HB 5262 as the language aligns with the Constitution while offering voters greater latitude, especially caregivers.
Your 3 minutes are now over.
Who previously lacked access to the absentee voting. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Posniak. Appreciate you being here. Representative Thomas, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Anna. This is nothing based in fact. I'm just curious. I know I spend a lot of time speaking to people on the street, if you will, about elections, and what I've come to understand is that a lot of people do not pay as much attention to it as all of us do. Do you fear, or have you any anecdotal information? I'm just curious about what might happen for people who are still worried about COVID. To your point, there isn't a big public education campaign, etc. And when I talk to people, many of them don't know that this was a special exception, or so I just always worry about people getting disenfranchised because they still think COVID exists. There might be a variant in the news later down the line, and they'll assume they can keep voting by absentee. Do you have any comments or any observations about that?
Yes, thank you. So that is a valid concern that we identified, that, you know, if you start sending out the applications, it would be an expectation for that to come in the future. whenever there's any legislation that we, as a CTCA review, we put very thoughtful consideration into it, and not just for, the needs of us as town clerks, but also for our residents. We care for our residents, and we want to be there for our residents. And one of the most important things that we offer to them is access to absentee ballots. So when we were reviewing this bill, we thought, well, maybe masks are coming off. It might be a great time, to, go back to having, pre-COVID absentee ballots. But then we started to reflect upon the fact and how quickly Omicron came on in December. And in Stamford, there was a special election, and the absentee ballot applications that went out did not have the reason for COVID. And that town clerk's office was inundated with phone calls wanting to have access to the ballot for reason of COVID, and they didn't have that option legally. And it really should be and we won't be able to anticipate what will happen in the fall. Even if we were to put in a trigger in this bill that would allow the Secretary of the State and the Commissioner of the DPH to make a decision at some point in time, it would have to be made far in advance to allow for the proper administration of this election and to allow for us to plan accordingly. So it really would be best to make this decision far enough in advance so that we could plan and that we could begin to educate our voters in our towns about what to expect with the November election.
Thank you for that answer and your thoughtfulness around all of this legislation. I think everyone on this committee appreciates the town clerks and all the work they did the past 2 years and will continue to do. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Talbot. Representative Francesco, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Anna, for your testimony today. I appreciate it. I just had a couple follow-up questions, if that's okay. There was a conversation before about the process for applications and ballots going into a nursing home or assisted living. Would you be able to just review for all of us what that process is and what the expectation is?
Absolutely. So any facility, a nursing home or any apartment complex with more than 20 residents in it can petition to the town clerk's office to have supervised voting. What will happen is that the registrar of voters will we will provide the applications to the facility, and then the registrar of voters will go in with both a Republican and a Democratic sub-registrar to assist with voting the ballots. So prior to the sub-registrars going in to assist with voting the ballots, there is a requirement for the nursing homes to contact any conservator to let them know that this will happen, to give them the opportunity to help their loved one with voting the ballot rather than having a sub-registrar do that.
Thank you. So that would be the assistance of filling out the application and the ballot, or is it just the ballot?
It's just really the ballot, but in some towns, like in Windsor, we do go into our 3 nursing homes and they assist them with completing the application. If they need help filling it out, they will help them fill them out, and then the voter is required to sign the application, and then the sub-registrar completes the portion saying that they assisted them. The applications will come back to the town clerk's office. We process the ballots, and then we turn those ballots over to the sub-registrars, who will go back to those nursing homes at another time and then help them with voting the ballots.
Oh, great. So when they assist in filling out the ballots, you had mentioned there should be a Democrat and a Republican there. Are both of those people there when they're filling out the ballot?
Correct.
And they're both witnessing it. The Democrat and the Republican are witnessing somebody fill out the ballot, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And in many instances, the voter themselves is capable of filling out their own ballot. So basically, they're essentially just delivering the ballot to the person, affording them the privacy that they're allowed by the Constitution to vote that ballot. But if they need assistance filling in that ballot, that's when the two one a Republican and a Democrat, will assist them with that.
I'm assuming in the 2020 election, there was no assistance with the registrars because most of the nursing homes were locked down. Is that correct?
That is correct. An executive order suppressed supervised voting in the 2020 election.
And then normally in the nursing home, when they return those ballots, the 2 registrars that are there, they bring them back to the town hall, I'm assuming. I thought there was some cases where some of the applications were, and it could have been with the 2020 because there was nobody there because the nursing homes were locked down, but some of those ballots came back after the election. Is that not a normal occurrence that happens? Because they pick up the ballots, right, and they bring them right back to town hall?
That is absolutely correct. So typically what would happen is that when they go that day, they bring them directly back to the town clerk's office after they're done. I'm not aware of the circumstance that you're referring to in the 2020 election. I apologize.
That's okay. And then just one further question. In 2020, obviously we were more at the height of COVID. They used the COVID as an excuse for absentee, but you may not know this, but you must have a lot of connections within your towns. Did you hear any complaints from anybody or any of the registrars or town clerks in other towns that because somebody went to vote in person that they contracted COVID or anything like that? Did you hear any situations like that? It seems to have gone pretty smoothly. I have not heard any complaints at all that people voted in person. It was COVID and they got COVID because they voted. Did you hear any complaints?
I'm sorry. I had not heard of any voters. I did hear of one town clerk's office. I can't remember immediately after the election, several of the employees had contracted COVID.
Okay, thank you. And obviously there's no way to know where you get COVID, but it could be anywhere. It could be that day. It could be another day. It could, you just don't know where people are, but I was just curious if you heard any complaints. Well, Anna, thank you so much for your testimony today. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions or comments for Ms. Bosniak? Seeing none, thank you for being here. I appreciate your advocacy and your patience with the committee.
Thank you very much for your time today.
Up next, Kate Wall, followed by Nicholas D'Amato, followed by Ann Manuski. Kate, good afternoon. Good to see you.
Hi, we're all set. I was just with Anna in case she needed any help with any answers or whatever, but as always, she did a phenomenal job. Thank you for your time. We appreciate everything that you do.
Thank you. Appreciate your being here and your advocacy again. Thank you very much. Up next, Nicholas D'Amato, followed by Ann Manuski, followed by Angie Hamel. Nick D'Amato, I saw you earlier. There you are.
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you, everybody, for your service. Appreciate you coming in. I just wanted to touch base, let you know that I'm going to be serving you today with a notice. All you reps should know I've sent you notices previously in the past 8 months, so this is probably going to be like the 3rd or 4th you've gotten from me, probably some affidavits as well. Just for the record, my name is Nicholas D'Amato, 3 Rookwood Lane, Granby, Connecticut. Notice to the people's right to declare actions void by supreme authority. I, Nicholas D'Amato, one of the people in the 50 American states, Republican in form, do provide you with this notice that you and your agents may provide due care as the servants and trustees of the people. Please take notice that Virginia Constitution, created by our forefathers who so brilliantly and courageously ended the ties and bans of a tyrannical king, taught us the people's responsibility in dealing with government who happens to function as our trustees. They also taught us our inherent powers over them in a Republican form of government. Here's the evidence below. Virginia Constitution Bill of Rights text of Section 2, people the source of power, that all power is vested in and consequently derived from the people, that magistrates are their trustees and servants, and at all times amenable to them. Virginia Constitution Bill of Rights, text of Section 3, government institution for common benefit. That government is or ought to be instituted for the common benefit, protection, and security of the people, nation, or community. Of all the various modes and forms of government, that is best, which is capable of producing the greatest degree of happiness and safety, and is most effectually secured against the danger of maladministration. And whenever any government shall be found inadequate or contrary to these purposes, a majority of the community hath an indubitable, inalienable, and indefeasible right to reform, alter, and abolish it in such a manner as shall be judged most conducive to the public well-being. Please take notice that this text states that government is, in general, as displayed in the terms people, nation, or community, as well as various types instituted by the people. Whenever government causes. What's that?
Are you testifying to a bill? Before I say, which bill are you testifying for or against today?
Bill that we're talking about. I sent this testimony via the email that you sent me to submit my testimony to. I also sent all your personal emails as well. May I continue?
Sure.
Thank you. Please add some time to me. The government causes, reclaiming my time, I guess is the term. Please take notice, this text states that the government in its general and display in the terms of the people, nation, or community, as well as various types, instituted by the people. Whenever government causes a lack of happiness and safety or is found to be maladministration, the people have a right to reform, alter, abolish it in ways that are conducive to the public good. Please take notice that it does not matter what Republican state you find yourself in. The people created constitutions and the decree of the people. Even in the fundamental maxim of law, it is to be the supreme power as the voice of the people and representing the authority which comes from God. Maxim, all political power is inherent in the people by decree of God, thus none can exist except it be derived from them. Please take notice that any acts done by election officials that are invalid and not following prescribed form, procedure, or law are void and never were established to begin with. Evidence below. Here's a maxim. Things invalid from the beginning cannot be made valid by a subsequential act. Maxim, void things are no things. Please take notice that the lapse of time since a wrong happened does not bar the people from consulting together and correcting the issue. Maximum lapse of time does not bar for the Commonwealth. Please take notice that all government servants.
Your 3 minutes are now over.
That was not 3 minutes. As written, as the people created the government by law. Maxim, the government is to be subject to law.
Thank you, Mr. D'Amato.
I'd like to continue, please.
Mr. D'Amato, you have 3 minutes.
I waited 3.5 hours, sir. I'd like to just finish up.
We've all been here. You said you submitted your testimony in writing, sir?
Okay, then let me finish the last end part of it, just so we can get to the meat and potatoes of it.
Excuse me, sir. You've submitted your testimony in writing? Thank you, Mr. D'Amato. Appreciate your time. Any questions or comments for Mr. D'Amato? Seeing none, thank you for being here today. Appreciate your advocacy and testimony today. Thank you. Up next, Ann Manuski, followed by Angie Hamill, followed by Helen Humphreys. Is Ann Manuski available? Ms. Manuski's, I don't see she's present. Angie Hamill. Number 18, Helen Humphreys. I think Helen Humphreys may be present, I think. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good to see you.
Hi.
Helen Humphreys, followed by Lauren Bernaglia, followed by Rose Reyes. Ms. Humphreys, the floor is yours. Please continue.
Thank you very much, Chairman Representative Fox, Chairwoman Senator Flexer, and the members of the Government Administration and Elections Committee. Thank you all for allowing me to speak here today. My name is Helen Humphreys, and I'm the Communications Coordinator for Connecticut Citizen Action Group. And I'm here to testify in strong support of HB 5262 and SB 184. CCAG has been fighting for social, economic, and environmental and racial justice since 1971. We have thousands statewide, and we work in coalition with a number of state and national partners and Connecticut citizens to take actions on initiatives to protect our democracy, including the subjects of today's hearing. These bills recognize the daily modern challenges that workers, parents, and caretakers face when exercising their right to vote. This is an especially important issue to address during an ongoing global pandemic. Many of us on this call will not need to vote by absentee. We're privileged to have jobs that are close to home and close to our polling places. We're privileged to have healthy families and healthy immune systems, and now feel that COVID-19 may feel like less of a threat to either our lives or our loved ones' lives. However, many Connecticut residents do not share those privileges. Residents who have every right to participate in an accessible election. Many voters work 2 to 3 jobs just to keep their families afloat and need more options than just a single day to get time off from voting. Many voters are primary caretakers of sick or disabled family members. And while I understand and have heard many members of the committee say that this is not their main concern with these bills, but the fact of the matter is, if you oppose HB 5262, you're telling the parent caring for a sick child they don't have a valid excuse to vote by absentee. You're telling the caretaker of a disabled family member they don't have a valid excuse to vote by absentee. You're telling the person who has a long commute and long work hours they don't have a valid excuse to vote by absentee. If you oppose SB 184, you're telling the people who are afraid of risking their health, the health of their loved ones, and the health of others by contracting COVID-19, they do not have a valid excuse to vote by absentee. So by passing these bills, we can create a fair and secure system through this initiative that allows for a more secure and inclusive democracy. I'm urging legislators, please look at the facts. There are more than 650,000 Connecticut voters that voted by absentee ballot in 2022 Connecticut general election. which means they voted early and on their own schedules. This led to a record-breaking 80% voter turnout, and so we hope that legislators will be an advocate for those who struggle to participate in our current election process, help make their voices heard, and put their citizens' voting rights at the forefront of this conversation. CCAG and our members urge you to protect the democratic process for all Connecticut residents, and please pass SB 184 and HB 5262. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your time and your testimony today. Next, we will hear from Lauren Vernaglia, and I hope I'm saying your name correctly, Lauren. Then we will hear from Rose Reyes, who will be followed by Susan Patricelli Regan. Lauren, welcome. The floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon to the GAE committee and all the representatives and senators. I appreciate your time. Again, my name is Lauren Vernalia, and yeah, you did pretty well pronouncing it. So I am actually in opposition of HB 5262 and SB 184. And actually, I'm just going to add simply from the person who was speaking prior to me that I am in opposition, but I'm also a parent who could have a sick child. And I don't think that being in opposition means that I don't want everyone to have access to voting. I think access isn't the issue. I think, again, it's about the checks and the balances. I think, COVID's not going anywhere. And frankly, I'm kind of tired of that being the excuse. I mean, there's cold and flu season every year. We don't suddenly mail out absentee ballots by the millions because of the flu. If you have a valid reason, which, I mean, if, you are caring for someone who is ill, if you are ill yourself, or again, I mean, if you are working long hours and you're unable to access the polls, I mean, those are all reasons to be able to request an absentee ballot. I don't think anyone here is saying that, we don't want people to be able to access voting. Voting is a right, a basic human right, but it's also the right to have a election that has integrity. That's the bottom line, is that it's about integrity. And there really is voter fraud. And I think I'm tired of hearing people say that our elections are squeaky clean. Honestly, that's one of my biggest anxieties about this next upcoming election, is that it's not going to be an ethical election. It's not going to have integrity. I'm really concerned about that. And so frankly, kind of expanding this to just vague terms in order to make access is concerning to me. And I'm hoping I have a couple, few more seconds left. I just want to share something that struck me when I was outside the polling place holding signs at the 2021 election. I saw a woman who, I swear she must have been in her 90s. She was hunched over, got out of her car. It took her a solid 10 minutes to walk with her cane up to the door. And I really was struck by this, that this woman had the tenacity at the age that she was to want to go to the poll and actually vote, as opposed to get an absentee ballot. I think that just kind of speaks to the fact that there are people who really do value in-person voting. So again, I'm in opposition of the bills. I'm not saying that I don't think people should have access to voting. I'm saying there needs to be checks and balances, holding people accountable so that—
Your 3 minutes are now over.
That's fine, but so that there's integrity in this election. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And thank you, Lauren, for being here. I really don't have anything to add. I just wanted to thank you for your testimony. I think you summed up the opposition position as clearly as anyone has, including myself today. And thank you for doing a great job of that. It's a very reasonable position, which is that we all want to provide as much access to voters as possible. But there are concerns about making sure that the election is legitimate and that the American people have faith and trust in the results. That's my gravest concern at all, is that we cannot continue to go forward in this country with people doubting, regardless. You had Democrats doubting the 2016 presidential election and Republicans doubting the 2020 presidential election. Neither party, no person should be doubting the results of the election. And the way we prevent that is by making sure that we pass legitimate laws in a bipartisan way where we agree to the terms and the rules of the game. And Lauren, you did a great job today, and I really appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments or questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your time and your testimony today. Next, we will hear from Rose Reyes, who will be followed by Susan Patricelli Regan, who will be followed by Patricia Tavalazzi. I hope I'm saying people's names correctly. And with that, Councilor Rose Reyes, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Senator Flexer. Good afternoon, esteemed committee members and chairs of the Government Administration and Election Committee. I must commend the testimony that has been before me and be very grateful that we have so many constituents and activists interested in the importance and the value of being able to vote, because it's been such an important privilege here in this country. But I just come as a simple citizen. I live in Windham, Connecticut. I'm a bilingual educator, and I'm urging this committee to pass both bills because of the premise that we are still in need, and this is a support that we need to provide to not be accused of preventing anyone from reaching their ability to vote. So we know that when we went through the absentee ballot process, that we had an 80% turnout. And in my district, one of our biggest issues is ability and flexibility that we need to have people have access to the polling sites. I've sent in written testimony, and it's pretty much generic enough about the concern that I have about that COVID is still a reality in our district, especially. I've been reading up on the variants and the serious uptick potential, and I would like our community to be better prepared in the event that we may have to resort to absentee ballots again. And I just want us to have that flexibility. Other aspects that I think we need to consider is in my district is we don't have easy access to our polling sites. Our workers are essential workers, and they have different schedules, and they also are taking care of family. And if they're not taking care of family, they are also in charge of someone else. So again, in my district, with the caregiver status for the disabled and our children, and the lack of comprehensive public transportation, and the seriousness of this disease for now, because we will eventually master it, so to speak. Until then, I think these two bills are essential to maintain our integrity of saying that we have made it all possible for people to vote. And with that, I want to yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Reyes, for your testimony. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Again, thank you for your time and your testimony today.
Yes, it was worth it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Susan Patricelli Regan, who will be followed by Patricia Tavalazzi, who will be followed by Cynthia Sims. Susan, I believe I saw you here. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Okay, well, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today, Senator Flexer. And Connecticut has been known as the Constitution state, yet the Democratic Party continually seeks to circumvent
Susan,
the boundaries.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Do you mind just identifying yourself by name?
Sure, Susan Patricelli Regan.
Thank you.
The Democratic Party continually seeks to circumvent the boundaries of the originating fundamental principles set forth in that document in order to further the agenda of the left and rewrite history. This is the opportunity for the camel's nose to be under the tent by those who are not legitimate voters. In order not to let a crisis go to waste, COVID-19 is being used as a catalyst to expand and continue the absentee ballot excuse, endangering voting integrity and negating the value of properly ID'd and registered citizens' votes. Do not let this injurious bill number 184 obstruct the ethics of elections. We, the people, want truth and transparency when we choose the candidates who embody the morale of our state and our personal well-being and profile. Thank you. I am the voice of the electorate, Susan Patricelli Regan, and I yield the floor.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your time and your testimony today. Next, we will hear from Patricia Tavalazzi, if she is here, followed by Cynthia Sims, followed by Kristen Ritchie. Is Patricia here? I don't see Patricia. Is Cynthia or Kristen here? Cynthia or Kristen? Okay. Okay, Kristen, I'll call on you in just a moment. After we hear from Kristen, then we will hear from Tanya Rhodes Smith, who will be followed by Gail Barrett. So Kristen Ritchie, the floor is yours. Welcome. Oh, Kristen, you have to unmute yourself.
All right, I think that works. Good?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Welcome.
I'm here in opposition to SB 184 and HB 5262, although I do not oppose expanding access to voting in general if implemented in a thoughtful, controlled manner. Our state constitution is very clear that qualified voters of the state who are unable to appear at the polling place on the day of election will be afforded the ability to vote by mail because of absence from the city or town of which they are inhabitants, or because of illness, physical disability, or tenets of their religion. This language has always been understood to mean one's personal circumstances. Obviously, one wouldn't need to vote by absentee because of a neighbor's or relative's qualifying circumstances. Each circumstance is his or her own. These two bills seem to undefine illness for a purpose of creating no excuse absentee voting, circumventing the Constitution, and possibly enabling another unsolicited, expensive mass mailing election like we had in 2020. And this change favors a particular party, intended or not. Other states that have significant mail-in or absentee voting systems have spent decades establishing process and controls over security and integrity of results. We have no such security protection in Connecticut. We cannot roll out a process change, or in this case, remove reasonable requirements without having the necessary control framework in place. We don't even have enough controls in place currently to ascertain completeness and accuracy of our voter roll. If we can get to a place where our voter rolls are reasonably correct, then by all means reintroduce such a bill. The proposed changes would be the only way. The proposed changes would not be the only way to improve the voting process in Connecticut. There are several operational and light touch, so to speak, and even technological enhancements that could be made to enable voters to vote via absentee ballot or in person, providing them with additional ease of voting with no need to change the law. Incidentally, in 2020, I was in the hospital after a C-section on election day, and in 2021, I had COVID on election day. In both cases, I was still able to vote with ease under the current law. Senator Sampson and the Secretary of State reiterated the language in the Constitution which refers to a person's inability to appear to vote. And the Secretary of State explicitly stated that the individual person's inability is determined by that person. With all due respect, Madam Secretary, that is a person's preference, not their true ability or inability, which has already been identified in the Constitution and need not be changed. And to all those who spoke and were insulted by recognition of the idea that perhaps not all filling out applications and ballots act with integrity, and for those who insist there are no and would be no occurrences of voter fraud, then why do I need an ID to buy cough medicine, to buy spray paint, to drive a car, to go on an airplane? And I've even needed an ID and a vaccine passport to be served in some restaurants even. Yet it's outrageous to expect that voters should be validated by ID. It's really not. I'm all for expanding access to voting.
Your 3 minutes are now over.
And will take time. This initiative is a mass undertaking, and I agree it should have started years ago. Taking a shortcut by changing law is not the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Can I just ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
Did you say in 2021 you had COVID and you voted in person?
Yes. Let me tell you about that. I'm glad you asked because I didn't have enough time to explain how I did. This was great the way it happened. So I had COVID. I called up the town the day before and explained I had COVID, wanted to be considerate. Obviously, wasn't going to go to the polls, and I didn't know a week before I was going to have COVID, right? So I couldn't arrange to vote by absentee ballot. I arranged to go to my polling location. Someone came out. I stayed outside with a mask even outside, and I was able to vote just as if I had walked in the building, but I didn't walk in the building. I stayed outside, showed my ID, cast my vote safely.
And you called the day before to the town clerk's
the day
office?
before. Yep. Yeah, and they were able to arrange that. So like one of my ideas was, couldn't we maybe do some drive-through voting? Some people would like that too, still go to the polling location, but not have to go inside. They did it for me. They do COVID testing drive-through. You know, that's one of many ideas. If people got their heads together in a room, I'm sure there's plenty of ideas to add to make voting more easy for people.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for answering that for me. Are there any questions or comments? Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. And thank you, Kristen, for being here. Your testimony was phenomenal. I am super impressed. You got all of that detail inside 3 minutes. I couldn't have not said it better myself. And you really did make it very clear what the concern is, which is not to overstate it for the millionth time, but it's about making sure that we are following the rule of law in this country, because rules do matter, and we are a nation of laws. And if we're just going to ignore some of them because it's convenient some of the time, and we're going to empower certain aspects of our government or certain citizens to do so, it's a dangerous precedent. I appreciate your comments also about suggesting we get our heads together. It was my impression when I first got elected that that's what happened in the legislature, that we actually would sit in a room and come up with ideas for good policy. In my experience, that doesn't happen nearly as often as it could. I keep working towards that goal, but sadly, there are agenda items that the majority has, and I'm not suggesting it would be better under Republicans, but the majority has the power and the votes to move their agenda. So they do. I'm hopeful that going forward, I know that the chairs of this committee are as accommodating as any folks that I have dealt with in the legislature, and I know they are willing to have conversations going forward. So I am hopeful that we are going to ultimately come up with a responsible solution, not only to this bill, but also the whole question about no excuse absentee voting. And thank you for suggesting that we do so. I really appreciate it.
I'm sorry, Senator, did you have a question?
I did not. I just was thanking Kristen for her testimony.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other comments, thank you again for your time and your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Tanya Rhodes Smith, who will be followed by Gail Barrett.
Good afternoon,
Welcome.
everybody. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Co-Chair Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, Ranking Members Senator Sampson, and Representative Master Francesco.
Oh, she just disappeared.
Tanya, did we lose you? Tanya, it looks like we got disconnected.
I'm here again. I don't know what happened. I was moved out to the waiting room for some reason.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Well, go ahead. You can start.
Sorry about that. So good afternoon. My name is Tanya Rhodes Smith, and I am testifying today in my role as director of the Nancy A. Humphreys Institute for Political Social Work. I'm an instructor in residence at UConn School of Social Work and a Fairfield resident. And I'm here today in strong support of SB 184 and HB 5262, both of which would expand the eligibility for voting by absentee ballot. And at the Humphreys Institute, we examine voting as a social determinant of health, a human right and a powerful tool for shaping public policy. And I submitted testimony, and I want to focus in on a couple of points today that I think are really important to this discussion. Voter participation and strong participation is essential in a strong democracy, and one that represents and responds the needs of all citizens. This act of voting, the practice of voting, actually brings positive benefits to individuals and communities. Communities who vote in higher rates are better off in really important ways, including stronger social connections, higher employment, greater community well-being, and individuals who vote in higher levels, individuals who vote report higher levels of wellness in a variety of measures. So we examine it as a social determinant of health. And there's a point that I really want to make here, and that is when you look at examine states and compare states with more inclusive voting policies, including no excuse absentee voting or including same-day registration, when you look at all the ways that we make voting easier, those states have better health outcomes across multiple measures. I submitted this in my testimony along with references for that. So, you know, when we're talking about expanding the right to vote, I just want to reiterate that it is not easy for most people to know how this system works. So the more we can make it accessible for all people, it actually would be in our best interest. So I'm going to wrap up there and see if there's any questions, but as I say, I have longer testimony that I submitted. Thank you very much for allowing me the time to speak today, and I'm happy to provide any additional information.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your time and your patience today.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Gail Barrett, who will be followed by Dominic Rappany.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say the floor is yours. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Gail Barrett. I enthusiastically support these two bills, which will make absentee voting more accessible during the current pandemic and in the case of the House bill, future pandemics. This is extremely important to me because I don't want to be forced to risk my health in order to vote. I used absentee voting in the 20 and 21 elections for this reason. Omicron is waning, but it is clear that other COVID mutations are likely to arise between now and November. And I want to add that I truly appreciate our legislators who support these bills being proactive rather than reactive in protecting ballot access. Further, I support the House bill to conform the statutory language to the Constitution's language regarding illness and other conforming changes to Article 6. There is no reason to make the statute more restrictive than the Constitution in giving voters an excuse to vote absentee. In fact, I would argue that the statute as currently written is unconstitutional, as it has limited that right to one's own illness. That is not how the Connecticut Supreme Court interpreted the Constitution and is not how it should be interpreted based on common sense. I don't know who is advising some of the citizens who spoke in opposition, but the Constitution does not say personal illness. It simply says sickness, and the highest court of this state has held that sickness is not limited to an individual's sickness. The legislature does not have the power to modify the Constitution on its own. It must present the change to the people, and it is only through the will of the people that the Constitution can be changed. That is precisely how the question of early voting is being addressed, through a referendum on the ballot this year. The statute should be corrected so that it is not more narrow than is intended by the Constitution. This is the right way. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Senator Haskell.
Thank you so much, Gail, for your testimony and for your advocacy today. I just wanted to very briefly ask you a question, which is that you mentioned that you appreciated the opportunity to vote absentee in previous elections, and there's been contention over the course of this public hearing. I'm not sure if you've had a chance to watch all of it as to whether or not these past elections were successful or whether they were not. And I just wanted to get your perspective as a voter on the accessibility, the integrity, how you felt participating in the two most recent elections that did allow absentee ballot voting for the reasons of illness due to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Thank you, Senator Haskell, for that question. Yes, as I said, I took advantage of the ability to vote absentee because of COVID, because of COVID. And I was very grateful that I did not have to go to the polls. I was very grateful for the availability of the ballot boxes outside of my town hall. And I found it, it was not as simple to understand the forms as I would have liked, but it was simple enough. And I felt very much that my needs were being respected during that period of time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other questions or comments from members of the committee? Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gail, thanks so much for your testimony today. I appreciate it. There's been a lot of talk today about voter turnout, easy access, and how successful the elections were because we had basically, we used COVID as an excuse for voting or no excuse, absentee voting in 2021. And I didn't know if you were aware that, well, let me just first say that I personally believe that election turnout is based on the candidate and the excitement in the election process. People go out to vote for somebody because they're energized by them. I don't necessarily believe it's because of absentee ballots. And the numbers actually kind of speak to that, and it's truthful. So in the 2020 election, the voter turnout was 79.7%. So they say that's the highest it's ever been. True, but and that was in the presidential election. But when I compare it to the 2016 presidential election, it was almost 77% turnout. So while there is a couple percent turnout higher, I think because of people were probably concerned with COVID, understandably, it wasn't significant. And actually, I look at the municipal elections in 2019, where COVID did not exist. It's like a 33.5% turnout, right? And municipal elections are usually at a low turnout. But in 2021, where towns were able to mail out applications for people to vote, and some did that, the turnout was only 32.13% in 2021. So I don't necessarily believe that the absentee ballots increases voter turnout that significantly, and that the people of the state are more concerned today with COVID, because clearly if they were, most likely in the 2021 election, there would have been much higher turnout on that. I just really want to make that point because we hear a lot about how successful it was. The voter turnout was the highest ever. It was higher, but it wasn't that significantly higher than the previous years. That's it. I just wanted to make a comment because the senator questioning was kind of asking your question of how you thought the turnout was, and I was just wanting to comment on it. Thank you very much.
So you don't have a question, Representative?
I really just, I don't know if she wanted to allude to that. I know the senator had asked her the turnout. She was talking a little bit about how the success of it, and certainly I welcome your comments if you thought that the turnout was higher on that.
Yeah, I was speaking purely from my own experience.
Oh, okay.
I'm not familiar with the numbers, and it really was a personal reflection.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Gail. I appreciate your time and your testimony today. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there other questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again, Gail, for your testimony. Thank you for your time and your patience today.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Dominic Rapini, who will be followed by Sarah Ganong, who will be followed by Veronica Delandro. Dominic, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon, co-chairs Flexer and Fox, and the ranking members, Sampson and Mastro Francesco, and vice chairs Haskell and Thomas, and members of the committee. And thank you for your endurance and diligence for listening to everybody today. I'm so impressed with all the testimonies for and against. It's pretty amazing. So my name is Dominic Rapini. I'm a businessman from New Haven County, a Connecticut voter for over 40 years, and a citizen deeply interested in the election process. Today, I'm going to testify in opposition to SB number 184 and House Bill 5262. I'm going to offer an alternative solution for us to consider. I do want to call an audible here, though, and I hear the number 79% turnout for us in 2020, and that's a number slightly not correct. That is only the number of active voters that turned out. The numbers of registered voters in Connecticut that turned out in 2020 was 74.5%. That's the full number of people registered to vote, and which was slightly lower than previous years. In fact, we see with convenience voting around the states, in other states, it's often, there's no increase in voter turnout. In fact, we'll see that Connecticut still has an amazing turnout rate, higher than most states that have mail-in voting throughout the country. So we do a great job. I'm not going to be able to go too long because I'm hosting a conference call for work in a few minutes. But I do want to say this: we must make every effort to encourage voters to vote as they have for 244 years in person. I believe we can accomplish this goal and still honor the health care of our voters. That's a very real concern. As a state certified election day moderator, I've been impressed with the thoughtfulness of our many procedures that enable citizens to vote regardless of their individual circumstances. And I think that we can solve this problem of concerned citizens wanting to vote in person, even in the waning days of this pandemic. I don't think we need to create new laws. In fact, I think the solution is right in front of us. It's in the moderator handbook. Chris and Richie already experienced this. We can offer curbside voting. In fact, we already do offer it. In any precinct, any moderator and two registrars can come out to the car of somebody who doesn't want to come in and expose themselves in a way that they fear, and they can allow them to vote curbside. And this is a solution that's in front of us today, requires no action by the legislator to make that happen. And I think that's important. When we look at most of the issues in 2020, since 2020 around elections that we are concerned about, it has to do with absentee ballot voting. And we're not claiming fraud across the board. We're just saying there's a lot of things that happen that can disenfranchise the voters. I mean, we had over 200 votes lost in infield, 81 ballot applications lost in Stanford. We had a landlord in Bridgeport who stole the identity of his tenants and used them for absentee ballots in 2021. So these are the things that happen. We've seen over a dozen SCEC violations or complaints.
Your 3 minutes are now over.
Yeah, they're lodged in this just the past municipals. I think Ted Bromley can shed some light on that. He was the center of a lot of that. But we go on and on and on. And we know that over 184,000 of our absentee applications were undeliverable in 2020. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for wrapping up. And thank you for your testimony. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Representative Thomas.
Yes, I got time for two.
Well,
Representative Thomas, how are you? It's good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Representative Thomas, the floor is yours.
Senator Sampson had his hand up first. If you're fine. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a very quick question. You mentioned curbside. As someone who grew up without access to a vehicle, have you thought through how that would work for someone who does not have a car?
Yeah, they would do it they would be on foot. All they need to do is ask for a register.
But they would travel via a bus or?
They would travel in any way that they would normally get to the grocery store or Home Depot or Walmart, the same transportation available to them. So yeah, the same way they transport themselves in any way.
If they had COVID, or
if they were, in this case, we're talking about people who are fearing COVID, that would be the way they would do that if they want to venture out.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dominic, I know you are in a hurry, you said, but I value your time. I know you are one of the purveyors of fight voter fraud. I consider you somewhat of an expert on the subject of election law. And I had a lengthy conversation with the Secretary of State earlier today. And there are just a few comments that we had back and forth that I would just love for you to react to. The first one is that she indicated over and over that we were simply doing these bills to conform to the language that is in the Constitution. I don't see that that is an accurate description. I'm just curious what your reaction is to that. Through you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. So I'm certainly not a constitutional lawyer, but I do know that if the Constitution was written the way we need it, or is not written the way we need it, that we do have the opportunity to change it in our referendum in 2024. Either whether we're talking about 184 or 5262, it's the same result. We're allowing for the expansion of the excuses for being able to vote absentee. And I don't think we have the infrastructure or the the capabilities to do that without more problems and issues. And we have an alternative in curbside voting. And all deference to Representative Thomas, I think that's a fair point you brought up. But I think most people want to vote in person, and we're seeing that all over the country. And I apologize, guys. I've been waiting on. I've been here since 10 o'clock this morning. This has been fascinating, but I have a responsibility to get back to work, and I appreciate everything you guys are doing today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your patience and your testimony today. Next, we will hear from Sarah Ganong, who will be followed by Veronica Delandro, who will be followed by Cynthia McCorkindale. Yeah, so Sarah, welcome. The floor is yours.
Great. Thank you, Senator. Good afternoon, everyone. Good to see you. Thanks for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Sarah Ganong, and I'm a voter in the city of Hartford. I'm also the state director of the Connecticut Working Families Organization. We're an advocacy group fighting for an economy and a democracy that work for everybody, not just for the wealthy and well-connected. So really excited to be here today in strong support of Senate Bill 184 and House Bill 5262 to continue our absentee ballot voting due to COVID through 2022. At Working Families, we strongly believe voters should continue to be able to vote this year by absentee ballot as COVID does persist, unfortunately, in our communities. The last two election cycles, our organization has spoken to thousands upon thousands of voters by phone call, by text message, through direct mailers and postcards and things like that. And we've really heard from a lot of voters who were relieved when they found out they could continue to use COVID as a valid reason to be able to request a ballot and vote safely and securely from their homes. My own parents, even, for example, who are in their 60s, were really alarmed earlier this year when they asked me if they would be able to use that again this year. And I said, no, not at this current time, and that they'd be required to vote in person. They didn't feel safe with that option. Without hundreds of thousands of voters safely using the system in 2020, and again, many last year as well, we're concerned that folks could face disenfranchisement if we're not able to amend the laws for 2022 this year. So really encouraging you all to vote in support today of Senate Bill 184 and House Bill 5262, and happy to take any questions or concerns. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony today. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Veronica Delandro, who will be followed by Cynthia McCorkindale, who will be followed by Paula Baccalini. Veronica, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm accustomed to getting ready to say good morning, but that time has since passed. I'm looking for my remarks right now. Good morning. Thank you, Senator Flexer and Representative Fox, the co-chairs. My name is Veronica Delandro, and I'm a voter from New Britain. I feel that passing both SB 184 and HB 5262 is extremely important to me now, as it was back in February 2021 when I submitted a written testimony in support of House Joint number 58 and number 59. The fact that we have to continue to propose bills that allows us to continue absentee ballot voting confirms the fact that Connecticut continues to lag behind our neighboring states across the country when it comes to voter access. And we still have some of the strictest laws in the country where absentee voting is restricted to specific situations. I believe voters should be able to vote this year by absentee ballot as COVID-19 persists. And I also just need to make note and mention that not all residents have had the privilege and the opportunity to vote the past 244 years. There's been a lot of assumptions that I've been hearing throughout the public hearing, and we cannot make assumptions on what we believe most people want to do, whether they want to vote in person. What we need to do is be able to allow people the opportunity to vote based on their circumstance and situation, and not make it a one-way system. More than 650,000 Connecticut voters voted by absentee ballot in the 2020 Connecticut general election, which means they voted early on their own schedules. And this led to a record-breaking number that we've been discussing the past 4 hours. It's time for us to listen to the voters and make the choice clear and protect the freedom to vote and pass Senate Bill 184 and House Bill 5262. Respectfully submitted.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Representative Thomas, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I really don't have a question, Veronica, but I really appreciate everything you said. I often sit here virtually in this chamber, and the way I live now is very different from the way I grew up. And, you know, I had a mother who had no driver's license and no photo ID. We had no car, often taking public transportation. We had a lot of health issues in my family where even standing in line at a polling place was a hardship. And I do agree with you that we often hear a narrative that only carves in certain people. So I just want to thank you for raising everything that you said, and thank you for being here today. And thank you, Madam Chair, for the indulgence.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Palm. Representative Palm, we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now? I'm sorry.
Yes, we can.
Ms. DeLandro, hello and good to see you. I want to thank you for bringing in sort of the historical perspective on this. I think it's important for all of us to remember that in the 1918 so-called Spanish flu pandemic, women couldn't even vote yet. I mean, people were scrambling to learn how to vote, and it didn't even include women, and it certainly didn't include Black women. So I want to echo Rep. Thomas's sentiments, and thank you for your presentation and for reminding us that not everybody is in the same boat.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any other questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your time and your patience and your testimony today. Next, we will hear from Cynthia McCorkindale, followed by Paula Bacalini, followed by Susan Zobahansky. Cynthia, welcome. The floor is yours. Is Cynthia here? I don't think Cynthia is here. So we will instead go to Paula Bacalini. Paula, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Co-chairs, Senator Flexer and Representative Fox, vice chairs, Senator Haskell and Representative Thomas, ranking members, Senator Sampson, Representative Mastro Francesca, and the distinguished members of the GAE committee. My name's Paula Bacalini, and I'm a Connecticut resident for over 35 years. I'm a senior citizen and a retired Connecticut educator. I'm also the founder and leader of Make Voting Easy Connecticut, which is a grassroots organization of nearly 1,000 members from 95 cities and towns across Connecticut. We are devoted to making voting more convenient and accessible for all people. I am writing in support. I'm testifying today, I'm sorry, in support. I've written my testimony and sent it in to you, and I am testifying in support of both bills, Senate Bill 184 and House Bill 5262. These bills are both going to expand the use of absentee ballots and also make it important for us, especially since we are still coping with this pandemic. Now, 184, Senate Bill 184 will continue to give us a valid reason for COVID to be a reason, or fear of COVID, or having concerns about it, or having to be worried about bringing it back home to our family members if we go to an indoor setting in the fall, which is still quite dangerous. And that would be similar to how we have voted in the last two elections. So we really need these absentee ballots again for 2022. And I appreciated the fact that this committee did, and the General Assembly did vote to allow this to go forward in the last two election cycles. Connecticut has just come out of a period of a 20% plus infection rate due to the Omicron variant. And even though today people are taking their masks off and everybody is a little bit more relaxed about the pandemic, we are still not fully vaccinated. Only 78% of our population is fully vaccinated, and only 75% of Hartford County is fully vaccinated, according to the New York Times today. This is not herd immunity, which needs to be more than 90%. And therefore, we are still at huge risks in this global pandemic. So giving people the choice to decide whether or not they want to risk their lives, or whether or not they feel safe, or they know that they're not going to bring the virus home to anybody if they do get it, is a wonderful thing that people can feel more comfortable to vote. But in the fall, that's when the variants are, raising their ugly head again. And we really, really need to give people the opportunity. We need to give people the opportunity to vote by absentee, and both bills do that. They give people this opportunity. And that's what I'm asking you to do, is to please protect our physical health and the health of our democracy. It depends on you. Vote both of these bills out of the committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and for your testimony. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And thank you for being here, Paula. I do have a question, but before I do that, I just want to clarify something that you stated, which was that we are just getting out of a 20% infection rate in the state. And I just want to make sure that the panel and the people watching know that that's not an accurate statement. We did have, you're welcome to speak as soon as I'm done. Okay. The positivity rates that are published by the State Department of Public Health that are shared are not a reflection of the number of people in the state that have a positive test for COVID-19. They are a reflection of the number of positive results from the people tested. The actual percentage of people in the state at any given moment with COVID-19 has never come close to 1%. It is just simply, we have a few thousand people tested, possibly, maybe tens of thousands of people tested on some weeks. And the positivity rate reported is the reflection of the number of those people that have a positive test. I would just add that test number actually is completely irrelevant as a result, because you could test a different group of people each week. Sometimes you might be testing people who are actually sick and end up with a very high number as far as positive cases. And in another week, you may be testing people for other reasons, because they need to get on an airplane or for employment, and they might change your number completely. I think it's a shame that the positivity rate has been used by the administration to give a narrative in the public and create fear when it was unnecessary by exaggerating the amount of COVID that's actually in the world. And that's all I wanted to say about that. But Paula, I see you shaking your head, and you're welcome to dispute what I said if you have some facts to do so. I didn't bring this up to debate you, other than to make sure that the record is clear and that we are putting only truthful information out to the public. And actually, based on that, Madam Chair, I don't need to ask a question. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Paula, you can speak.
Thank you for letting me respond. In January, the infection rates were on the 4th of January, the infection rate was 23.85%, and there was an increase of 10,602 cases of COVID. And in the state, we have had 10,000 people die of COVID. So these infection rates do go up and down, and I really look at them and believe them. These rates are being not only put out by the news stations, Connecticut news stations, but they are also being mailed to us on the newsletters from our legislators who have that information from the state. So at one point in January, all of January and most of February, until we finally got out of it, we got lots more people vaccinated, and there was a lot more of a push, and many of the infections went down. So we are closer to a 2 or 3% infection rate in the state, but we were at over 20%. This is a problem, and those are not numbers that are lying.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, I'm sorry, I do have to respond.
Yep, I just want to just say that this is not the Public Health Committee, and so what metric we use maybe isn't the best place for debate. Perhaps the two of you could have a conversation about cases per 100,000 and find some consensus there. But Senator, please feel free to respond.
I will be very brief. And Paula, forgive me for giving the impression that somehow I was trying to minimize the impact of COVID or your comments, but what you are stating is not accurate. And to state that the infection rate in the state of Connecticut is 2 or 3% is also not accurate. That is the infection rate among the people tested. The infection rate in the state would be the number of people divided by the number of people in the state. There are 3.5 million people in the state. And even at a number like 10,000, you are still far below 1%. And that's what's important, is that I believe that those numbers have been used to misguide the public, and clearly it's working. But I want people to recognize that COVID is in fact a legitimate concern, and we should be paying attention to it. But we should also be providing accurate information to the public and not information that is easily misleading. And thank you very much for your indulgence, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Are there other questions or comments from members of the committee? Representative Santiago.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a slippery slope of who believes what figures and what figures are accurate or not accurate. Thank you, Paula, for coming here to testify. But I just learned the other day that in the city of Merrill, 34% of our kids are only vaccinated. 72% of the adult population, of the whole population of Merrill, is only vaccinated. So I think folks need to go back and see what their population is. So yeah, I'm scared of still getting COVID. And there are a lot of people going around that haven't gotten any, haven't received any vaccinations. And yeah, and people are scared about still going to vote without protections. Yes, you can do the curbside voting. I knew about that, but I know that people really want to vote in person, and that's their right to do that. But who is to say that we don't have another Omicron or another variant that comes by the winter time? And this is a bill that will be protecting that. So thank you, Paula, for coming here to speak. And I suggest that all persons, reps, and representatives and legislators go back and see what their percentage is in their towns, because we haven't received. We're not at herd immunity yet, and we will never be, because there's people that do refuse to get vaccinated, right. And that's scary. So just because people aren't wearing masks doesn't mean that the COVID is over. So thank you I just wanted to make that comment, Madam Chair, and thank you for Paula for coming here to testify.
Thank you.
Representative. Are there other questions or comments from members of the committee? Thank you. Thank you again for your time and your patience and your testimony today. Next, we will hear from Susan Zobahansky, followed by Joyce Petaway, followed by Donna Calvo. Susan, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, members of the Government Administration and Elections Committee. I'm testifying today in strong oppositions to both SB 184 and HB 5262. I've heard a lot of discussions about COVID. I'm a pathobiology major by degree. I find it, we will always have variants. We don't need to predict a variant. There is going to be variants. This is a seasonal virus at this stage. We will have it for the rest of our lives, and there will be variants. No amount of vaccination is going to get rid of it, because there are animal vectors that carry it. So that should not be used to change language to our Constitution or anything else for that matter, as far as making voting more open to people. It's quite clear that both pieces of these proposed legislations clear a path for no excuse absentee ballot voting. So that should be done through a constitutional change and not through this legislative change. While many of us agree that we should allow every eligible voter to vote, we must expand voting only with the proper protections in place. The Secretary of State made it clear in her testimony today that there's no way to ensure that a person who's filling out an absentee ballot is the person that was intended to receive it. And we must have checks and balances in place if we're going to be doing this on a mass scale. We should not be expanding voting until we have proper strategies in place to make sure that every person's vote counts and the weight of their vote is valid and is clear for them, that they're getting what they their vote is counting as every other person his vote is counting. It should not be canceled out. I also find it amazing that during all this testimony, people have spoken about people having to decide between their health and voting, yet we made people decide between masks and vaccinations and their job or schooling. So it seems a little hypocritical that that would be used as an excuse in this instance. Removing the words personal illness is being done through this legislation. We heard that that's an attempt to create legislation which mirrors the Constitution, but then that holds into question, was the previous legislation unconstitutional because it didn't mirror the Constitution? These are all questions that voters have, and that makes us question everything. And so I think proceeding forward in this committee, we should really be trying to make the voters be transparent with the voters and make them have confidence in the system that we're putting in place through legislation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Senator Sampson.
And thank you, Madam Chairman. And thank you, Susan, for your testimony. I got the impression that you were rushing through it to try and get a lot in your 3 minutes. Is there some part of your testimony you wanted to elaborate on? It sounded like you had something more to say about the notion of whether or not the current law before this particular change is constitutional or not. I know there was a lot of conversation about what the Constitution actually says and what our practices have been since the Constitution was adopted. But please, if you have something else to say, I'd love to hear it.
Well, it's just unclear to the average voter if the prior legislation already was not mirroring the Constitution, then is it even constitutional at all to have had that prior legislation? So, that certainly holds a lot into question, that we need to now change the legislation to mirror the Constitution, which means that in the past it didn't mirror the Constitution. So, I mean, that's certainly something that I think voters want to know. I mean, so that means, was it, it's kind of funny, I know that that in the Supreme Court, it was ruled constitutional, the change that was made. However, if it wasn't mirroring the Constitution, I don't understand how that could have happened. So that's I guess the question we all have. Why is why does this need to be changed now, except to make it very ambiguous? And I think that our legislation should be written in a way that it's not ambiguous at all. And when you just say illness and not someone's personal illness, then that leaves for ambiguity and lack of interpretation. And we should never write legislation in that manner.
Just waiting for
Senator?
you. Yeah.
Senator, are you finished?
No. I was waiting for you to give me the floor, but
Senator, go ahead.
thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Susan, for that comment. I could have a lot I could say. I don't want to take up a lot of time, but I will let you know that when we ultimately do debate these two bills in the committee and potentially on the floor of the House and Senate, I can assure you we're going to have a conversation about the legislative history of the Constitution. This whole situation is shocking to me because Article 6, Section 7 of the state constitution has never been in doubt. It has been interpreted the same way since the very day it was drafted, and we've been using it for decades. It is quite clear that the use of English implies that it is for only the individual's sickness, just like the word "your" does not appear in front of physical disability either, and everyone understands that you couldn't possibly be looking for a absentee ballot because your neighbor's disabled or because your neighbor's out of town. I mean, it's quite clear that they're referring to that person, and I'm just as shocked about it as anyone else that would say that this language is somehow unclear today and that we need to clarify it. So I appreciate your comments on that thoroughly, and I'm hoping we get to the bottom of that subject. But the larger point is whether or not we should actually have no excuse absentee voting. And I don't even know that there's much difference between Democrats and Republicans on that subject. It seems to me the focus is more about the security of elections. And I'm just curious if that's your interpretation also. What brought you to us today? Are you concerned about expanding absentee voting, or are you concerned about the security of elections?
I'm concerned about the security of elections. Yep, absolutely. I think there should be no expansion until we have measures in place, the infrastructure in place to handle a mass amount of absentee ballots. As actually, I think a town clerk alluded to earlier, there was funding for that in the 2021 election, but if that funding disappears, that puts hardships on our town clerk. So there's no infrastructure in place, and there should certainly be security measures in place. Like, the Secretary of State said, we can't ensure the public that the person filling that out, except by their own word and that they attest to it. But when there's no checks and balances to even have any kind of checking on that, we just don't know. I mean, we won't know. So, we should never have doubt in our electoral system, and that should be the goal of every single person, no matter what their party.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And thank you for your testimony today. And thank you also for your comments regarding your medical background and COVID. I appreciate that very much. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other questions or comments from members of the committee? Okay. Thank you again for your time and your testimony today. Next, we will hear from Joyce Petaway, followed by Donna Calvo, followed by Ed Hawthorne. Is Joyce here? How about Donna Calvo?
Hi, yes.
Okay, Donna, welcome. The floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Donna Calvo. I'm a lifelong Connecticut resident. This is my first time testifying. I've never been political and don't consider this testimony to be political. I do oppose both bills, SB 184 and HB 5262, because of the following personal experience. In 2020, my dad was a permanent resident of Apple Rehab in Watertown, Connecticut. Since it was during COVID, we had outdoor visits. During our visits, my dad always brought his mail outside to review with me. One day, he had his absentee ballot with him. And to be clear, he did not request this ballot. I don't know how he received it. I don't know who requested it. So I asked the staff at Apple if they did, and they said that no one at Apple had requested it. At the time, he wanted to complete his absentee ballot, which I was glad he was able to do that, and I helped him complete it because, as all you know, there's very specific directions on how to do that. He completed it, and I ensured that it was sealed as the directions required. It could have been mailed, dropped off to a drop box in front of Town Hall, or brought inside the Town Hall. I drove it to the Watertown Town Hall and brought it inside to the town clerk's office because I had a few questions. I asked how they can ensure that my dad actually filled out his absentee ballot and that no one else had instead. I was told that due to COVID, the registrar of voters, both Democrat and Republican, could not go into the facility as they had always to ensure the residents completed the ballots themselves. At the time, there were more than 100 residents at this facility alone. There are no guarantees that these ballots or any absentee ballots were completed in good faith. This leads me to today. There are no longer outdoor visits due to COVID. Mask wearing is dwindling and not mandatory in most instances. Schools are back to in-person classes. Churches are holding in-person services. State of the Union address was held in person and without masks. However, both of these bills are proposing to once again mail absentee ballots to all Connecticut residents. I understand and fully agree that some voters need to vote by absentee ballot. However, I oppose both of these bills and believe that protocols and security protections must be put in place to prevent voter fraud for the integrity of future Connecticut elections. Please vote no. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to testify. And I thank you all for voting and testifying for these bills and having everyone being here for the past 4.5 hours as I have. If you have any questions, I do have a question though. There was a person, Anna Posniak, who had some.
I'm sorry.
Do I
Go ahead, you can finish your statement, but we don't question other testifiers, but you can make a statement.
All right.
Because they're not here anymore.
Okay, then that was my statement.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you very much for your time and your testimony today. I just wanted, for a point of clarification, the two pieces of legislation that are before us today don't talk about mailing applications to people. That isn't something that's been changed in statute. But I understand your larger point and your concerns about these two bills, and we'll certainly take that into consideration. Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Donna, for testifying and being here and being so patient. I know it's been a lot longer than you might have anticipated. Our conversation with the Secretary of the State went a little longer than I would have liked. She gives very thorough answers, I would say. Anyway, you brought up a couple of things, so I figured it was very important to talk with you briefly. Number one, you brought up something which I think is very, very important, which is that you were acting on behalf of a relative and helping them facilitate their absentee ballot. But it's very important to note that there's no way for anyone, not the Secretary of the State or the local town government or anyone, to have actually known whether or not your relative completed that ballot and gave it to you to return or otherwise. That was the point you were trying to make. Is that right?
That's the point I was trying. Yes, that was the point I was trying to make. And the thing was, what I heard was you have to request a ballot. Okay. And what I heard was that applications were mailed out, but a ballot had to be requested. My dad did not request a ballot. He brought his mail out and the ballot was there. So at that point, he requested to fill it out. So he did fill it out, and there's like a whole process and procedure on how to mail it, how to return it. So I helped him do that. And instead of mailing it, I brought it to the town clerk's office. I asked Apple Rehab, how did he get this ballot? No one knew anything about it. No one knew. So when I asked the town clerk, how did this get to him? No one had any answers for me. And that's why I waited 4.5 hours to testify. If this happened to this one person, how many other people did this happen to? Who filled out those ballots? How were they returned? What is the integrity of the returned ballots for these people? So are there checks and balances for that? That is why I testified.
Thank you. Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate those comments, Donna. I don't have an answer for you. I don't know that there were a tremendous amount of similar irregularities in 2020. I would be exaggerating if I said there would, but there are definitely cases like that. I've heard of other things. We had an incident in the town of Prospect, which has still not been satisfied to my concerns, even though there was an SEC complaint filed and they resolved it by saying that it was perfectly fine. But someone went to vote in person and they were told that they had already voted. And to me, that should never happen. And that's just another similar thing. And again, are these things, so widespread that they are affecting the outcome of an election? Probably not. But we also have elections that are decided by very small numbers sometimes. And the larger issue is about maintaining voter integrity in its entirety. The other thing that you brought up that I just thought was very, very important was the notion that during the height of the pandemic, the legislation that was passed and the executive order by the governor did away with that process by which there was supervised voting in the nursing homes and so forth. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that the Senate bill that is before us today will continue that process. And I don't think there's a reason for that at this point. And I'm hoping that that conversation continues with the chairs going forward. So Donna, thank you for bringing, a couple of points up that I think that might have been missed in the overall conversation today, because you reminded me of a few other things that we should be talking about. It's much appreciated. And thank you for being here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Donna, for your testimony today. It's been a long day, so I appreciate your waiting. I know it's not easy. It's in your first time to testify, so I'm very happy to hear that. The more people that we can get involved and get involved with the process, the better off I think all of us will be. I just wanted to clarify something real quick. So the ballot that your dad received, was it the actual ballot or was it the application? I didn't hear that.
It was the actual ballot. That's why I was shocked. I would go and he would bring out his mail and we would go through his mail. And this one day he had his ballot with him. It wasn't the application, because at my house, I got an application, which I didn't send it in. I didn't want the ballot. I went and voted myself. He came out with a ballot and he filled out the ballot. And it's the whole process of it, tells you how to fill it out and how you have to actually fold it and the whole, there's a whole procedure. So, and then I actually, when I was in Watertown, because I don't live in Watertown, I brought it to the clerk's office that day. And I went right in there and I talked to the person in the office to ask questions. How did he get this? And I said, I understand it's COVID, you can't go inside, because I knew the procedure that they'd go in together and there's a Republican and a Democrat. And I knew they couldn't go inside because of COVID. We were doing outdoor visits at that time. And I said, no one had any answers. The people at the facility didn't have any answers. No one had any answers for me. And so
interesting. I would hope that in the town clerk's office or the register of voters, they would have a copy of that application that should have been filled out and that box checked to vote.
I will say at that point, I said to them, my mom had passed away 2 years before. I said, could you make sure that she's not on your record? And they did look and she wasn't. So that I was happy about, but they didn't show me anything that he requested it. They didn't show me that.
And you make a really good point, Donna, because I think that is the whole argument for the discussion today. And the problem or the concerns that most of us have with absentee ballots.
Right.
If one incident, and yes, could it be a rare case? Yes, but this is just another example of something that did not go properly, or maybe it has. I don't know. We can't see the application to see. Maybe your dad signed it. He forgot he signed it. We don't know
exactly.
If they can't even get the information.
Right. And we could all talk about hearsay, things we hear, but this is what I personally experienced. So I feel comfortable talking about it.
Yes. Yeah, it is concerning. Like again, I said, nobody has a problem with absentee ballots, but it's this whole process. And if it happened to you, who else did it happen to? It's not just a rare event. We seem to be hearing different stories, different situations all the time. Our biggest concern about this, and I appreciate you coming in and sharing that story with us. I wish we had more information. It's unfortunate that the town clerk didn't have that application, so you can actually see who signed it.
I agree.
And they should. They definitely should. I don't know exactly how long they're required to keep those applications. To be honest with you, I couldn't give you that answer, but it's certainly worth looking into. Donna, thank you so much for your testimony today. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any other questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your time and your testimony today. Next is Ed Hawthorne, who will be followed by Yanidzi Velez. I hope I'm saying your name correctly, and please correct me when it's your turn. Is Ed here? No. The next is Yanidzi Velez. Welcome. The floor is yours. And again, I apologize if I've mispronounced your name.
No, you just did right. Thank you very much. And good afternoon, everyone. My testimony is on raise the Senate Bill number 184, an act of extending through November 8th, 2022, several changes regarding the election administration as a result of COVID-19 and concerning eligibility to vote by absentee ballot and the Race House Bill 5262, an act of revising certain absentee voting eligibility status. This is submitted to the Connecticut General Assembly, Government Administration and Elections. My name is Denise. I'm the New England Regional Director at Hispanic Federation, and I appreciate co-chairs Flexer, Fox, Vice Chair Haswell, Thomas, ranking members, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide testimony before you today. Hispanic Federation is a nonprofit organization seeking to empower and advance the Hispanic communities through programs and legislative advocacy. Our testimony is also informed by the leading community-based serving and advocacy member organizations and partners committed to improving Latino outcomes and opportunities in the state of Connecticut. Our mission as Hispanic Federation is to empower and advance the Hispanic communities in Connecticut. We represent 15 Latino-led grassroots organizations that are the mainstay of community life, and through the collective strength of our members. Hispanic Federation informs and educates policy makings on issues that are important to the Connecticut more 623,000 Latinos. I am here to advocate in full support for the SB 184 because it is important for our community. And it's established that there is a concern around the eligibility to vote by absentee ballot and HB 5262 again. Hispanic Federation community investment and capacity building plays an active role in protecting and ensuring the voting rights of all our state's registered voters. And specifically, we are committed to help minimize very real systematic and structural barriers that create not positive experiences and hardship for our community, rising American electorate to exercise their right to vote. Connecticut's REA is comprised by Latinos, people of color, new voters, registrants, mid to low income household, women, single mothers, and low to mid propensity voters that are historical underrepresented or represented face unique barriers to vote and become disfranchised. To highlight one of the few voters access system that Connecticut RAA face is one, Latino and other limited English proficiency eligible voters in the state of face shortage of trained bilingual poll workers to assist them at the polls. Connecticut holds no specific law requiring employers to give an individual time off from work.
Your 3 minutes are now over.
We submitted the writing testimony, and I hope that you guys can read it. This is very personal to me as well as a caregiver of a mother who is just turned 75 years old, and she has been a faithful voter. So I appreciate the opportunity for me to submit the testimony.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony today. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Representative Santiago.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Jamanil?
Janitze.
I don't know if Janitze, okay. What is the population of the Latino community in the state of Connecticut? Do you know?
In terms of numbers, there are around 623,000. Out of that, there is approximately 300,000 eligible voters.
And do you see, has the numbers gone up since the last census?
Yes, ma'am. They represent over a 3% of an increase.
Okay, great. And do you see more of young people getting involved in voting, or are you seeing more senior Latinos getting more involved in the process?
Well, we definitely see more young Latinos in the process, obviously, because it's part of the generation that we've seen that it's just a new age. But the Latino community also have a huge elderly population. But right now there is a tendency for young Latinos to get out to vote.
Okay, great. And you see this as a vehicle for people with disabilities of any race anyways, but the senior Latinos staying at home and voting and not worrying about getting ill, right?
Absolutely. This is one of the concerns for the senior population, but also the younger Latino population. And I think in general, for people of colors or or anyone who really doesn't want to be exposed. We don't know what is going to happen in upcoming years. As we have heard for the last 2 hours and a half, we have seen that their numbers go up and down, and we are very hopeful that this doesn't come around, right? But at the end of the day, this is a preventive measure to make sure that people, when they have the opportunity to get out to vote, they are not facing any challenges, and their rights to vote are protected.
And I agree with that statement, and especially since the COVID has impacted people of color more than any other population because of the access of not getting vaccinated, or information not getting there in time, especially in their own language. So, well, I want to thank you for your testimony and coming here to testify today. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any other questions or comments? Well, thank you again for your time and your patience in your testimony today.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Next is Rosaline Brown, followed by James Turcos, followed by Marilena Imparati. Is Rosaline here?
Yes, I am.
Okay, welcome, Rosaline. The floor is yours.
Okay, my name, thank you, Madam Chairman, and I appreciate the opportunity for me to be able to testify today. And I am addressing in support of Bill SH 184 and HB 5262. I am in favor of the bill for several reasons. This is also my very first time testifying, and to be honest with you, I'm a little bit nervous, so please bear with me. But the reason why I'm testifying is because I feel voting is something that in the state of Connecticut is of great concern to me and my community. My name is Rosalind Brown. I'm a registered voter, and I've lived in Waterbury most of my life. I am a retired social worker that is employed from the Department of Social Services. I represent today the Social Welfare Alliance Action in the Connecticut chapter, which is a group of professional social workers, allies, and community activists working in partnership with those communities who identify as being most negatively impacted by current societal inequities. And I feel in the state of Connecticut is one of those states at this time. I've heard a lot of testimony today, and I appreciate very much what Secretary of State, the information that she gave. But I'm concerned that as an African American, that many Black and Brown people are being disenfranchised when it comes to voting. As a result, it is well known that Black and Brown people vote less than people of other groups. And we need to ask ourselves why. I feel that it's important that we talk about voter integrity. And as we talk about voter integrity, we need to talk about also voter disenfranchised. People of African American communities have less resources to vote, to have access to ballot box or appearing in polling places, which I think needs to be taken into consideration in approving absentee ballots and access to ballot boxes. So it's very important to me that as an individual and a professional social worker, that all eligible citizens of Connecticut have a right to have access to the ballot box and access to absentee ballots.
Your 3 minutes are now over.
I thank you for hearing me, and I hope that that this bill is passed.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony today. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Representative Santiago.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ms. Brown, for coming in to testify today. You did a great job. And what's the name of the organization that you are also representing?
It's the Social Welfare Action Alliance Association. It's actually known by as SWA, Connecticut chapter.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. You did a great representation, and thank you for your testimony today. I think what you said was spot on.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any other questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, well, thank you again for your time and your testimony today and your patience.
Thank you.
Representative Fox, I'm going to kick it over to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Flexer. Up next, James Turkos, followed by Merlina Infuri, followed by Justine Reyna. Mr. Turkos, there you are. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair. Now, just a quick side check here. This isn't the Public Health Committee, and I don't want to really go down this rabbit hole, but some assertions we've heard that we could just get that vaccination up a few more percentage points, this will be over. I think anyone who still believes that, I just don't know what to tell you. With like over 60% of hospitalized currently being fully vaccinated, the waning efficacy, all that. There's a study out of New York State where it shows actually negative efficacy for children 5 to 11 after just 5 weeks. It wanes so fast, but I digress. As was pointed out, this is absolutely backdoor, no excuse, absentee voting is what we're looking at today. We can debate the merits of that and what would be required to do it effectively and reliably, but that's not today's discussion. I don't intend to dismiss or disrespect what has been said by many proponents of the bill today, and I don't necessarily disagree with a lot of it, but this needs to be done in the right way. If you want no excuse absentee balloting, you have to change the state constitution. Even if you got the courts to agree with you last time around, erroneously, I agree with Senator Sampson on that. Well, nevertheless, this is still an end run around the Constitution and a shortcut. It was easier to believe the need for a shortcut in 2020, even though I still disagreed at that point, but claiming the same thing now is extremely egregious and disingenuous. In 2020, there were at least 5 times the absentee ballots as usual, and the low rejection rate was touted as a great sign by Secretary Merrill. But to me, that's actually a cause for concern. I look at it the opposite way. The rejection rate was less than half what was experienced in 2018. And with 5 times the volume to process, is it more likely that voters improved drastically in their ability to correctly fill these out? Or is it more likely that local officials were overburdened and rushed in the process? That's an open question. And the only answer we've really heard so far is that we're just trusting that everyone's careful. And so building on that, this also could be an unfunded mandate. I don't know who's paying for this. Secretary Merrill said the localities are responsible for dealing with the process. Connecticut does not have mechanisms and procedures in place, as has been stated by others, for efficient and secure mass mail-in voting, as other states do. We don't have signature verification. We don't have barcodes or QR codes. We don't have auditing. We don't have anything. It's just basically the honor system and assurances that people are careful. Of course, you have no evidence of any potential fraud if you're not looking for it, or if the process has minimal ability to find it if it was there. And public health emergency status, we've already seen it getting abused for federal funding by the legislature in terms of like the extension of powers and extension of executive orders and things like that. And now it's being done again. It seems to me for political purposes, because there's an elephant in the room, and that is that this is not a bipartisan proposal. I didn't see any Republican co-sponsors on the list. I think if the majority party thought these changes would hurt their chances in November, they 100% wouldn't be doing it. But since they think it'll help them, they're doing it. It's simple as that. And everyone can deny the political reasons for doing this. And I can't prove that, that's why, but I think I'm not alone in that thought. So please vote no on the bills here under consideration, SB 186 especially. And moving forward, if we want to explore no excuse absentee balloting, there's a process, and that is modifying the state constitution.
Your 3 minutes are now over.
Thank you. I'll wrap it up. So we did do it the right way to help us avoid the continued loss of trust among the public and elected officials and institutions and election integrity, because we don't want to have a perception that those in power just do whatever they want. And to help with that, we need full transparency regarding everyone's intentions and following the proper process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your testimony. Any questions or comments for Mr. Turkos? Seeing none, thank you for being here today. Appreciate your patience and your time. Thank you for your time. Up next, Marilena Imperati, followed by Justine Reyna, followed by C. Marcel Karowski. Marlene, I believe I saw you there. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello, everybody. My name is Merrill Prati. I'm from North Haven. I'd like to agree first with the previous speaker, everything he said. I am in opposition to both these bills because I have to say it's very concerning that there's no safeguards being listed in the bills or that are even in place at this time for mail-in voting. We've seen how contentious elections can be by our last presidential election. So without safeguards in place, voter irregularities are sure to come up. As we've heard by previous testimonies, bad actors are out there and will take advantage of the disadvantaged electorates. We all want people to vote, as we the people control the government and not the other way around. But due diligence is required to verify all ballots, whether in person or by mail. So I oppose these bills and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Imprati, for your testimony. Questions or comments? I appreciate your advocacy. Thank you for being here today. Appreciate your patience with the committee. Have a nice weekend. Up next, Justine Reyna, followed by C. Marcella Karowski, followed by Anissa Zucker. Justine Reyna, are you present? Justine Reyna. I don't see her. C. Marcella Karowski, I believe I see you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. And first, I do need to apologize. I had submitted written testimony and I was checking to see if it was on the list. I did not see it. I submitted it again. So when I checked the email on the laptop, I did not have confirmation. When I checked my email via my phone, I had confirmation twice. So I apologize. I had written testimony submitted twice. I know we have so much to read. So members of the committee, I do oppose SB 184 and HB 5262 because voting in person and entering my ballot into the machine assures me that my vote will be counted. Absentee ballots have always been available for those needing them. And as far as concerns about illness, a person is free to keep their 6 feet distance at their place of voting, just as they do at the grocery store. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. I believe your written testimony, sometimes there can be a bit of a lag when you submit it and when it comes to the system. So I believe it's on our system. And if not, we'll reach back out to you.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you for being here today. Appreciate your patience with the committee. Have a nice weekend.
You too. Thank you now.
Let's see, up next, Anissa Zucker, followed by Richard Balboni. Anissa Zucker.
Hi, yes, I'm here. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
You can, yes. Please continue. The floor is yours.
Okay, my name is Anissa Zucker. I'm a resident of New Hartford, Connecticut. That's Bakersville area, where my daughter's at school. And actually, I've been listening and learning a lot because I'm not usually into politics. I'm a simple person, first grade teacher for years, and now I'm doing private education. But that's not why I'm here. I'm here to say that I'm opposed to both of the bills. I also find it, quite honestly, it actually is offensive to many people to say that when you go into the polls, that's where the sickness can be, because I don't, I mean, this is just in my walk, I don't see it like that. My view on it is that the thing is, I felt violated this whole last couple of years because I couldn't go certain places or do certain things because of my medical status, and I lost my job. So there's a lot of variables that go into that for me, and I'm not really here to talk about that, but it can really throw you off and distract you from what's important. So, I mean, I don't know all the terms, everything. I'm just learning it all now. I've learned a lot from Rod Sampson and Susan as well, learning in the Board of Education, how we can get the kids water. I mean, there's little fights going on here in town, just trying to figure things out. But for this, I think it's an obvious just look at the last election. And I do agree with everything Susan said too, and the man that spoke before me. So that's it. That's it. Thank you for listening. Appreciate it. I got to pick my daughter up.
Thank you, Ms. Zucker. Appreciate your time and your patience. Any question or comments from Ms. Zucker? Seeing none, thank you for being here, ma'am. Have a nice weekend. I believe we have up next is Richard Balboni, followed by Morgan Campbell. Mr. Balboni.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I just, in case you didn't notice, Justine Reyna, who was somebody who was supposed to be up a few times ago, I see her hand raised. I just thought she should be recognized.
Okay. Sorry, I did not see. Thank you, Senator. I had not seen her hand. Justine Reyna, I believe you're present now, so we'll go back to you. The floor is yours. Not sure. Justine Reyna, I think you're still in the room. I see your name, but maybe we'll come back to her. That's okay with everyone else if she becomes available again. I see her. She's still over there. She's just Miss Reyna. Are you still available? I can't hear her. I can't or see her now. We'll get back to her if we can. I still can't hear her. Can you hear Senator? Can you hear her? If she's no, neither can I. All right. Leo, connect audio. All right, we'll come back to Miss Reyna if she becomes available. Next, Richard Balboni, followed by Morgan Campbell, followed by Aaron Good. Mr. Balboni, are you present?
Hello, I'm sorry, can you hear me?
We can, but your audio is not necessarily, it's echoing.
How about now?
We can hear you now. Yes, please proceed, Ms. Reyna.
I'm sorry, thank you for bearing with me. My name is Justine Reyna, and I am here to give testimony in opposition.
Ma'am, can you please put the camera on, please?
Yes, sorry, give me 1 second. My computer is not really working with me right now. Can you see me now?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Sorry. I am in opposition to SB 184 and HB 5262. I submitted my testimony, so if you wouldn't mind reading that. I just have a couple questions in regards to echo what a couple of people before me have said. And with the absentee mail out of for the applications in general, if we were to adapt these two bills into policy, we don't have that federal funding that would be coming from the taxpayers, if I'm correct. I just want to know, do we have an estimated cost for the constituents? What are we predicting? Because we had about 650,000, I believe, absentee voting during this last election. If we just do a broad scale and let everyone do it, we would obviously need the money for the ballots. And not only that, we would need more poll workers, more space. In general, I just want to know, the people that have proposed this bill, have they considered any of that along with the security measures? What precautions are we going to take to make sure that our elections are have integrity continuing forward?
Thank you, Ms. Reyna, for your testimony. We're not really at a point out to answer questions like that. We can hear your testimony and engage in conversation if you like. But I see Senator Sampson has his hand raised. So if you're done with the testimony, Senator Sampson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Justine, thank you for being here. I don't know that there's an accurate number. I heard from the Secretary of the State this morning. She said that the cost for mailing the absentee ballots applications in the primary and general election in 2020 was about $1.5 million. Elsewhere, I've seen the number closer to 7 million, which is more believable to me because you're talking about a couple million ballots in the general election and, several steps of mailing, all at taxpayer expense. There is a concern, no matter what happens here. It's been mentioned by the chair several times that these bills do not contemplate the unsolicited mailing of ballot applications. I would argue that that's the only purpose for these bills, is that it essentially creates a situation where everyone becomes eligible. It becomes no excuse absentee voting. And that facilitates either the state mailing out absentee ballot applications or cities and towns, which would also be a taxpayer expense, or the political parties or candidates from being able to do so and engage in things that are concerning, like ballot harvesting. So that's the reason why I have so much opposition. But thank you for drawing attention to the cost, because I think that if you do pass this legislation, it's inevitable that somehow taxpayers will end up having to pay the bill. And thank you for being here and bringing out your opinions to us.
Yes, thank you. I just want to touch base a little bit on what you said, because we're possibly going to pass this through. And I know I've heard from both sides, those who are in favor and those opposing. The real problem is that we don't have any numbers, we don't have any precautions in place, and we're just going to push it on through and hope for the best. And I think the people that are going to suffer, even though those who are for it are actually the people that who are here to give testimony, are ultimately going to be the ones that are suffering from this bill passing through, if it does, without thinking before we pass. So thank you, guys.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Rand. I appreciate you being here. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Have a nice weekend. Up next, Richard Balboni, followed by Morgan Campbell. Richard Balboni, are you present? I don't see Mr. Balboni. Morgan Campbell, number 44. Morgan Campbell. I don't see Morgan Campbell. 45, Aaron Good. Number 45, Aaron Good. There you are. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. My name is Aaron Good. I'm with the New Haven Votes Coalition. Thanks for the opportunity. A couple months ago, we had a special election for state rep in New Haven in one of our multi-town districts, the 116. This was near the height of the Omicron wave. In that election, there were 12 votes cast in New Haven, not 12%, but 12 votes total. Many reasons for that, obviously, but I had 3 different people from the Hill neighborhood tell me they would really like to have participated in that election, but they're immunocompromised or in a high-risk category for COVID. They just did not feel it was worth the risk because COVID-safe absentee ballot voting was not an option for that special election or for any of the other special elections in the last 4 months. And as you've heard, no one should ever have to do that kind of mental calculus and deal with that mental anguish. Another person told me that her son has a severe disability. She couldn't find or afford the extremely costly childcare she needed so that she could go to the polls. Being a primary caregiver, that's not a legally valid excuse for getting an absentee ballot. Unless we address this problem with SB 184, HB 5262, and with a no excuse absentee ballot constitutional amendment that should be passed with 75% supermajorities this year so voters can decide on this long overdue reform this fall. And we should absolutely remove the all hours of voting statutory language that's not in the Constitution. Would get us a significant way towards broader absentee ballot availability without having to go through the cumbersome constitutional amendment process. If your job requires you to leave New Haven on the train to New York at 6 a.m., you take the Metro North train number 1562 back to New Haven, which arrives at 7:49 p.m., you should be eligible for an absentee ballot. We all want to put COVID behind us, get back to normal. I certainly do. I personally love voting in person, seeing my friends at the polls, but we don't know if or when there will be another variant that's going to upend our plans. For many Connecticut residents who are immunocompromised, there is no new normal, and there won't be. SB 184 is a way of showing we acknowledge and care about our brothers and sisters who are in those high-risk groups, and it's a contingency plan for the rest of us. So I urge you to JF 184 and 5262. Let's put the no excuse absentee ballot referendum on the ballot this year alongside the other amendment. Let the voters decide on those issues. Then let's also have a discussion about strengthening absentee ballot protections. New Haven has had an issue with absentee ballot tracking because it wasn't properly using the CVR database. Let's debate that. Let's debate risk limiting audits. I've worked with Luther Weeks for many years. Ballot integrity is something that's important to me too. But let's not try to solve everything at one time. Let's make those decisions at the statutory level and not put them in the Constitution. Thanks as always for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Good, for your testimony. Senator Sampson, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank Mr. Good for his testimony. I agree with pretty much everything that he said. We have to have all of these conversations, not just part of it. That's completely unfortunate that folks were unable to vote in the 2021 election. It kind of bugs me too that we allowed this in 2020, and then we were talking about doing it again in 2022, but that municipal election, we just skipped over that one. I would argue that the pandemic was at a greater height in 21 than it is now, or could be predicted to be in November of this year. The issue for me really is that if we're going to change the definition of illness, it does require a constitutional change. Maybe that's just a different interpretation of what's written in the Constitution. But as someone who reads English clearly, I think it's quite obvious they meant an individual illness. I have no objection to changing it, but I want to go about the process the correct way. And as far as the other things that were mentioned about improving ballot integrity, obviously I'm in favor of those things too. We should be able to do this, is my overall point today, which is there should be not for and against Republican versus Democrat testimony on this type of legislation. It should be an agreement that we're all in favor of increasing access and increasing integrity at the same time. I want to work towards that goal. I know that the chairs do too. I hope that we can get everybody together to make that happen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Appreciate your comments. Any further questions or comments for Mr. Good? Seeing none, thank you for testimony today, sir. Appreciate your time. Have a nice weekend. Up next, Mr. McCool has been waiting very patiently in the waiting room for some time now. Your time is now, Mr. McCool. The floor is yours. Please continue.
Thank you. As you said, my name is Aaron McCool. I am testifying today in opposition of Senate Bill 184 and House Bill 5262. I think overwhelmingly we hear that the problem with elections is not opportunity, but engagement. The reason we don't have engagement is because we don't have a feeling of integrity in our elections, whether or not it exists or not, because we fail to put the horse before the cart. We continue to put the cart before the horse with these bills that want to open up opportunity, but not secure our elections, to make us feel like we want to engage and that we want them, our vote to count, because we don't have voter ID, because we don't have a system in place where the Secretary of State and the town registers systems talk to each other in a way in which you can see the application sent out from the Secretary of State and then returned to the town instead of to the Secretary of State where the ballots then sent out. All of those problems could be easily addressed ahead of time to build integrity and engagement and encourage turnout without having to change the ability for mass mailing. Because what this will do was allow whether the Secretary of State, who earlier this morning said she has no intention of mass mailing these, will allow political operatives then to mail out mass ballots. And then only people who can afford that because they're a politician and they raise the money, their voters will get more access than the voters for their for other people. And that's not opportunity for all. And I don't think that's what anyone in this state wants. I also am very disappointed that we continue to race bait and use COVID as an excuse when talking about these issues. It's very disturbing to me that we continue to use those two issues when talking about these things. And the last point I'll make is, often today it's been said that Connecticut's in the minority of states that has this regulation or that regulation, but that wasn't a concern when we removed the religious exemption last year, when Connecticut's now the minority of states that don't have a religious exemption. So I don't think it's a worthwhile talking point to continue to bring stuff like that up. Thank you, and have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. McCool. Any questions or comments, Mr. McCool? Seeing that, I appreciate your patience again today, sir. Thank you for being with us for as long as you were. Have a nice weekend. Up next, number 47, Lauren Chung. Lauren Chung. Followed by Marianne Ramos, number 48. Marianne Ramos, number 48. 49, Karen Edwards, number 49, Karen Edwards. Karen Edwards. Number 50, Jason Garapi. I believe I see you, Jason. Jason Garapi. There you are, sir. You're on mute. Where'd he go? Mr. Garapi, I think you're still with us. I just can't see you or hear you. Jason, are you still there? You saw you a second ago. We'll come back to you momentarily. There you are. Please unmute yourself, sir. We can't hear you. You're on mute. Unmute yourself.
There you go. Sorry.
No
Hi,
problem.
my name is Jason Garapi. I just want to say that I do oppose this bill, both bills. I do feel that, again, with COVID, the fear campaign that had gone on with COVID, it's disturbing to hear that we're pushing vaccines or wanting to push vaccines for young kids. It's also disturbing to hear that there is absolutely no safety guards in line in case there is fraud or an audit that needs to be taken place, that we can't find who did what or when. And I think that needs to be solved first prior than, us moving forward with passing a mass mailing that we've known or heard has issues. So that's basically it.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Questions or comments, Mr. Garapi? Thank you for being here today. Appreciate your patience with the committee. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Take care.
Have a nice weekend. Next, Karen Healy, number 51. Karen Healy.
Hi, well, I had good morning because I've been on since earlier. Good morning, Senator Flexer, State Representative Fox, and distinguished members of the Government Administration and Elections Committee. I am Karen Healy. I'm a person in the community as a consumer. I'm a registered voter in Hartford, and I'm a member of the Keep the Promise Coalition and Disability Rights of Connecticut. I'm here to testify on the favor of Bill SB 184 and HB 5262. Passing both these bills is extremely important to me because I have a lot of physical disabilities and mental health issues. Since COVID started, it's been much easier for me to vote because I did not have to stand in a line, which I'm unable physically to do. Hold on, I lost my spot. Sorry. It's frustrating to me that no longer have I absentee ballot. If this bill does not pass it like you say that it would, I might not vote my vote might no longer count. Yet while at CVH, Connecticut Valley Hospital, Middletown, there was never an issue with me getting a ballot then. Why is it now that I'm living so important in supportive housing, it is so much difficult for me to vote? I understand that what voting for me more than ever did while I was at CVH. This should be the case. I should be allowed to vote my absentee ballot because of both physical and mental health disabilities from now on. It means a lot for me, for someone who has been out in the community for 7 years, to be able to say, I'm a voter, I do vote, and I vote on my own. A lot of people who are unable to vote are really not able to use their absentee ballot. We're able to vote the last election. So please let all the voices here be heard. Thank you for listening. Do anyone have any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Healy, for your testimony. Question, Senator Sampson, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Karen, I just want to thank you for being here today. And I want to reassure you that the current law allows a disabled person to be able to vote by absentee ballot. And I'm just curious to understand why you would have had difficulty in the last election. It concerns me greatly. Is there something with the facility that you are in that they?
No, I'm out in the community now. I've been in the community for 7 years. I got discharged in 2014 of CVH. I've gone to the town hall. I had the paper. I filled it out. And for the last two things, I've never gotten an absentee ballot in my mail. No, for the last couple of voting days, nothing.
Well, that's unfortunate. Are you certain that you're a registered voter?
Oh, yeah. Yes, because
Okay.
I literally just had to go across the side of my street. And I had a problem when I first started. They said I needed proof of my address. I'm right here. I'm in the Hartford catchment. I'm right on Woodland Street. So I just go right here to the corner, right next across my street. And that had to go back twice for them to prove that I was really me.
Understood.
So I am a voter, yeah.
I want you to know that you have absolutely right to vote by absentee. And if you are having difficulty, you should certainly contact your local state representative or state senator for help. But even if you can't get through to them, you're welcome to contact my office. I will try and help you get your absentee application in the next race. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much for hearing me out. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
It's my pleasure. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Mastrosky, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Karen, for coming in today. I'm sure you've been sitting around for a while, but I appreciate your testimony. And I just wanted to clarify what Senator Sampson said. The bill that is before us will not prevent you from voting at all. There is nothing in there about changing disability. So you will always have that right to vote. And I hope you continue to do that. This will not affect that, not one bit. And I'm just curious, you did follow up with them, with the town clerk or the register of voters to see where your ballot was. Did you finally get it?
No, I never got anything. I never, still to this day, gotten anything for another absentee ballot. No.
And you've requested one?
Yeah, for town hall. Yeah, I live in Hartford. I'm on Woodland Street off of Farmington in Hartford.
Okay. Yeah, that's concerning. That should definitely not happen. If you request one, you should certainly get it. But I just want to reiterate, the bill before us, the language before us will have no effect at all on your ability to vote. And I'm happy that you're concerned that you may not be able to, but I don't want you to worry about that. You will always be able to.
Thank you so much for listening to me. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. You have a great day.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Healy. Any further questions, comments, Ms. Healy? Seeing none, thank you for your patience, ma'am. Have a nice weekend. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Up next is Kyle Manning, followed by Super Clark. I think I saw Kyle Manning there. Good afternoon.
Yep, good afternoon. Thank you, and good afternoon, co-chairs Flexer and Fox and members of the committee. My name is Kyle Manning, and I'm a member of the Unitarian Society of New Haven, UU the Vote, and a resident of West Haven. I speak for myself as well as many family members, friends, and colleagues when I say it is imperative that we pass both SB 184 and HB 5262 so that Connecticut voters may continue to vote by absentee ballot through November 8th, 2022. The passage of SB 184 will allow for the continuation of voting by absentee ballot due to the threat of COVID-19. These last few years have been especially challenging, and we have no way of knowing what role COVID-19 will play in our lives this voting season. Having the option to vote by absentee ballot will allow us to continue exercising our freedom to vote while staying safe during these fraught times. In much the same way, the passage of HB 5262 would bring peace of mind and voting flexibility to many voters, including those who are caretakers to the elderly, sick, or young children. Not only does it give them the option to vote by absentee ballot as they tend to the needs of others, it lessens the restrictions on absentee voting for all of us. The pace of our lives and the challenges we face have changed drastically in recent years. We need to make sure our state government is attuned to and addresses these changes so that voters can exercise their right to vote without having to clear unnecessary hurdles. For me, as a senior citizen, having options beyond one day of in-person voting is crucial. No one is harmed or diminished when citizens vote by absentee ballot. On the contrary, having this option removes a lot of unnecessary stress from the shoulders of folks just trying to participate in the democratic process. Please pass these two bills. Please let all voters vote. Thank you.
Thank you for testimony. Any questions or comments for Kyle Manning? Seeing none, thank you for your patience and your advocacy. Appreciate being here.
Thank you.
Have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
Next, 53, Suba Clark. Suba Clark, 53. Barbara Thorne, number 54, Barbara Thorne. Number 54, Barbara Thorne. Kaylee Garapi, number 55. Kaylee Garapi, number 55. 56, Peggy Lampkin, number 56, Peggy Lampkin. Peggy Lampkin, number 56. 57, Elise Correa, number 57. I believe she just raised her hand. I think she's here.
Okay, let's see. Can you hear me?
And yes, can you please turn your video on so we can see you as well?
Okay, I have to switch over to my notes though in order to read my testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, just a second. Okay, so my name is Evelise Correa with BLM 860, and I am testifying in favor of two bills beginning with SB 184. The matter of COVID absentee ballot or absentee voting is not only a matter of allowing greater access to Hartford residents whom wait an hour or two for midterm elections, but also a matter of racial equity. As COVID numbers continue to decrease, COVID deaths are still overwhelmingly Black and Brown due to higher rates of asthma, sickle cell, and limited access to health care. Allowing registered voters to vote safely via absentee ballots would not only protect Black and Brown voters, but also disabled, elderly, and immunocompromised voters, not to mention the voters that care for them. Every American should be allowed the right to vote and be given multiple avenues to do so. This is a bipartisan issue, and being able to vote by mail or in person, whether or not due to COVID, is actually very commonplace in Republican states such as Utah and Florida. It is time we modernize our process here in Connecticut. If we could vote by mail in the 1864 election, we should be able to do so in 2022 with no excuse, but COVID is sufficient. I am also testifying in favor of HB 5262. Common sense would indicate that the Connecticut state law should reflect the Connecticut state constitution. Connecticut, after all, is the constitution state, and as residents of one of the 13 original colonies, we must lead in voting rights. Society today is no longer the single earner households of the past, and we have working adults in Hartford and New Haven who must provide for their families. It is a hardship to have to leave work, pick your kids up, and head directly to your voting places. The lines are long, and if you've never voted in the north end of Hartford, portions of the south end, Bridgeport, or sections of New Haven, I would recommend you spend the day there on election day after you cast your ballot. Helping working parents, the disabled, and city residents exercise their constitutional right to vote is simply keeping in line with the founders' values and, once again, a matter of racial equity. I also support adding early voting as suggested earlier by Representative Sampson as an amendment as we work quickly to pass this bill. I would also like to note signature verification is a waste of time and ineffective, and Visa and MasterCard eliminated that requirement in 2018. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Correa, for your testimony. Representative Thomas Trent, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, Evelise, I just didn't catch what organization you were with. Would you mind repeating?
Yes, BLM 860.
Oh, and can you tell us a little bit about that? I'm not familiar. I'm just trying to get a sense of
guys,
your.
I'm on Senate testimony.
I was just, sorry, I didn't know. Are you testifying on behalf of the organization or just your personal?
Yeah, BLM 860. So we're not affiliated with the national chapter. We are actually just Hartford based.
Okay, great. Thank you for hanging in there with us, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Thomas. Representative Mashrofisk, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for your testimony. How do you pronounce your first name again?
You can just call me Evie, like the Pokemon.
Evie. Okay, thank you. I'm just curious. You had talked a little bit about signature verification. You thought it was a waste of time. Can you give me your thoughts on that? Why?
Visa and MasterCard actually said it was a waste of time. So back in 2018, they eliminated that requirement because they found that not only do signatures change over time, but they may change depending on a person's health, mood, time of day. So as a result, when you're signing your credit card slips, if you are, you don't have to. It's not legally required anymore.
Okay, right, for signature verification, but they do on the Visa and MasterCard, they have the chips in there. They also, if you're going to a store, sometimes they require an ID or photo ID on it. I was just curious.
I haven't been carded with my credit card ever, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I've been carded many times with my credit card that they want to see an ID. It's just, so what would be your, if you don't believe signature verification is
Oh, it's
necessary,
not
what
me.
would be
This
your
is,
solution for?
honestly, it's not me who said that signature verification was ineffective. This was after multiple studies and cost effectiveness analysis by Visa and MasterCard.
Oh, okay.
So it's
When
not
you
my
had,
opinion. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
oh, okay. I apologize. When you had said that, I was assuming that you agreed with that. So I assumed that you thought that signature verification was not really necessary or effective when it comes to absentee ballots.
Oh, well, if the biggest companies in the world are, maybe gambling on signature verification not being effective, I mean, it would be about the same for voting because in capitalism, companies aren't going to take major risks if they think they're going to lose a significant amount of money. And after 4 years of them, still not reinstating that requirement, I guess it's been effective.
Okay. Thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions or comments for Evie? Thank you for being here. I appreciate your testimony. Thank you for being here. Have a nice weekend.
All right. Have a nice day.
Up next, number 58, Dr. Matthew Cola. Dr. Matthew Cola, present, number 58.
Hi, can you see me?
There he is. We can, yes, sir. Floor is yours.
I think my cat's on my lap. All right. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I adamantly oppose SB 184 and HB 5262. I feel this bill is kind of ridiculous only due to the fact that it has no safeguards for us to have an honest election. We've been using absentee ballots legally for many years, but I feel this is a clear attempt to mass mail and get votes with no way of ensuring integrity. I had a patient today, just this morning, who came in and she said, we were just talking about this today, and she said, my daughter received a ballot and she left the state 5 years ago. And she's registered in another state. And here I had her ballot and I could have voted in the last election for her. And I've heard that from other patients as well. Ballots getting mailed out like that a little recklessly. So I want to know what, safeguards we have to ensure that people don't vote multiple times or when people move and these register rolls. I mean, it's not my business. My business is to heal and help people. But these are some of the complaints that I hear quite often. So I feel we should have no expansion with the voting until we have total security of our elections. And I personally feel I'd rather someone not vote than cast a potential fraudulent vote or how many are out there to take place. I do agree with both sides that we want as many people to vote as humanly possible, but legally and lawfully. And that's one of my main concerns. After all, if we don't have good voting, we're nothing more than a banana republic. And I think that's one of the most important rights that we have is to vote in this country. It's a beautiful thing. I feel these two bills attempt to redefine what sickness is for the purpose of creating no excuse absentee voting, circumventing the Constitution and enabling another unsolicited, expensive mass mailing election. And I thank you for your time, everybody, today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cola, for your testimony. Representative Mashpes, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Kokolo. I appreciate your testimony today and for waiting around. I know it's been a long day. You're a doctor, you're busy, but so I appreciate it. I just a couple comments. I just want to say that I do agree with you. I don't believe anybody here is against absentee voting. We just want to make sure that the measures are in place. I'm assuming in your practice that you have measures in place to protect the integrity of your patient's data, I'm assuming. And when people come in, you probably, I'm assuming, I'm guessing they're registering, you want to make sure that they are who they are, and you probably ask for an ID. And like many businesses do, they are protecting their rights. They are protecting their property. They are protecting their business. And I'm sure you probably do the same thing in your practice. Would that be correct?
That's absolutely correct. And another thing a patient brought up today, she said, wait a minute, I have to show my ID or a vaccine card to just go to get a restaurant, but I don't have to show my ID to vote? Because I don't know what that's about, but I know some places do it differently. I don't know all the laws. It's not my expertise, but I feel you should show your ID. You should have a signature or whatever it does, the best that we can do to verify that you're the actual person voting. I feel that's the most important thing. Everybody gets one vote and we see where it goes. And, we keep the integrity of our patients, their privacy with HIPAA and everything all the time. I never share patient information. I actually find in the last 2 years, for people who need medical exemptions for certain things, that HR people keep asking me what the diagnosis and the reason is for the patient. It's none of their business. It's none of their business. That's between patient and doctor. And that's a whole nother topic I'm sure we could talk about. But for the voting piece, I just feel that we should all show our ID the best that we can and keep the integrity of it. That's what I hope for.
I appreciate it. I couldn't agree more. All we're asking for is some protections, some safeguards in place. And for some reason, we always come to a roadblock when it comes to verifying signatures because they say your signature changes. I mean, in my mind, that's a crazy argument. Or photo ID is a disenfranchising voters. And when you have to, in some cases, show a vaccine card. So I appreciate your testimony. I completely agree with you. And hopefully going down the road, we can work with this committee to put some safeguards in place so people will feel more comfortable about their elections, make sure that the integrity is preserved, and they feel comfortable that their vote is actually being counted, because I think that's really important. And I think that's what's dividing us today, not only in our state, but in our country. And I think it's very important that we as a body in Connecticut certainly address that issue and not dismiss it. Thank you so much for your testimony today. I appreciate it.
Thank you all for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. For the query, Representative Santiago, your hand is raised. The floor is yours. You're on mute, Representative Santiago. No, you're still on mute.
All right,
There
can
you
you
go.
hear me now?
You can, yes. Yep. Floor is yours.
Okay, I just want to clarify a couple of things, Doctor. If you don't have an ID to vote, you can show a light bill or something that shows where you live at in order to vote. So you don't really need an ID. So they can't stop you at the polls if you don't have an ID. So if you show any other kind of identification, like when you go check cashing or something, then you will be able to cash your check. And also, if you don't have a light bill, then you would have to sign a piece of paper verifying who you are and your address. And then the registrars at that point will take that form or that list and go back to City Hall and compare your signature and your address to the original form that you completed when you registered to vote. So I just want to clarify that so that, if you don't understand why people don't need an ID to vote. So that's one of the regulations. And the other thing I wanted to mention, Doctor, is that if there was a provider, a medical provider that was signing up Medicare and Medicaid patients or any kind of insurance, and also billing for services that they did not provide, that's a kind of a fraud, right? So
Absolutely.
Sooner or later, they're going to get caught. So, as you know, that there are a lot of providers that do that, and they render services when not really rendering them. So whatever profession you're in, you're sooner or later going to get caught for fraud. But I just wanted to clear that, and I understand that you have your opinion, and that's great. But I just wanted to clarify that, because it is the law in the state of Connecticut that you have to provide some kind of ID, and if you don't, they still cannot stop you to vote. But that particular verification will be the registrar has to verify that when she gets that information back in the office. So there is limited availability for somebody to vote that doesn't have an ID, and that vote is still going to be counted. So, and one more question, if you don't mind. What do you consider a banana republic?
So, okay, yeah, thank you. Thanks, Representative. Nice to meet you. I mean, I did hear the person give testimony before, and she was just saying a signature means nothing according to MasterCard and Visa. So if that's one of the ways to vote, according to her standards, that's not an accurate way of depicting if the person says who they say they are. So I'm a little confused on just the, the signature piece. I think,
Yeah.
I still think
Oh,
a
I
photo
thought-
ID is the best,
Okay. I
you know,
thought it
that-
was,
that's
I thought,
that-
I thought
Yeah,
it
go
was your comment, but the other thing is that there is one state in the whole country that does do signatures by voting by signatures and online voting. And that's the state of Washington, I believe.
Washington.
And they are having a lot of problems with that. So I do
Mm-hmm.
agree that eventually, if we do go that route, let's say in 10, 20 years, where a lot of this stuff is being done by fingerprints, is being done by face recognition. And remember that they started doing the face recognition with the IRS and they took that back because it wasn't
Mhm.
ready to go. So, I mean, everything's a trial and error. So eventually in the future, things going to be made a lot easier for people to vote, but it's that right to vote that makes it a lot more meaningful for people to exercise their right to vote. So thank you for testifying today and waiting, and I really appreciate it.
My
Thank you,
answer
Mr.
to
Chair.
what a
Yeah,
banana
go ahead.
what a banana republic is.
Oh, yes, go ahead. I'm sorry.
My answer to that would be not having integrity in our elections and having widespread possible, or fraud. I mean, again, I don't follow just conventional news. I read all different sorts of news sources. I just read that there was a special investigation, special counsel that just decertified Wisconsin for 2020 for the presidential election. I don't see it on main sources, but that's happening right now. That's scary. That's scary. And whether, that's one of those things. And I hear that quite often. And it's not just on typical CNN, Fox, MSNBC. I listen to all those, but I also follow other news sources. And that's my definition of a banana republic, not having integrity in our elections. But thank you for the question. Thank you for your time today. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for your time for being here and waiting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you both. Any more questions or comments? See none, thank you for your patience today, sir. Appreciate your insight. Have a nice weekend.
Have a good one. Thank you.
Next, John Souza, followed by Julie Bourdier. John Souza, I believe there you are, sir. Floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, esteemed members of the Government Administration and Election Committee. My name is John Souza. I'm a resident of West Hartford, Connecticut, and I stumbled across the two bills that are up for hearing today, and I'd like to state for the record that I oppose them both. A lot of my testimony echoes the last speaker, the Dr. Kilo, I believe his name was, and I'll be brief. The changes proposed by these two bills allow by default a no excuse needed mail-in ballot, which was never intended by our Constitution. It opens the door widely for abuse and fraud, which is a big concern of mine for obvious reasons. I believe that the vast majority of votes should occur in person on election day with an ID, like we do here in Connecticut for the most part. And I have two other reasons that I've been listening today that I thought that I should throw into the realm for everyone to listen to. I understand that 2020, that 35% of the votes in Connecticut were done by mail through this absentee ballot system. Does that sound like a correct number? That was my understanding. Yes, thank you, Senator Sampson. And I said to myself, how long did that take when they do that? Am I wrong of saying it's 6 weeks before they start sending out ballots? Does anybody have an answer to that? Is that a fair estimate? 2 months to 6 weeks before they start sending out stuff? So let's say in those 2 weeks, people got on top of it, did it really early. And then a month before the election, one of the candidates does something totally insane, gets caught murder, gets caught in a big lie or something. These people have already voted and it's too late to take their vote back. So I understand what they want to do. They're trying to help people vote. I think we could solve some of the problems in our polling system. And if you do want to go to a fully mail system, we need to have a whole separate bill. We need to do a whole separate system where there is checks and balances for fraud, where people have discussed it all. I don't think we should just sneak in the back door with the de facto, mail voting. I think that's going to be a big problem down the road. And I said to myself, why are they taking words out to make the statute, more confusing? It was pretty clear what the original statute has, what we've been using for the last 200 years here in Connecticut or whatever. It's pretty straightforward. Why would they take the word out to make it more confusing and less clear? I don't see people writing statutes. I don't see people removing things from the Constitution. They generally add statutes to clarify things, to make it easier to understand so that they know what they want. That's pretty much my testimony, and I would like to say that both these bills will only serve to further disenfranchise a large percentage of the population who are losing faith in the integrity of our election system. This in itself should be a reason not to pass the two bills. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Souza, for your testimony. Senator Sampson, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, John, for being here. I appreciate your testimony very much, and thank you for bringing these other concepts up before the committee. You're correct that there is a long window of time for absentee balloting. It's 45 days in Connecticut, and a lot can happen in the last 45 days of an election. As you know, we have early voting on the ballot this year, and that early voting period is also not predetermined. And that's a great concern I have, that when people vote this November on whether or not we should have early voting, they don't know whether we're voting for 2 days or 10 days or 100 days. And one other aspect of that I thought you might appreciate is that it's not just on the front end, it's also on the receiving end. When you have lots and lots of people voting by absentee, it takes a much longer time to count those ballots. We're accustomed to getting the results in Connecticut at 8:30, 8:45, maybe a little later for the big cities to come in. But when you have a huge number of mail-in ballots, you have to come up with a process. You either got to start opening those up before election day, or you've got to start on election night, and it might take several days. So the concern with that is that somebody somewhere is going to know the results either before the election's actually over or while they're being counted. And I don't believe that's really appropriate. And I think it can tamper with the results. So it's just another thing worth mentioning, since you brought up the significance of having absentees. Plus, you need a lot more personnel. Of course, this is a burden on the communities who are going to have to pay more poll workers and that kind of thing. So if there's anything you want to add to that, by all means, I just thought I would add to your comment.
No, I agree exactly what you said. The election's supposed to be a day, a picture in time. I mean, people might make different choices today about the last election of what's going on in the world, but that's the whole point. We have one day, we take that snapshot, and that person's in charge for another 4 years. So the closer they can get to that, the better off we are. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, I appreciate your comments very much. And for me, that's what an election is too. It should be a one day in-person election, unless you have a very good reason. Voting is important, and it's not a terrible thing that it requires a minimum of effort in my mind. And it seems like it's being painted that if it's not actually gifted to you, that somehow your rights being infringed. I've never perceived it that way in my life. I've had to rearrange my life several times to have a perfect voting record and vote in every election since I was able to. And yeah, it wasn't always convenient, but I found a way to do it. My employer accommodated me when necessary. We have already done a lot to make sure that's going to happen. And I'm willing to go even further, but I'm not willing to go further if it means that we're going to have less reliable results. And your larger point that you made, which I think is the most important thing that should be impressed upon everyone listening, which is that the people of this country need to be able to trust this election. And these types of bills really just raise doubt for many, many voters. And we have to get back to being one country. And I'm very scared for the future unless that happens. John, your testimony was great, and I really appreciate you coming today.
Thank you,
Mr.
appreciate
Chairman.
your time.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Thomas, the floor is yours. Representative Thomas.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Mr. Souza. Thank you for hanging in and testifying today. Something you said just struck me because I hadn't thought about why this body had set 45 days as the window for absentee ballots. Obviously, we've had absentee ballots for a very long time. This is not a new issue. And I don't know if this is correct, but it struck me that probably the window is so large to account for members of the armed forces and people who are abroad in need time for which to return the ballots. And I'm just curious if you have any thoughts about that. You know, if the window was shorter, it seems that we might be disenfranchising other people. And I'm just wondering if that's something you thought about.
Sure, I actually did. I thought a lot about it while I was listening today. I've actually learned a lot of stuff during the day. I'm kind of getting in trouble at work, so I'm half paying attention at work and half paying attention. But so I say to myself, when the absentee ballots traditionally were like a side thought, right? You count the election votes the night of the election, and it's, you know, they know it's 125 to 120, and the absentee votes were a very small percentage. It didn't really matter. I mean, they would open them on occasion, right? That night when things got really close in a small election in a small town or something, but it doesn't really matter that much, let's be honest. So in a big election like last year or 2 years ago, 2020, we had 35% of the people vote by mail. Now you understand that all of a sudden that becomes a factor in the election. We can't hold those off, like Senator Sampson said, and not even count them until the next day, because we don't know, in this case, we're not going to know who's won the election, right? When there's 35% sitting on the side. So that, I think that's the biggest concern I have with the whole thing. I think obviously our armed forces need to have the chance to vote. I don't know if they have special disposition, if they get the ballots earlier because they're halfway across the world. And again, I know there's people that can't get to the polls for various reasons, their health and their, you know, their conditions. They should be able to use the absentee ballot. I think that there's problems in the cities and certain places, we should solve those problems. I don't think it should be that hard to get more polls open in certain areas where they've had issues in the past. So I'm babbling now, but I hope I answered your question.
Well,
but do you understand what I mean?
I think we're in agreement that it shouldn't be this hard to vote,
Yeah.
certainly. And maybe I misconstrued what you said. I thought you were saying that a window of 45 days was too long for absentee balloting.
Well, it obviously, again, because it's such a large percentage, a lot can happen in those 45 days. In this case, 45 days. I used the example of 2 months. So let's say it happens, something crazy happens in the 45 days, and all those people already sent in their ballot and they wanted to change their mind. They found out that their candidate was a drug dealer or whatever, and he just found out, and they proved it. So would you change your vote? You might change your vote in those last 45 days. A lot happens in an election cycle. Things come out in the newspaper, whatever. So when the absentee ballot is a small amount of the election total, it doesn't matter so much. I get it. You know, it's kind of a buffer. But when it's 50% or more, let's say, if things go the way they're going, it's pretty important that everybody knows everything that's happening during the ballot cycle, during the election cycle. So is 45 days a good number? I don't know. I think it's fine. Today, we live in a world where there's instant communication, you know, stuff has to happen by mail. Hopefully it can get done that fast, but they have all the information they need pretty much instantly.
Thank you. I would imagine that if someone were very concerned about that, there's no requirement to send it in early, so they could wait until the point at which they thought they would not deviate from their candidate of choice. But thank you so much for being here today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Mr. Souza, I believe, just for your edification, I believe there's a process by which an individual can go, if they vote for absentee ballot, can go up until a certain day or so before the election and withdraw their absentee ballot and then vote in person should they like, or vote against. I believe the process is currently in statute.
Well, that's good, I guess.
So, any further questions or comments?
No, I think I'm good. Thank you, guys. I appreciate for listening.
Thank you very much, sir. Have a nice weekend. Thank you for your patience.
You too.
I don't believe the next few members signed up or here. We'll ask the president, number 60, Julie Bordier. Number 60, Julie Bordier. 61, Mike DeLesio. Mike DeLesio. Number 62, Audrey Blondin. Audrey Blondin, number 662, Audrey Blondin. Number 63, Mike Whitehouse. Mike Whitehouse, number 63. 64, Diane Lauricella. Diane Lauricella, number 64. 65, Mark Napiello. Number 65, Mark Napiello. Mark Napiello, number 65. Number 66, Rabbi Brian Immerman. I think I see you.
Yes.
Thank you for being here. The floor is yours, sir.
Hi, thank you so much, Chair and representatives. I appreciate your time in this matter.
My name is. You look like you're outside. I'm jealous. You look like you're outside. I'm jealous.
I am. I'm walking home. For us, Friday night is the beginning of Shabbat, the Sabbath, and I need to go home and change and be with my family before our service is starting a little bit. And I thought that with number 59, I thought that I had time. I'm here to testify in support of SB 184 and HB 5262. I represent a congregation of Mishkan Israel here in Hampton, Connecticut, which is for identification purposes only. My views are that of myself. I know, personally speaking, I have congregants for whom the COVID pandemic has been very, very difficult. Those who, even with vaccines, are immunocompromised or in other ways not safely able to be around other people, such as would preclude them going to the polls to cast their vote. And the voting last year, the secure and safe elections and the secure and safe absentee voting was really a way for them to be able to participate in the really important democratic process here in the United States and cast their votes, makes their votes heard. I moved here from Colorado, which is, before I left, had gone to all mail-in voting, which greatly increased participation in this wonderful process. And I'm in support of those measures happening and excited to be casting my vote later this year. But especially with regards to these two ballots, COVID-19 continues to be a major issue. I also have 2 young children under the age of 5 who are unable to receive a vaccine, and we don't know when that's going to be. God willing, it's going to be soon. We'll be able to feel comfortable being around other people and getting back to the way that I know other people are being able to go as well. But before that, it's a big concern, and we want to continue to be able to vote. And there's no reason. We know study after study has shown that the elections were safe and secure last year, and even with the increase of mail-in and absentee voting, and there's no reason to then preclude people from being able to choose COVID-19 as a reason to receive an absentee ballot. I know the gentleman before me was saying that there was a long time that people would have their ballots and something could be, a candidate could say something that might be caught on the radio, such as making very degrading comments against women, as happened in the 2016 election. And I certainly would hope that people would vote their moral conscience if that were to happen and change their votes, and that there could be a mechanism to do so. But I would feel confident that the most important thing is that somebody would be able to vote who wouldn't otherwise be able to vote. So I hope that you will pass both of these measures and allow absentee voting because of COVID this year.
Thank you for testimony, Rabbi. Any questions or comments for Rabbi Brian Averman? So appreciate your patience with us today. Thank you for being on this. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair and representatives. Thank you.
Next, Susan Bradford, number 67. Susan Bradford. Good
Hello,
afternoon,
I'm here.
Madam. The floor is yours. Good afternoon.
You hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good afternoon all. My name is Susan Bradford. I'm from Bethany, Connecticut. I'm here to oppose both SB 184 and HB 5262. And I understand that many say that election laws need to change to make voting easier and more accessible. But there's many others that say doing so weakens the security of the election system and leaves it more vulnerable to tampering. And both sides have points that are very clear, but there's also something to be said for taking things one step at a time. I want to point out that in 2021 alone, in addition to activating 2 constitutional amendment resolutions for early voting and absentee voting, the legislature enacted 28 other changes in the election systems, mostly buried in one huge 790-page Public Act 21-2 that its title implied was implementing the state budget. The sheer magnitude of simultaneous changes to election law are enough to overwhelm most humans, including our registers of voters, town clerks, and election officials. Just voter ID alone, the when, what, where, and how has been made complex and confusing. It seems reasonable to believe that this situation will do nothing but increase human error and/or deliberate tampering. Now it appears the legislators can't wait for the vote on the 2 constitutional amendments, and so we're resorting to the public health emergency excuse to justify this legislation. This move just raises my level of distrust. And to think that there is no stringent voter ID and no signature verification on all this absentee voting is, to me, just disgusting. The emergency is ended, These two bills are unnecessary and unconstitutional. I would ask you to stop making hasty and unstructured changes to our election systems. The more complicated the voting process is made, the less reliable it is, which generates greater distrust, and the more costly it becomes for all concerned to control and hold an election. I also wanted to note that I submitted written testimony. I got an email receipt, but I haven't seen it posted in your file. I'm not sure if I should send it again. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Bradford. Concerning your testimony, oftentimes it can take a day or two to get uploaded to our system. So you may receive the receipt. It may take a day or two to get uploaded to our system. So if not, we'll reach back out to you.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Sampson, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to thank Susan for hanging out today so long and waiting so patiently for the opportunity to share her 3 minutes with us, because it was excellent. And it's exactly how I feel. And serving on this committee and as the voice of the minority on election issues in the Senate, I can assure you it's very frustrating to have those opinions and have them more or less ignored. So thank you for paying attention, and thank you for coming here to share your thoughts and feelings with us. I took away from what you said more than anything else is your concern about protecting the future of this republic, and the fact that we need to have voter integrity and we have to have the trust of our fellow citizens. If there's anything else you want to add on to your remarks, I know you were very, very short at 3 minutes, but if there's anything else you would want to add, please be my guest and share with the committee. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. You are very much appreciated. And I am as well concerned for the problems with the voter registration rolls and how accurate those lists are, especially since the Secretary of State seems to be relying on them and our word of honor as human beings to verify the vote. And I wish the world was that much of a fantasy land, but I'm concerned that it's that there are those out there that would abuse that hope that the Secretary of State expressed.
Right, I agree. There was a lot said this morning in our conversation, the Secretary of State and I, regarding the voter rolls and her interpretation of some of the results. She looks at the very small percentage of absentee ballots that were rejected as a positive. And I would love to believe that that was because there were very, very few that had problems. But I think it's more likely that our system is not intelligent enough to make sure that we are properly vetting the ballots that come in. It doesn't make any sense when you increase the number of absentee ballots sixfold over people that are traditionally doing it every time. You would think that they would have a higher accuracy rate from their own experience than the general public who, you know, the vast majority of them were doing it for the very first time. And yet, you know, the error rate seemed to be extraordinarily low. Again, I can only hope that that's the case, but the biggest problem I have with all of these things is we have no way of knowing any of it. And we do have a right to know. I believe the citizens of Connecticut definitely have a right to understand exactly what pieces of the process are working and which ones are not. And that's a very hard thing to figure out. But Susan, thank you so much for you know, your comments today and for being patient enough to wait for us. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. It looks like there's a few more questioners, which is good.
Thank you. If I could just say that you had some compelling testimony this morning from people who had been doing canvassing. I think it is so important that those people be heard by this committee with the Secretary of State in the room. Okay, you guys got to get to, you know, all on one page, because otherwise people are just, you know, blind to the information. Thank you.
Representative Santiago, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just
Thank you, Ms. Bradford, for being here and waiting all this time just to testify, which is very important. But I just wanted to clear, if I understood what you were saying, that there was going to be 2 questions on the ballot this November 8th of 2022. From what I understand, there is only 1 question about early voting because the no excuse voting did not, it passed, but it didn't get the votes needed in order to be put on the referendum. Is that your understanding?
I do understand that, ma'am. And what I was trying to point out is that in 2021, both of these resolutions got activated along with 28 other changes to the election system. It's overwhelming, the simultaneous changes.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you. I just wanted people to understand that are listening to us in the audience that there is only 1 question on the ballot for the referendum of early voting, and that there has to be a lot of community engagement and community education to change the state constitution. It's not to change the federal constitution, but to change the state constitution. And there will only be 1 question. And I understand we did vote on those 2 issues, but there was only going to be 1 on the ballot this November. And thank you, Ms. Bradford, for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, but the absentee voting is here now. Well, you're doing it now. You're not waiting for the constitutional amendment. You know, so
Bradford,
it's circumventing.
If I may, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please proceed.
Through you? We are not voting on the referendum to change the state constitution, from what I understand, with this bill. It's to change the state statute. And I think that the Secretary of the State made that clear this morning. So this is totally different. It's just for this November 8th, in order to let those folks that are immune system and are still afraid of going to the polls to be able to vote like they did during the COVID years. So that's all I'm saying, but I just want people to understand that there was only going to be 1 question on the ballot to change the state constitution in November 8th, and that's for early voting. And we are one of the only 6 states, including New Hampshire, in the whole country that does not have early voting. So I think it's important that early voting is passed. That's not this question, that's another day for a debate. But a lot of people work on those days. Sometimes people have 2 and 3 jobs, like I did at one time when I was raising my 2 kids. And it was difficult for me to rush and do what I had to do and work 3 jobs and get to vote on one day. But thank you, Ms. Bradford, for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Palmer, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Bradford. I share your concern about the unity or disunity in the country. Are you concerned about voter fraud? Is that your primary objection to this?
Yeah. There is so much information out there, okay, about how much tampering has gone on in every state across the country, that anyone who's not frightened by that, I must be not have a pulse. But absolutely. But I don't know what to believe. Okay, because the information these days is just so polarized.
So I can gather that you're concerned about voter fraud nationally as well.
True.
Do you ask yourself, or do you wonder why so few people who were elected on the same ballot on the same day didn't disavow themselves and say, "Oh, I must have been elected fraudulently"?
No, that hasn't crossed my mind.
Perhaps it would be good to think about, because I think that when people don't like the results of a vote, they tend to think it's fraudulent. But when they get elected, they don't seem to question it. So I would ask you to perhaps think about that. And I appreciate your being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Palm. Seeing no questions, no further question or comments for Ms. Bradford. Thank you for being here, Ms. Bradford. Appreciate your time and patience with the committee today. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Up next, I have Stephen Landon, number 668, Stephen Landon. I believe I saw him earlier. Stephen Landon, I see you're present. There you are.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. I have a little problem. Zoom does not recognize my camera. It says I don't have a camera, which would be a surprise since the last Zoom meeting I went to, I had a camera. So I'd be glad to read my notes if you don't mind me not being on video. I do remind you, we did look at an image of Che Guevara for 3 minutes. And previously.
Please proceed, Ms. Lynn. I'll make an exception.
It's okay? All right.
Yes, sir.
I live in Newtown, Connecticut. I'm a concerned citizen opposed to no excuse absentee balloting in Connecticut for the following reasons. One, for a little history, voters have already spoken on this issue when they rejected a change in the Connecticut Constitution that would have allowed no excuse absentee balloting in 2014. Two, apparently, according to reports, the majority might have successfully placed a constitutional amendment on the 2022 ballot regarding this issue if they had been willing to agree with the minority to add ID requirements and signature matching. It is baffling to me why Democrats oppose these logical additions. Isn't protecting the integrity of an election ballot sacrosanct? Don't we use ID for almost everything in our lives? I just as an aside, I didn't have this information when I wrote my testimony. Rasmussen had a January 19th poll in which 80% of the public favor photo ID, 77% of Democrats, 71% of Hispanics, and 65% of Blacks. That's pretty overwhelming support for photo ID. So I just can't understand why Democrats would stand in the way of adding that. I would be for some of these, have been some very compelling stories today, and I would be for some of them if I could trust absentee balloting, but you cannot trust it based on the system we have right now. So absentee ballots should only be available upon request by an eligible voter, in my opinion. Sending absentee ballots or the Secretary of State applications to every voter at their last known address is inefficient and invites fraud. This action flies in the face of election integrity. By tracking every vote, you ensure the power of my vote is not diluted by illegal votes. You cannot assure me of that if the voter rolls are not purged regularly, and I don't think once a year is regularly enough, and identification is not required. 4, no excuse absentee balloting creates 2 classes of citizens. I can't vote in Newtown without showing my driver's license, but you are permitting those who vote by mail to ignore this requirement. 5, drop boxes are another concern. In Georgia in 2020, drop boxes were videoed 24 hours a day. This revealed serious chain of custody problems. Investigation further revealed that over 200 people returned again and again with ballots, and they were paid for each ballot by a third party. How can you ensure that that is not happening with our drop boxes? And finally, why do we treat our Constitution with such disdain? Temporary changes.
Your 3 minutes are now over.
I'm just finishing. Temporary changes that are not legal but claim to be necessary under highly suspect extension of emergency powers are ill-advised. There is a reason it takes a supermajority in the House to attempt to start the process to amend the Constitution. It needs to be bipartisan. This rule distinguishes us from an authoritarian state where changes in its Constitution are on a whim. Thank you for your time and your consideration. And thank you for letting me testify without my photo.
Thank you, Ms. Lynn. And also just to clarify, I think you mentioned the 2014 initiative. That was for a early voting. That was not for no excuse for voting. That was for an early voting. So, but I understand your point. Senator Sampson, your hand is raised.
Yeah, I had put it down for the 184.
Ms. Lynn, excuse me, Ms. Lynn, Senator Sampson has the floor, Ms. Lynn. Senator Sampson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Landon, if you had something you were finishing your sentence, you certainly can. But I will just say thank you very much for your testimony today. One thing I just want to touch on is that you alluded to the notion that the bills before us are in effect creating no excuse absentee voting, and I concur completely. It's nice to hear people from the public come up with that same deduction. And I'm just curious if you want to comment on that and also finish what you were saying. Through
Well,
you, Mr. Chairman.
When you start tinkering with the language of what excuses are allowed, and then you broaden them to such general terms as you discussed this morning on illness, it makes restrictions laughable, and you can't do it without a constitutional amendment anyway. That's the whole point. There were a lot of valid arguments today. A lot of things. My eyes were opened about a lot of things I saw today, but we have a constitution, and you just can't. The Constitution is there so that we don't have a majority one time who changes the election law this way, and then we get the other party in and they change it a different way. That would lead to chaos. So I'm just for use the Constitution. Let me know how you're going to check ballots. Routine canvassing should be part of the election. When they talk, an audit doesn't do anything except count the illegal votes. You need to canvass to see how many people voted an address. You don't have to know who they voted for. You're just asking, did you vote at this address? Did you get your absentee ballot? That's what a canvass is. And that's what they've been doing around the country. So I'm very concerned about, we're always concerned about our security with COVID, but not the security of our vote.
Those are excellent comments, and I concur completely, Mr. Landon, and I appreciate you being here today. And thank you also for your comments on photo ID. It's something that's near and dear to me. I have offered the amendment. And I've raised the bill every year. I don't get a hearing and a vote on my bill, but I have managed to get it brought forward as an amendment, maybe 2 or 3 times in both chambers over the years. And sadly, it always fails on a party line vote, which I find extraordinary and completely in opposition of public opinion. And that's our job here, is to represent the will of our constituents. So thank you very much for bringing that forward. And I appreciate the indulgence, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. See no further questions, comment. Thank you, Mr. Lamb, for your time. Appreciate you being here. Thank you for your patience today, sir.
Okay, thanks again. I appreciate it.
Next, Rhonda Caldwell, number 69. Rhonda Caldwell. Good afternoon, Ms. Caldwell.
Good afternoon, Chairman Fox. To the members of the GAE committee, Chairman Fox, and the ranking members, thank you for your time in this matter. My name is Rhonda Caldwell. I'm a registered voter since 1986 here in Connecticut. I live in the town of Hamden and a member of the Democratic Town Committee and a lead organizer of the Hamden Action Now, an advocacy group formed to empower Black, Brown, and Indigenous people in social justice and equity. I'm testifying today in full support of SB 18184 and HB 5262 for the simple reasons that it just makes great sense at this time. We're currently in the midst of a public health crisis. The pandemic and the virus will decide when it's over, not elected officials or private citizens. We just do not know what the pandemic is going to do in November of 2022. And to be safe, this provision extension to allow for the freedom of a voter to decide based on their illnesses, whether it's safe to travel to a polling station to vote in person. Number 2, the requirement to disclose and or define our personal illnesses or a condition to a registrar of voters is, in my opinion, a violation of HIPAA laws. In fact, there's nowhere in our culture where we're required to publicly define our illnesses, but in this process. We're not required to disclose health information to our employers, our clergy, clubs, or anyone, yet today we continue to hear arguments being made early that instilling a new barrier to the ballot box based on the definition of illness should yet be a medical hurdle to climb to exercise one's civil rights as a citizen. Historically, and we have to remember, our state's constitution was originally authored in 1818 by elected officials who were the owner of slaves in our state at the time. And in my opinion, is frankly offensive as we continue to operate in this timestamp when Black people were considered 3/5 human and women were not even allowed to cast a ballot. Further, this 1818 language was written to accommodate Connecticut's white male property owners. Clearly, our electorate has changed, and a constitutional amendment to allow for no excuse absentee constitutional amendment is long overdue in our state, regardless of COVID-19. Forcing voters to cling to a 200-year-old language in 2022 in the midst of a modern day ongoing public health crisis is problematic, and to use the excuse that a person casting a ballot in person when ID is not legally required is more secure than a voter mailing in an absentee ballot is a
Your 3 minutes are now over.
I stand in support of SB 184 and HB 5262, as we're requesting the General Assembly does not force voters to take their lives in their own hands and having to travel in person to vote in November 2022, when no one has a crystal ball to know what will be the status of COVID-19 variants, as well as not comfortably disclosing the type of illness that one has and their inability to travel. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Caldwell. Representative Santiago, your hand raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Caldwell, I really appreciate you coming here today and waiting this long to make your comments and to give our legislators and the public and the people that spoke here today a piece of history about changing the state constitution. It's very important that, you know, I mean, we could have sat here and argued with, or debated, not argue, but debated with people that came here set in their ways of how they think and what the original constitution should be like. But things change and illnesses come along. This 100-year plagues come along, and things need to be changed. And you being very thorough in your presentation is very well done. So I appreciate for you being here, and I hope that the legislators that are still here listening will take this to heart as to why changes sometimes have to be made, not only on the state level, but also on the federal level. So thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions or comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing none, thank you for your comments, Ms. Caldwell. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
Up next, Amy Spallino, number 70. Amy Spallino. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello.
Thank you for your patience today.
Hold on, trying to get there. Yep. You probably see me. Well, my name is Amy Spallino, and I'm a Danbury resident, have been for 42 years. I am opposed to bills SB 184 and HB 5262. I have a testimony written up, but since I have been here for the 6 hours, I just want to say the fact that I'm still here hopefully shows you that I still remain opposed to these bills. I learned a lot today as everyone was speaking. And I just would like to share like a small testimony about why I think it's so important that we have accuracy and integrity of our elections in Connecticut. First, and I'd also like to say that I do believe in access to voting for all and every citizen. And like I had just stated, there was a lot of good points made today, but I still feel that I am totally opposed to these bills. And one of the reasons personally was that in our 2020 presidential election, I believe that through some friends that I had at the town clerk's office in my town in Danbury, that they were inundated with thousands of absentee applications and ballots. I'm not sure which one it was, if it was both. I just had some friends there who I heard stories about all of these, all this extra mail that was coming in. They were overwhelmed with lots of extra work. They lacked the staff to take care of it. Actually, 2 people ended up sick. I don't mean with COVID, I mean just sick from having to work so much and, so overwhelmed, the stress of it all, that there was no system in place for handling all these absentee ballots. Many of them were from ineligible voters, as they've mentioned today, time and time again, people who had passed, people who moved away or were registered in different places. And it was a mess. It was a mess. And what a burden was placed on our public servants in trying to handle it all. I also remember talking to people at the post office at that time and how much mail had to go through there. And I'm sure we've had these kind of challenges other times in our history, but it just wasn't fair. And, I just think that for our public servants to try and handle this without a system, without, a secure system and a trusted system, that it's really unfair. I just believe we need to streamline the system and secure it so that we can trust it as Americans, as Connecticut residents. We need order, not chaos when it comes to electing our governmental leaders. And this is our right as American citizens. So again, I just want to say thank you to every one of you, not only the people that testified today, but all of you senators and representatives who've taken all this time and put all this energy into it. It's a very important issue. And I'm just, for transparency, I also just want to restate.
Your 3 minutes are now over.
My concern is with the accuracy and the integrity of our elections in Connecticut. Thank you so much for your time.
Ms. Splino, appreciate your patience with the committee today and your diligence being here for the duration of the hearing. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Up next, number 71, Arlene Murphy. 71, Arlene Murphy.
Yes, hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, and thanks to the chairs, the vice chairs, and the distinguished members of this committee. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak here. I know it's been a long day, and I really appreciate your hanging here. My name is Arlene Murphy. I am a Connecticut voter expressing strong support for SB 184 and HB 5262. Very simply, these bills give voters the choice to vote absentee to protect their health. And, I think back over the last 2 years, the last speaker as well, 10,000 people have died in Connecticut from COVID. And this is not done. This is not done, especially for those with risk factors or who are immune compromised or have at-risk family members. So very briefly, because you've had a really long day, I would just like to say again, people should not have to choose between their health and the right to vote. And it is my hope, my fervent hope, that you will vote yes on these bills. And I thank you for your endurance and your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Any questions, comments, Ms. Murphy? Thank you for taking time to be with us today. We appreciate your insight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Up next, 72, Carrie Guilfoyle. 72, Carrie Guilfoyle. Oh, maybe I saw her. There she is. Good afternoon.
Hi. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for thank you, the GA and Elections Committee. A lot of this has been said, but that's what I get for being number 72. So bear with me. I'll try to be as brief as possible. I'm speaking in strong opposition to SB 184 and HB 5262. Voter integrity is not just critical, it's essential for our democracy. I do not disagree with any of the prior speakers for a need in voting reform that fairly addresses the ability to vote for all. I do find the timing of these bills circumspect, as occurring during the extension of our emergency powers. Our Constitution was created to prevail, especially in states of emergency. Voting statutes are clearly defined in our Constitution. They are clearly defined as a need for a majority vote at 75% versus a vote across the majority party to circumvent our constitutional process, and in particular, to pass this without voter referendum is an egregious power grab under the guise of a continued pandemic and is simply wrong. We heard from Madam Secretary that the checks and balances in verifying absentee voting as they currently stand are, quote, probably good enough. Probably good enough does not equate voter integrity. We need a more comprehensive verification process. We need a process that leads to properly voted constitutional change. And as a reminder, you are all elected by the people and for the people. This continues to be a major priority for all of us. Thank you all for your time very much and the day that you have all had with us.
Any questions, comments, Ms. Guilfoyle? Seeing none, thank you for your patience. I appreciate your testimony and your insight into the issues. Thank you very much for being here. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
Up next, 73, Connor Yakatis. Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to all the members of the committee and everyone that's been going through this long day testifying. On behalf of the Connecticut League of Conservation Voters, thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in support of both bills today, SB 184 and HB 5262, to address absentee ballot eligibility requirements. As an environmental organization committed to building a more environmentally conscious electorate, we believe it is critical that Connecticut voters have safe and equitable access to voting. Democracy, equity, and the environment are all intertwined. The safer and more accessible it is to vote, the more people will be able to make their voices heard, which will more accurately reflect the public's concerns on key environmental issues across the state. While Connecticut has made great strides combating the COVID-19 pandemic, we've all seen the unpredictability of new variants forming, especially in the colder months. By extending the current expanded eligibility requirements through Election Day on November 8th, we are ensuring that people have a safe way of casting their ballots this election. However, allowing more people to vote through absentee ballots should not be restricted to pandemics. By revising the absentee ballot eligibility requirements, more voters will be able to access their ballots on Election Day. This includes caretakers for individuals with illnesses or disabilities. It also includes people who work outside of their voting district, people who have multiple jobs, people attending college classes, and parents who are caring for their children. This is not just a democracy issue, this is an equity issue. The environment has become a key voting issue each election cycle. More and more people are growing deeply concerned about the impacts of climate change, pollution in their communities, and access to natural resources. Expanding absentee ballots to voters across Connecticut allow more of these concerns to be heard. CTLCV's work depends on voter engagement, and our support for pro-environment candidates includes removing any unnecessary obstacles to voting on Election Day. The Connecticut League of Conservation Voters urges the committee to support SB 184 and HB 5262 in order to ensure safe and equitable access to voting so people across Connecticut can make their voices heard when it comes to climate change and environmental issues across the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Senator Sampson, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Connor, for being here. And forgive me for asking you a relatively blunt question, which is, I don't really understand your testimony, and I don't understand the connection between elections and environmental issues. And it's been a frustration of mine for many, many years because I consider myself very environmentally conscious. When I was a young person beginning my adult life, I wanted to be a biologist, and I've spent most of my life involved in environmental causes, and yet I tend to have a very bad record with your organization. And I come to the conclusion that your organization is more about causes other than the environment. And I can't resist the opportunity to point this one out. I don't think anyone's vote or consideration of these two bills has anything to do with the environment at all. And I think it's misleading to the people that are relying on you for grading candidates on their love of the environment to include such a topic. And I'm just curious how you might respond to that.
Thank you, Senator. We firmly believe here at the League, democracy has become a very big issue, as has equity, when it comes to protecting the environment. We are the League of Conservation Voters, so voters is in our name, and we believe that expanding access to voting will help people, specifically, in communities that are more impacted by the effects of climate change, there's a correlation there between communities that are most adversely impacted by climate change, and those same communities don't have as much access to voting. So we believe by expanding access to voting and make it safer and easier to vote, those concerns that those people share on the environment will be heard.
Yeah, and thank you for that response. And through you, Mr. Chairman, can you elaborate on what restrictions are on those voters currently? I don't know anyone that is being refused access to vote in this state. Maybe you could tell me who that is, through you, Mr. Chairman.
I would say that when it comes to especially the COVID pandemic, there were plenty of people who could not go out and vote. And we feel that absentee ballots increase people's ability to vote. People that are working multiple jobs, people that are outside of their district on election day, people that are caring for people with disabilities or illnesses, they are unable to show up in person to vote on election day. And as it currently stands, we're at risk of losing the easy access for people to vote via absentee ballot. And if those people, a lot of those people probably have concerns about the environment, as I'm sure you do, Senator. So we feel that allowing absentee ballots to take place will, increase the voice for the environment across the state.
Again, thank you for the answer. I will say that the list of things that you mentioned about people who are at risk of losing access, every one of them is already currently considered in the current law and the Constitution. And the only potential exception might be people that are fearful of COVID. And I guess what I would say with that regard is that there are already mechanisms in place. We have curbside voting. I don't think there is any prohibition really on someone requesting an absentee ballot, as was pointed out numerous times today. I just have a tough time accepting the notion that anyone is actually being denied access to the vote in Connecticut. Every time I ask that question, I get a very vague answer because there is no real answer. I don't think anyone's being denied anything. I'm very much in favor of trying to provide more access. This is what I've testified to over and over today. But the fact remains, some of us and great many people in the public have concerns over voter integrity. And I would just say that in order to support these bills, you've got to overlook the concerns that have been brought forward on voter integrity. And I don't see any connection to how someone feels about climate change or the environment as a whole. And I just wanted to have that on the record. And it's very unfortunate because I would like to develop a good relationship with your organization. And I feel like over the years, my record with you has been based on things that have nothing to do with the environment, taxes on mattresses, election bills, not about anything that has to do with cleaning up the environment or preserving our wildlife or our state parks or anything, which are all things that I am very much interested in. And there are people in my district who contact me, and I have to tell them, I said, look, you should reach out to that organization and tell them that they ought to be focused on the environment instead of these side issues. And I'm just using this as an opportunity to bring it up since you are here today. And I hope you don't take offense to that, Connor. It's all in good faith. I just wanted to have this conversation, and it happened to happen here. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence.
Yeah, I appreciate your remarks, Senator. And yeah, I stand, and the organization stands behind our, increase in taking into account democracy issues as a direct correlation to environmental issues. So thank you.
Representative Ponder, hand is raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Connor.
Hi, Representative. What? You went back on mute.
Yes, I'm sorry. I don't know why. All right, you can hear me now, yes?
Yes.
Thank you for being here. Do you think environmentalism is partisan?
I don't think it should be, no.
Do you, when your group evaluates candidates and sitting incumbents, do you look at their party or their voting record?
their voting record. And we are proudly a nonpartisan organization.
That was my understanding. Thank you for that. And finally, do you believe that environmental justice would be a philosophy which would bring the right to be informed about the environment and to advocate for the environment to all people, regardless of their color, their zip code?
Yes, I believe environmental justice issues go beyond, race, party, any sort of affiliation like that. Yeah.
Thank you. So do I, and I think that the work that you do is based on the premise that we all should be stewards of the environment, and I appreciate your objectivity, the work that your group does, and I do think very strongly, as you said today, that access to being able to vote for the things that you care about is fundamental to our democracy. So I appreciate the work you do and your being here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. See no further hands or question or comments. Connor, appreciate being here. Thank you for your time and patience with us. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next item, number 74, Shauna Yule. I apologize for mispronouncing your last name, Shauna. 74. Shauna, I see you. Are you with us? Shauna, are you there? I think maybe frozen, Shauna. I see you, but I don't hear you, and you're not moving. Number 74, Shauna Yule. Shauna, maybe we'll come back to you after the next person. I see you're still present. There you are.
Oh, hi, this is Shauna Yula. Somehow my screen froze. So can you hear me?
We can, yes, we can hear you. The floor is yours. Please proceed.
Okay, thanks. Sorry about that. So, hi, I'm Shauna Uloa. I'm born and raised in Connecticut, and I am ashamed to say this is the first hearing I've ever attended. And so it's been an eye-opening experience, and really appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I'm here in opposition of bills SB 184 and HB 5262. And, I wrote a testimony. It's going to be a lot of what you heard already. So I'm just going to respond a little bit to what I've heard today. I think in general, we would all agree that individuals, I am for making sure people have access to being able to vote. I want to make sure that every eligible vote is counted. I think where my concern lies is where a number of people have raised. I mean, we look at election integrity in this country, and there's a lot of questionable things that we're seeing. We see, ballots being pulled out of underneath desks. We see mules that are paid to stuff ballot boxes. And, I think it's unfortunate to look at it in a way of, well, if your candidate gets elected, you don't think there's election fraud, but if your candidate doesn't get elected, then you're falling back on election fraud, right? What I have a real problem with are some of the general statements that I heard today around, for example, with the Secretary of State saying there's no evidence of fraud or wrongdoing in Connecticut. But we've got to back that up, right? We've got to say, because we know with these facts and this data and this investigation that we did, that our elections are secure. I also heard we have the most secure and accurate voter rolls of any state. Well, again, so where's the data and facts and information to back that up? I heard about audits and that kind of being poo-pooed. I'm an auditor by background. I'd be happy to help with any approach from an audit standpoint. You can audit processes. And I think that that's not too much to ask. I don't think people should be made to feel like that they're not supportive of making sure everybody gets an equal opportunity to vote, but also asking that we all make sure that there's controls around the integrity of that process. And what I heard today discouraged me because there was nothing, no substance around here are the controls and here's how we know that this election has integrity. And so I just appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I volunteer to help if there's a need somewhere in the state to help volunteer with audits anything that we need to do to get better comfortable with our voter rolls, or, you know, the process to make sure who's submitting a absentee
Your
ballot
3
is
minutes
actually the
are now
intended
over.
voter. Thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Shauna, for being with us today. Any questions? Senator Sampson, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Shauna, for being here. I enjoyed your testimony thoroughly. I think you're very perceptive watching today's events. I would just note that this is a public hearing, and as a result, we are at the mercy of who comes to the public hearing and offers their testimony. I was disappointed today because I had fully expected to have a much longer conversation with the representative Fight Voter Fraud, Inc., but he ended up having to go based on his other schedule. But we would have probably engaged in a much longer conversation about some actual data having to do with the voter rolls and so forth. I can assure you that that information will become a part of this conversation going forward. We're going to have a debate in the committee at some point, and I hope to have information like that to share. And I also want to suggest to you that you are more than welcome to reach out to me. I definitely have an interest in analyzing our most recent several election cycles. And I know many people who are also looking for help to come up with the data that you're talking about, both about statistics and so forth, but also about analyzing the process to find where we can make improvements. But I really appreciated your testimony, and thank you very much for being here today. And thank you, Mr.
Great.
Chairman.
Thank you very
Senator.
much. Appreciate it.
Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you, Shauna, for being here. Appreciate your patience with the committee. Have a nice weekend.
You too.
Next, 75, Dory Dumas, number 75, Dory Dumas.
I
Good
am
afternoon, ma'am.
here.
How are you? Good to see you.
Okay. Good afternoon. Well, good evening, because it's almost evening. It's 5 o'clock. And I want to thank you, Chairman. I am Dory Dumas. I am a voter from New Haven. I am the president of the Greater New Haven branch of the NAACP. I am also the chairman of the connections for Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated throughout the state of Connecticut. As far as the NAACP, our primary focus continues to be the protection of civil rights, equal justice, and fair treatment without discrimination, and also to ensure political, educational, social, and economic equity. We do this as a grassroots organization. Voting for both Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated and the NAACP is a priority. Access to voting is a priority. As grassroots organizations, we register people throughout the year. We educate people about the power of their vote. And we also help people get to the polls and also motivate them to want to go to the polls. Every voter deserves a right to vote, and every voter has the right to exercise that constitutional right. Connecticut has the most voting restrictions of almost any state. Those are barriers. These are things we deal with when we're registering people and when we get complaints and we hear from people in our community. Again, our primary focus and one of the goals is to increase voting and to have people to be able to understand just how important it is. In 2020, we found, especially with COVID-19, how many people were afraid and overwhelmed and did not want to go to the polls. A lot of the people are seniors. They have underlying conditions. These are things that people needed that absentee ballot as an option. These are things we know firsthand. These are things when we're in the community, because we go to the community and we are working with the community, that these are real concerns for people that we service in the Greater New Haven area and throughout the state. And so I am strongly encouraging passing both SB 184 and HB 5262. We believe that the people in our community deserve and need this. None of us know what COVID-19 or COVID will do again. None of us expected that we would have these other variants and that we would have the uptick in December. We cannot predict that. So we need to have things in place so that people can have this as an option. I am speaking, and I stayed on for 7 hours since 10 o'clock this morning to speak up for those who don't have a voice, for those who don't have the luxury to stay online for 7 hours to hear this, to say that
Your 3 minutes are now over.
No voter should have to choose between their health and voting. No voter should have to do that. Please protect the freedom to vote and pass SB 184 and HB 5262. I want to thank our Secretary of State for her service and all her years and how smoothly things went in 2020 when we did the absentee ballots. Yes, no election is perfect, but we had so few issues that we know that this can happen. It should happen. It's the right thing. Let's pass it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. I appreciate you being here and patient with the committee today. Any questions or comments for Ms. Dumas? Representative Santiago, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Dumas, for coming and waiting all this time to just testify in what you really believe in. And I just have like one question that keeps coming up through this whole testimony. Do you believe that, and this might be an opinion, you might want to answer it if you want to. Do you believe that these two bills will affect the integrity of the elections coming up in November? I mean, everybody talks about integrity, but
in my opinion, they do not. And we want a process that has integrity. We want it to go as smoothly as possible. These are things that every person in our community wants to see as well. I don't think this will prevent that from happening. And based on what our Secretary of State shared, there were very few issues when we did this in 2020. So we're strongly encouraging that we do it again. And no, we don't. We want a smooth process. We also believe in integrity. And so that's not an issue when we're promoting and actually asking for this to be passed.
I have, if I may, Mr. Chair, I have one more question, and it might be related to these two bills. What do you think about the voter ID picture going and our folks, people of color, and the difficulty on getting those?
Well, our goal is to have access and for people to have their right to vote be as easy as possible. I mean, I don't know all the statistics around this, but certainly we want to make sure that we expand voting, that we make voting as easy as possible so that every person who is eligible will actually be able to vote and can do it without barriers. So that's the position that I'm going to take in my personal opinion.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for being here, Ms. Dumas. I really appreciate you. I mean, this is going to be taped, it's going to be videoed, and this is all for the whole public to hear. So thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony. I really appreciate it, especially at 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Since 10 this morning, but thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Sampson, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we're getting close to the end of this hearing, and there's a tendency to not ask the folks testifying as many questions. But that always bugs me because I feel bad for the people that waited so long. They should get even more attention. So, Ms. Dumas, thank you for being here. I appreciate you coming in to testify, and I appreciated much of what you said. I guess the only thing I would ask you is because you repeatedly said over and over again that you are interested in maintaining the integrity of the election, which if you've been listening to me all day, you know that's what I'm saying all the time. The question I would have for you is, if it became clear to you at some point that we could make improvements in this process by adding certain protections like signature verification or some type of audits for people who vote on election day registration or things like that. And we could show that there were legitimate problems that need to be addressed. Would you be in favor of those things? I
would have to see the data, and I would have to see how it is going to be rolled out. I tend to feel that it needs to be fair across the board, and we have to speak up and be the voice for the people in our communities. So I don't have enough information about it to give that kind of response, but I tend to say that for those that don't have a voice, that don't understand it, that may not know, the NAACP will be paying attention to the things that are changing and coming forward so that we could utilize our voice and our members to speak up and to watch what's happening, to make sure it's fair and that it represents the people in our community and that they feel comfortable and we feel comfortable. So it's all about making sure whatever's happening, that every person, a lot of us and a lot of people that testified today, we have the luxury and flexibilities. A lot of the people that we're speaking up about, especially for the NAACP, they don't have that luxury. They may not have the opportunity. Some of them are working 2 and 3 jobs. Some of them are very fearful because of their underlying conditions. And COVID-19 in 2020, we saw the fear and that people were overwhelmed and really appreciated the option to be able to vote absentee ballot. And we feel like this should happen again this year. And we'll look at what's happening and follow it closely so that when other things come forward, that we can see if we think it's fair for our communities.
Thank you very much for that answer. I'm very much on the same page with you. I'm very concerned about making sure that whatever policies are passed regarding elections are implemented equally across this state and in every community. One of the things that frustrates me is that a simple way to increase participation in the inner city is to provide more polling locations. And yet that's something that doesn't seem to happen year after year because it's discouraging. Just like having a 7-hour hearing, we have a lot of people drop off. Well, of course, if you're going to make people wait in line for hours to vote, some of them are just simply going to skip it. And that's wrong. So I'm a strong advocate for making sure we include more polling locations in places where they're needed. And I just want to draw to your attention that, the conversation I had with the Secretary of the State this morning, I was not satisfied with her answers at all, because there are legitimate problems that have been brought up by organizations like Fight Voter Fraud, et cetera. I mean, she acknowledged her numbers, she said, was 75,000 ballot applications were returned in the mail. I mean, that's a huge number, 75,000 people being disenfranchised in some way, shape, or form. That's huge. The idea that there were hundreds of ballots that were held up in the mail and then were not counted, these are some of the negative ramifications of this process also. So I'm trying to look at the whole thing. Ms. Dumas, I just want you to know that, I hear exactly what you're saying. I'm on the exact same page. I want to fix it as badly as anyone. But we've got to be honest about what the problems really are, and come up with solutions that do work everywhere in every community. So thank you for being here. I really do appreciate your testimony, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Any further questions or comments from Ms. Dumas? Seeing none, thank you for your patience with us. I appreciate your insight and being here with us. Thank you very much. Have a nice weekend. On the next, 76, Kim Yannon. Kim Yannon, 76. 77, Bernard Thomas. Bernard Thomas, number 77. Number 78, Kate Guerrier. Kate Guerrier, 78. Number 79, I believe, is here. Cindy Dubuque Gallo. Dubuque Gallo.
Dubuque Gallo.
Dubuque Gallo. Thank you for being here. The floor is yours.
Thanks for having me. I acknowledge that I'm privileged enough to be able to stalk the computer and manage to get into the hearing. So, Honorable GAE Committee, thanks for giving me the opportunity to testify today. My name is Cindy Dubuque Gallo. I'm a resident of Hartford and a social worker, and I'm testifying in support of the 2 bills before the committee. The fact that Connecticut is not an early voting state, unlike 38 others in the nation, makes us one of the most voting restrictive states in the country. However, we could do better by extending eligibility for absentee ballot voting and ensure that everyone who is legally eligible to vote is able to exercise that right. In 2020, I acted as a roving poll monitor to ensure that voters were not experiencing undue burdens to voting. During my shift, I witnessed an exceptionally long line at Grace Lutheran Church on Woodland Street in Hartford, and students from the School of Social Work, had set up a table and were providing hot drinks and food to those waiting in line. I found that several had been waiting for over 2 hours to vote. And this circumstance, unfortunately, is not unusual for communities of color and those who live in urban settings. According to data from the 2018 election, the Brennan Center for Justice found that Latino and Black voters were more likely than white voters to report particularly long wait times, and they waited longer generally. Though 2 years later, the problem seemed to remain. Upon further investigation, I found that only one voting record book had been provided at the site, and only one person could be checked in at a time. If there were any problems with a person's ID or they were at the wrong location, this would stall the check-in process, leaving those outside waiting in the cold. I began to see people losing hope and leaving. Some individuals had to get to work, others just gave up. And despite getting assistance from State Rep Matt Ritter, who's my state rep, who saw what was happening, we were told that nothing could be done. And the Registrar of Voters in Hartford initially was not able to rectify the situation. So after making multiple attempts to rectify the situation with City Hall and the Registrar of Voters, I reached out to my colleagues and we organized a campaign to call the state election enforcement. 5 of us had witnessed the problem and had to file complaints citing voter suppression. There's no reason why the polling place should have only one book to check in voters and not enough staff. It's not like the Registrar of Voters doesn't know that the election is going to take place. So shortly after our calls, more help arrived and finally voters were able to cast their ballots. It should not have taken our 5 calls and election enforcement, and voters do not need systematic unpreparedness in addition to all the other barriers that they face to voting to make it more challenging. Many voters have limitations that make voting difficult. This could include taking care of a sick or loved one, having personal illness or a disability, having to work out of town. Extending who can vote absentee and planning ahead for whatever unexpected variant of COVID might come our way ensures that we provide every eligible voter the opportunity to cast their vote safely and legally. While some might argue that increasing electoral resources to address the issue that I witnessed in Hartford would solve the problem, the Brennan Center report notes that allocating equal resources among counties and precincts is not sufficient to produce equal
Your
weight,
3 minutes are now over.
particularly those of color. If we believe in racial equity, voter enfranchisement, and democracy, we must live up to these beliefs and pass this bill. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much for your testimony today, ma'am. I appreciate your insights into the process and your patience. Any questions or comments? So, thank you very much for your patience with the committee today. Appreciate you being part of the process and greatly value your opinions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 80, Catherine Farnsworth. Number 80, Catherine Farnsworth. Number 81, Damon Bean. I believe he's present. Damon Bean. Number 81. Here are your hands raised, sir. Damon Bean, if you're available to join us, now's the time.
Sorry about that.
There you are. Good to see you. Thank you for being here.
Good to see you. Well, thank you, everyone. My name's Damon Bean. I'm from New Hartford. And today I'm here to encourage my representatives to vote no on SB 184 and HB 5282. That would allow what has been described as no excuse absentee voting through the governor's emergency powers. Our Connecticut emperor has no clothes. The Governor Lamont currently stands naked at the helm of a sinking ship, and I apologize for that image. That ship is the COVID narrative, which is sinking fast due to the facts of real science finally catching up to the contrived facts of scientism, which has ruled with an iron fist throughout this pandemic. Our governor and our Democratic Party has been riding this for over 2 years. It is time to abandon the ship. We can all do better, and we must. The fact is, there is no emergency. Absentee ballots for all simply opens up the door for voter fraud and disputed elections here in Connecticut. These bills pushed forward with COVID emergency powers is a desperate act that openly disrespects the original intent of the limited use of absentee ballots. Absentee ballots are specifically allowed for the 6 reasons outlined in our Constitution because they are historically vulnerable to fraud. These bills and the way they are being introduced under emergency powers also violates the very carefully prescribed procedure outlined for amending our Connecticut Constitution. This is no small matter. Amending this Constitution should be done with the utmost care and caution. For it is the legislative and deliberative processes assigned in our Connecticut Constitution that protect government and their constituents they represent from brash and desperate political acts like the ones before us today. To use the governor's emergency powers to change elections laws is brazenly political, and it will be seen as such by all of the public. This unnecessary and politically driven expansion of absentee ballots could possibly cast doubt on Connecticut's November election results. At this politically volatile moment in our nation's history, these bills are both unnecessary and dangerous to the rule of representative trust in government. Due to our government's response to the COVID pandemic, we are a very divided nation. Actions like this simply blow oxygen on the smoldering fire of our divisions by sowing mistrust in our election integrity. In the end, this is really not about party politics or partisan politics. This is about pure political power and the effort to keep it using every tool that was given to the governor under COVID emergency rule, whether that act be constitutional or morally reprehensible. It is irrelevant in the game of power politics. It seems the ends will always justify the means. There is no emergency. The COVID narrative is cracking.
Your 3 minutes are now over.
These bills are just power politics opening the doors for potential massive fraud come November. Today, all of us here in Connecticut and across the country are humbly coming together across party lines and across all of the isms which may divide us to try to understand what truly happened over the past 2 years. Please join us in this honest quest for truth about COVID and our government's response. In conclusion, I want to be clear that if you vote for these bills, you may be sending the citizens of Connecticut the message that you do not believe you can win on your own merits. And come November, if you do win, these same citizens will question the legitimacy of your win. No one likes a cheater. Thank you for your time, and please do the right thing.
Thank you, Mr. Bean, for your testimony. Any further questions or comments from the committee? Representative Palmer, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here to testify with us, Mr. Bean.
Sure.
Currently, there are 35 states in the United States that allow absentee ballots. Do you believe the governors of all of those states are standing naked at sinking ships, including Florida and Georgia, for example?
No, because they're not doing those through. My concern in this is the focus. I pretty much agree with most of the back and forth on absentee ballots in general. My concern is that it's being forced through the COVID Emergency Act. And we can wait. I believe it should go through the constitutional process. My understanding and my concern when I saw this happening is that I've been watching the COVID pandemic and our response to it unravel for 2 years. And I've been following it very closely, and it still breaks my heart that people are making decisions not based on the facts that we have now. We are still being lied to, and the real scientific facts, which now are coming out eventually, that was my point, are going to come out this summer. You're not going to stop it. Between now and November, the COVID narrative is going to collapse, and the Democrats are the ones that benefited from that the most. And they're going to get hurt. There's a leaked Democratic Party, and I'm sure you know about it right now, that was leaked that was saying that the Democrats are going to get wiped out in November because of the COVID, that people were tired of it. And it was time to tell everybody, wrap up the COVID, tell them we won, tell them everything we did was, worked, and we need to move on or we're going to lose our seats. We are going to get plowed. And that is reality. That was leaked. And then suddenly we get the president coming out saying, oh, it's all done, worked, even though it's not based on lockdowns, it's not based on all of that. The science is out there now. It's going to come out to the public. And I'm afraid that this is a sort of a Hail Mary to try to save the party. And I think that's unfortunate, especially when there's no emergency right now.
Well, thank you for your answer. I think especially, I disagree because it has been proven that absentee ballots are available to people of all parties. And by your logic, our US military should not be allowed use one if there is that
You're
much.
I think you're in all due respect, I think you're misunderstanding me. I'm saying the pushing of this right now using his emergency powers, which I don't believe had any justification before besides getting federal money. There's no emergency right now. So he's using these powers right now. If he did this through a normal process, we had regular deliberations in the legislature. We had a back and forth, just like science should be having a back and forth. I'd have no problem with that.
Well,
my problem is that it's being pushed
respectfully-
through right now, and I don't
Sir,
see an
excuse me, sir.
emergency.
Sir,
Yep.
we're gonna go to the chair here, please. We're
Sure,
trying
I'm
to-
sorry. I'm sorry.
Please stop
Yep.
interrupting one another.
Yep.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would respectfully say that to the families of the 10,000 people who have died, it wasn't an excuse. But I appreciate your being here. I'm listening to everything you're saying. I think the narrative about COVID as an excuse is false, and that protecting people's lives, especially including in states like Florida and Georgia, as I said, which were led by COVID deniers, they did not rescind the absentee ballot, and in fact, it was a safe and fair election across the country on the most part. So it's distressing when people use COVID as an excuse for anything.
Agreed.
Well, at least we can agree about that. Thank you.
Representative Santiago, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So thank you, Mr. Bean, for being here also at this late hour and having the patience to express your opinions. Are you talking about that the Democrats at the state level or the Democrats at the national level are afraid of losing their seats and that they've lied to the public in about the COVID in order to stay in power? Is it that state or federal or both?
Mr. Bean, your response?
Thank you,
I would
Mr.
say
Chair.
I would say both, and I don't think it's. I think it has to do with power. I think power corrupts equally. I do not think it's just a Democratic issue. Power corrupts Republicans. Mark Crispin Miller is an NYU professor who is a friend of mine. He does voter fraud down in Florida during the Gore Bush. I mean, that was complete voter fraud through the Republicans. So I'm not partisan in that way. But when I see people get on and they're still scared and they still think that vaccines stop transmission, and that's not a theory. I mean, we've known that the vaccines don't stop transmission since they came out, because Pfizer, who will get sued if they said that it did, you have to go to Pfizer. The only people are saying it stops transmission. CDC doesn't say that. Is the major networks and some politicians who don't understand it. And now, I mean, that's just a fact. Pfizer, it just reduces symptoms.
Okay, so
that concerns me because I see all
Mr.
these
Bean,
people so
Mr. Bean.
scared.
Excuse me for a minute,
Okay,
Mr. Bean.
so thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just asking the question because you kept reiterating during your statement that people have been lied to by the Democrats. You never mentioned the Republicans. So I'm glad that you I'm glad that you clarified that. And to say that, and I agree with Representative Palm, that to dismiss 10,550 people in the state of Connecticut died, and that it was because we perpetuated a lie. But anyways, that's my opinion, and I respect your opinion. And again, thank you for coming here, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
May I respond?
Thank you, Mr. Bean. Briefly, please.
Briefly.
Yes.
I am not disrespecting. That's sort of I'm not disrespecting the deaths. I didn't say they didn't happen. I've never said COVID is fake. I'm not a denier, which obviously is a loaded word with the Holocaust. I don't need to be name called. What I'm saying is that the government's response was based on faulty information, and that the fear and everything else was based on faulty information. And at least in this crisis, the Democrats benefited. And since they benefited, and when the foundation of their power gets questioned at this point, and they're going to lose, and that's their own words in this. They're going to lose a lot in November. I mean, that's their own words in that leaked document. So I do not disrespect them, and it is real.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bean. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Sampson, your hand is raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Bean, for being here. I didn't really have a comment or a question. I wanted to point out that that's not how a public hearing is supposed to go. The public is supposed to be allowed to come here, express their opinions, regardless of what they are. They are not to be challenged or name called by members of the committee. And I just, in the future, I hope the chairs will interrupt when that happens. It's completely inappropriate to try and accuse a member of the public of being insensitive about the deaths of other Americans without any cause or any evidence that they said something like that. And I'm just not going to let it go. I appreciate you being here. I can't say I agree or disagree with everything that you said, but you have a right to your own opinion without being told. This is a fact-finding mission. The reason why I have a public hearing is so that the public can tell us what they think, not so they can be argued with. And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to get that on the record.
Thank you, Senator. I think we've been meeting with all members, both the committee and the public today, and all discussions. And I don't think there was any disrespect meant. I did not take it to be disrespectful. I think it was just an honest conversation being had. But I appreciate your comments. Thank you. Anything further? Representative Santiago, your hand is still raised.
Yes, I just want to reiterate that what I heard was the right thing. And I just wanted him to clear what he had said. Nobody was challenging him or debating him. But it's happened throughout the whole 6 or 7 hours that we've been here, that we have had representatives challenging other people and nothing else was said. But then when we say something, it's challenged. So I respect what Mr. Bean said. I was just asking him to clarify what he said because I wanted to be clear what I understood. And if somebody else misunderstood that, then that's their issue. But I hope that Mr. Bean doesn't feel that way. And I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you, Mr. Bean. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I think in the hopes of getting through today's process, we can find a way to move through. Representative Carpino, your hand is raised for the first time.
Yes. Thank you. I've been listening quietly all day, sir. I would just ask that the chairs could remind all members to check their tone and their opinions at the door, not only today, but going forward, because I do agree. Our job is to listen and to learn. And this has popped up in other committees as of late. So I think, although we're almost done, it is a point worth making. We serve the public. We are not here to demean or to challenge the public. Questions and listen. And I will be the first to admit that over the years, if I have a question, I believe it is completely appropriate to ask a member of the public. They're here so that we can learn from them, regardless of their opinions. And I'm making no judgment on anybody's opinions today, but I think that we need to be a bit more careful about checking our tone at the door for the rest of this session, sir. I think it is harder to read tone and body language with this ridiculous remote process that we are still stuck in. And perhaps we need to be a bit more careful since we're not in the same room as one another.
Thank you, Representative Carpino. We move on. Representative Santiago, your hand is raised again.
And I agree with Representative Carpino. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. See no further questions or comments. Thank you, Mr. Bean, for being here today. Appreciate your advocacy.
Thank you much for all of you and for waiting this out and staying through it for such a long time. Appreciate it.
Up next, number 82, Paul Farnsworth.
I didn't get a chance to speak. Are you concurring? Are you concluding the meeting?
Oh, we are not, no.
Oh, okay. I can't hear anymore either. Okay, thank you.
We are at number 82, Paul Farnsworth. Paul Farnsworth present. Number 83, Matthew Lesser.
Good evening, Representative Fox, Senator Flexer, Senator Sampson, Representative Mastro-Francesco, and members of the Government Administration and Elections Committee. For the record, I'm Senator Matt Lesser from the 9th District, and I am here to testify in a very strong support of House Bills 5262 and Senate Bill 184. And I've listened to a lot of the back and forth this afternoon and this morning, and I know you've had a long day, and hopefully we're near the end of it. But I think there's a little bit of a disconnect, because to listen to some of the debate, we would think that absentee ballots are a new thing that just somehow popped up in the 2020 election. And you know, and I know that that's not the case, that absentee ballots have been in Connecticut for a very long time. They were first used in the 1864 election, the election in which President Abraham Lincoln won a re-election in Connecticut very narrowly by 2,405 votes. Absentee ballots were used to give Union soldiers an opportunity to participate in their democracy. And Lincoln won 2,898 votes from Union soldiers in Connecticut. Those absentee ballots actually gave him all of Connecticut's electors in that election. Since then, we've had absentee ballots used consistently throughout our history. And the bills before you seek to do two things. One, to correspond our election laws to the Constitution, and that's House Bill 5262. And the other is to continue the same laws that were in effect in 2020 and in 2021 in 2022. The idea that ping-ponging our election statutes would do anything other than create confusion among Connecticut's citizens, I think is a little bit silly. Now, I have heard a lot of members of the public here today, and what they're talking about is something quite a bit different. I've heard them reference things that they've read on the internet, heard on cable news, and these conspiracy theories that hold that through absentee ballots, the 2020 election was stolen from former President Trump. And I believe that a lot of people in this state and across the country believe that sincerely. And the result of that incorrect belief, right, it is a demonstrably false misconception, is that if you talk to any poll worker in the state of Connecticut, I don't care if it's a Democrat or a Republican registrar, a Democratic registrar, town clerk, moderator, what have you, to a person, they've been accused of being part of the deep state, being agents of George Soros, of being people out there who are out there to steal the election. And that belief has gotten out there, I think, in part, and I sort of, this goes to the earlier commentary, the colloquy that I think just happened, because folks in positions of authority, people who've been elected to lead the state, could do more to set the record straight and say that no, our registrars of voters in 169 towns are not stealing the election. They are stepping up, making democracy happen, working long hours, and doing their best to conduct safe elections. It's true for our town clerks who are point on the absentee ballot process, and it's incumbent on all of us to challenge that. You know, I've seen some of that rhetoric directed at members of this committee, including Republican members of this committee. And I think that's wrong and it's unfair. And I think we need to realize that we're all in this together. We disagree sometimes on policy, and that happens. But the way we settle our differences in this country is at the ballot box. And that, I think, is really important. And absentee ballots have been part of America's voting tradition since 1864. That is a very long time. And the partisan element of this, I think, is also notable. I've been in the legislature for more than most of the members of this committee. I got in, was elected the same year as Senator Flexer. And I remember back to 2009, my first year. And at the time, at least, early voting was seen as the Democratic voter reform, and no excuse absentees were seen as the Republican voter reform, because Republicans represented so many folks who commuted. And so it was seen as more convenient for workers at the time. And that was the partisan tilt in 2009. So this idea that this just came out of the—
Your 3 minutes are now over.
Well, I'm sure there'll be questions. I see some hands up, but I just bristle at the notion that this is some sort of partisan conspiracy when the two bills stand plainly on their face and are good public policy and are things we should have done long ago. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Lesser, for your patience with committee today and your insights. Senator Sampson, hand is raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator, for being here. I don't really have a question or anything. I just wanted to thank you for your commentary and tell you I'm looking forward to debating this issue with you in the Senate later, when we can actually have a dialogue back and forth and possibly on the committee at some point. And also point out that I appreciated your comments very much, but they were, to your words, disconnected from the dialogue today, because I don't believe another soul mentioned the word Trump throughout this entire hearing until you did. And I just don't think it does any service to bring that issue into it. The only recollection I have is that we do acknowledge that the 2016 election was contested in a big way by Democrats nationally, and the 2020 election by Republicans. I have done my best in this committee to try and make sure that I stay focused on the issue at hand, which is the policy debate more than anything. And I know you will do that also, Senator. I just want to make sure that you and I have an agreement going forward that that's what we're going to focus on, instead of the political rhetoric and the notion that it is a partisan issue, because it should be a policy issue. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Lesser.
Well, thank you. I don't know that I heard a question there. I certainly appreciate the senator's interest in working with me on this. It would be hard for me to separate the numerous people I heard alleging without any evidence whatsoever, or citing things that they read on the internet throughout the whole course of the hearing, claiming that there was fraud in the 2020 election. I heard that from many people this afternoon, and whether or not the former president's name was mentioned, we know where that's coming from. We know where the conspiracy theories are coming from, where the accusation that the deep state stole the election is coming from. And that's not stopping with us. Every registrar in the state, the Republican registrars, are being accused of stealing the election for Joe Biden. And that makes no sense. You know that makes no sense. You know that that's not what happened. And we should just say that there's no grand conspiracy, that our elections have integrity. We have to sell our democratic process to our own constituents. Because if we're not doing that, then that delegitimizes not just our president, but our own ability to serve as elected officials. And that's our job. We're representing the people, or we're not. And if we're not representing the people, then we can say that. But if you believe that the elections are done with integrity, we should have the courage to say that to the residents of the state.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other comments or questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your time and your testimony today.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Clerk, I believe there are 3 people. That concludes the end of our list, so we're going to go back. And I believe there are 3 people who have yet to testify that are still logged into the meeting. And Madam Clerk, correct me if I missed anybody. I believe one of them is number 80, Catherine Farnsworth.
Yes, Madam Chair, that's correct.
Hello,
Catherine?
can you hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Okay. I can't see, I can't hear. My name is Catherine Farnsworth, as you know, and I'm opposed to Senate Bill 184 and House Bill 5262. I've heard a lot of great testimonies, so I'm not sure what I have to add. I'm just going to try and read. I'm a second-generation American whose entire family fought Nazis in the front lines for over 3 years to secure your freedoms. Living in a foxhole, going up against machine guns, mines, and poison gas was definitely not convenient. You want me to start my video? Okay, there it is. Our basic freedoms are on the line here. Without secure elections, we don't have a country. There will be no mechanism to peacefully expel a despotic or tyrannical government. That is a clear and present danger of pushing through legislation without checks and balances. And proponents point to states with all mail-in ballots, but they leave out these states spent millions to implement safeguards, which Connecticut has not. Nevertheless, until recently, both Democrats and Republicans have acknowledged the perils and pitfalls of mail-in versus in-person voting. Plain and simple, no excuse mail-in ballots are less secure and make rigging elections easier. The Postal Service is demonstrably unreliable. Elections can be close, and return addresses on mail-in ballots can easily be cross-referenced, determined party, and sorted to benefit one party or the other. Bags of ballots can go missing in critical districts. I'm aware of a candidate who won by a mere 17 votes. You're making language ambiguous that was specific. And my understanding that the intention or the purpose of writing legislation is to make it so that there is not ambiguity. So I'm wondering what would happen in the event Democrats or Republicans win the election. Could there be a challenge? And if you're acting in good faith by creating ambiguity, I don't think that's your role. And then again, regarding the COVID justification for mass unsolicited ballot applications, I recently attended a symposium with Dr. Harvey Rich. He is a professor of epidemiology and public health at Yale School of Medicine. He has both an MD as well as a PhD in mathematical modeling of infectious disease epidemics. He characterized Omicron as a blessing because though more contagious, it's mild, and best of all, confers national immunity. From listening to the testimony, the 24/7 fear-mongering has taken its toll by overstimulation of the limbic brain. That's trying to reason with people whose frontal cortex is frozen in fear is totally not possible. This bill is not expanding reasons to be eligible for a mail-in ballot. It's the mass implementation of no excuse mail-in elections. And I never again want to see a government that forces people to take an EUA product where the manufacturers have no liability or lose their livelihoods. And this I happen to know, according to VAERS
Your
data.
3 minutes are now over.
In my own personal experience of, and you brought about a lot of the people that died were elderly in the nursing homes, and they were put into the nursing homes. I believe that there's some kind of legislation.
Sorry, Catherine, can you please wrap up your remarks?
Okay, well, I urge you not to pass this because Black and brown people benefit by secure elections, as well as old people, young people, and our freedom to be Americans is on the line here, and it's a great big no for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your time and your testimony and your patience today. Next is Diane Lauricella, number 64. Diane, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for co-chairs, Senator Flexer and Representative Fox, vice chairs, Senator Haskell, Representative Thomas, and ranking members, as well as the distinguished members of your committee. I commend you all on your tenaciousness here, as well as all the speakers. Very important ideas were mentioned on both sides of this bill. My name is Diane Lauricella, a lifelong Connecticut voter, an NAACP Norwalk member, a long-term League of Women Voters member and former president, and an environmental and good governance professional. I am speaking today as an individual in support of both Senate Bill 184 and House Bill 5262. I have been trying to pick through my testimonies to save time, and so I'm going to try to just refer to previous speakers whose testimonies that I agreed with. But I wanted to say that any bills that make absentee voting more accessible and the instructions more understandable during the current pandemic, and in the case of House Bill 5262, future pandemics, are important to pass. Those that fail to plan to fail. And I believe, unlike some that have testified, that Connecticut planned very well with few real problems under very challenging circumstances. Both in 2020 and then the local elections in 2021. I don't think we failed. Thank you, Secretary Merrill and the legislature for allowing us to work on this, but we need to improve how we do this. There are controls that work, but was it perfect? No. There are improvements, but you as legislators must fund those things. All of you that are criticizing this bill have to support funding them. I wholly agree with Rhonda Caldwell's testimony from Hamden, with the Connecticut League of Women Voters, with Mr. Yakaitis of the Connecticut League of Conservation Voters. I also agree with Ms. Dumas of New Haven NAACP and Senator Lesser. Would those that oppose these bills here be willing to allow either early voting or turning election day into a state holiday? I hope so. Let's think about that. It's time for the state to modernize its voting system. 38 states have better systems with absentee than we do. 38. Voting by mail is done all over the country in both red and blue states. Those from whom same red and blue states that win don't question the results. Please don't feed into the conspiracy rhetoric being purported without any real evidence by certain former candidates and those that follow them. Passing Senate Bill 182 is truly a public health safety measure. I really appreciated making sure that I didn't get COVID. And no matter what you've heard today, there is still a pandemic. Luckily, we are seeing that some of it has reduced.
Your 3
but it is
minutes are
still a
now
problem.
over.
I will wrap up. Thank you. I don't want to be forced to risk my health or my friend's health in order to vote. That is my right. I also ask that in House Bill 5262, we need to make sure that the provision regarding illness is not ambiguous. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Representative Carpino.
Thank you, Madam. Just a couple of questions, Diane. Thanks for testifying. I thought you said that you were an environmental and good government professional. So if you could explain that. And I thought you also indicated that you thought if these bills passed that there should be improvements made, and you called for funding. So if you could just itemize those as well, so I could jot those down.
Okay, there was some discussion before about the connection between environmental matters and elections. As I think the League of Conservation Voters, Mr. Euclides, well said, they all are intertwined. I want to make sure that I'm voting for someone, and I have to do my homework, as many voters should do more of and do, that person believes, for instance, that climate change is real. That is the connection. So in my professional work, I spend time educating and organizing people to understand how to do research about how to show that, yes, climate change is real, but they also have the ability to do research with, for instance, their local or state government, look up records, and then connect the dots to improve their air quality or to make sure that a polluted neighbor is not affecting health. As far as good governance, I organize people to make government work better for them. And in my South Norwalk community, we've actually educated the local government about how a certain company was adding to a noise pollution, which is an environmental issue seen in many communities, especially communities of color. As far as trying to remember what you asked me, as far as how this could be improved, one thing that I remember said, and I checked in throughout the day, I could not be on the call the entire day, is that one thing that is needed is whatever the legislature decides and your committee proposes to the main legislative body, that there needs to be better outreach and education. There also needs, if we're going to be adding some special demands of our local registrars or voters, the state needs to, it cannot be an unfunded mandate. The days of unfunded mandates should stop. It's very difficult right now on a local level. So one of the things that stood out, especially since I'm a League of Women Voters member, is that we need to spend the time and money to have user-friendly language for voting, no matter what the process that this legislature finds. But that doesn't come for free. We need to be able to support our local registrars of voters and make sure using social media more effectively, as well as our TV stations, in helping people understand how to do their due diligence, how the different ways they can vote. And especially if you do pass both of these bills, we want to make sure people understand that they have a right and access to absentee ballots.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm all set with my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no other questions or comments, thank you again for all of your time and patience today, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you. I believe the last person we have still left to testify that signed up and that is here is Ann Minuski. Ann, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Senator Flexer. Excuse me. Dear Chairman and members of the Government Administration and Elections Committee. I'd like to start off with the Connecticut Constitution has provisions for absentee voting in regards to sickness. Article 6 of the qualifications of electors under Section 7, the General Assembly may provide by law for voting in the choice of any officer to be elected or upon any question to be voted on at an election by qualified voters of the state who are unable to appear at the polling place on the day of the election because of absence from the city or town of which they are inhabitants of, or because of sickness or physical disability, or because of the tenets of their religion forbids secular activity. Section 8, the General Assembly may provide by law for the admission as electors in absentia of members of the armed forces, the United States Merchant Marine, members of religious or welfare groups or agencies attached to and serving with the armed forces and civilian employees of the United States and the spouses and dependents of such persons. Our Connecticut Constitution election language for absentee voting should stand. The Connecticut Constitution should not be modified for sickness. As it currently reads, allows for individuals to determine whether or not they independently should obtain an absentee ballot for sickness. Unfortunately, under COVID-19, it appears that this has been a tool which the majority party wants to make changes to our Connecticut Constitution in regard to election eligibility. The people know what has been done to our election processes during COVID-19 and the truth of the COVID-19 virus and issues that occurred during the 2020 and 2021 elections will be revealed. Regarding absentee ballot application issues, there are at least 12 complaints that have been submitted to the State Elections Enforcement Commission in regard to absentee ballot application issues. I personally have one of them. Our local DTC hired 475 Consulting, AKA other LLC, further considered in this testimony as 475 Consulting, which sent absentee ballot applications, but sadly the applications were not completed by assisters as designed. The 475 Consulting website has been removed, but you'll notice in my testimony, you can link into the Wayback Machine and see actually the information on this organization and has been submitted in the complaint. A current legislator was the originator of original principle in the 2019 organization of 475 Consulting and has allegedly stepped down from the position as of 2021. Additionally, I have other information on a federal individual who had federal indictment in regard to tampering with absentee ballot applications.
And can you please wrap up your testimony?
Yes, thank you. The people require the legislature to uphold constitutional law for the integrity of the Connecticut election process. We, the people, stand with our Constitution. Please vote no on these bills. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. And thank you, Senator Haskell.
Thanks so much, Madam Chair. I don't have a question for Ms. Minuski, just a very brief comment to say that the allegations made as a part of her testimony are tremendously serious, and perhaps she's already done so, but I would encourage her to pursue the investigatory process through SEEK, which is, of course, the nonpartisan agency responsible for, as we all know, investigating any improper actions during the election. So I hope that's happening. I think that that's the proper place for those allegations to be vetted, and I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you, Senator. And that's the State Elections Enforcement Commission that you're referencing. Thank you. Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you for being here, Ian. I just wanted to say I appreciate you waiting this out and being our final speaker for the day. I gathered from your testimony that your concern really is about the security and integrity of the election process rather than expanding access to voting. And you were pretty clear about that, but I just think it's important because that's been the debate today to make it abundantly clear. what you're focused on. Because it seems like the notion that those who are opposed to these bills are being put into a box of being opposed to expanding access of voting. And I don't think that's really accurate. So I just giving you an opportunity to make sure you're clear on your position.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Yes, Rob. The point is that there are specific reasons for getting absentee ballot applications to vote, and it is under sickness. I did not understand why they put forth a COVID-19 reason. It doesn't make any sense. It's so specific, and it just seems disingenuous to the process. Also, in opening up the Constitution, you only do that in for critical reasons. It doesn't seem to make any sense to do this at this time. So, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you again for your time and your testimony today. Madam Clerk, unless you inform me otherwise, I don't believe we have anyone left here to testify. I want to thank all of the members of the public and all the public officials who came to talk with us today about the bills on our agenda. And I want to thank all the members of the committee for their great work today. And unless my co-chair has any concluding remarks, I will wish everyone a good weekend and declare, and thanks to our staff as well for their great work on our first public hearing today. And I will declare this public hearing adjourned and wish everyone a good weekend. Thank you.